Chapter 351. Luo Bei glared at Gu Junqing, who sat across from him, his eyes filled with a flicker of resentment. In his mind, So Anran had only left him because Gu Junqing had interfered. Without Gu Junqing, he never would have argued with So Anran. Even if they had fought, he wouldn't have kicked her out, or he would have apologized in time to bring her back. This shouldn't be happening, he thought. According to the tropes of the novels from my past life, shouldn't rich playboys like him always be idiots with donkey brains? Plus, I am a transmigrator. I should be the protagonist. How could I possibly lose to a spoiled rich kid? I refuse to believe something so absurd could occur. Luo Bei's mentality began to fracture. Of course, anyone would struggle mentally if their beloved woman were stolen away by another man. Boss, I told you that there was no need to compete with Gu Junqing, Wang Wu, who sat beside him, warned. Since learning that Luo Bei's company was infested with Gu Junqing's informants, he knew exactly what to do and what to avoid. He had abandoned all his previous schemes. He was also aware of the recent events surrounding the Wang family, though that no longer concerned him. He just wanted to get his money, leave the country, and never see Gu Junqing's face again. That man had haunted his nightmares for an entire month. As my secretary, do you need to chime in? Luo Bei frowned. He felt Wang Wu had become increasingly lazy, losing his knack for saying things he wanted to hear. But boss, you have to consider how long Miss So Anran has been by the side of a rich young master like Gu Junqing. To put it bluntly, that dense forest you admire, that pink paradise you long for, is likely covered in morning dew, and tainted with dark edges by now. Wang Wu coughed, stating his opinion clearly. He certainly didn't believe Gu Junqing was a good person. Impossible. I trust Anran. Besides, I can sense that she is still a virgin, and that Gu Junqing has not touched her. Luo Bei shook his head, his gaze resolute. He believed So Anran wouldn't give herself to Gu Junqing so quickly. You can tell just like that. Boss, can you teach me how to see if a girl is pure at a glance? Watching Luo Bei's firm expression, Wang Wu hesitated and actually started to believe him. He wanted to learn this skill to avoid the risk of raising someone else's child. Foreign social environments were even worse, where statistics suggested the probability of a woman being a virgin between 18 and 20 was roughly equivalent to the odds of a plane crash. He also wanted to find a beautiful, perfect love, even if he liked to mess around himself. But there wasn't a person on Earth who didn't crave a pure, beautiful romance. It's a feeling, something you could categorize as an intuitive ability. I don't know why, but I just feel that Anran hasn't slept with Gu Junqing. Luo Bei didn't know how to explain, offering only a vague answer. So we've stopped looking at science and started turning to theology and metaphysics. Wang Wu muttered to himself. I also feel like all women are pure, but it's a pity how many times they've been played by others. Although his bootlicking skills were superb, he felt his mission was nearly complete now that Luo Bei had exhausted most of his talent. He had no interest in continuing the charade of being the perfect subordinate. While Luo Bei and Wang Wu discussed these matters, the singer on stage finished their performance. Qin Xiaoxiao, from his company, had already sung the song he once wrote for So Anran, Nocturne, hoping to make her nostalgic for the days they spent together. Nocturne had won countless awards in his previous life. Luo Bei was confident that Qin Xiaoxiao would win the championship, effectively knocking So Anran off her pedestal. Perhaps then, So Anran would return to his side. Next, let us welcome the goddess of pop, So Anran, the host announced with a passionate voice. So Anran walked out slowly in a brilliant, magnificent hanfu, looking as if she were carrying the gentle beauty and strength of ancient history, like a living painting accompanied by melodious music. Goddess Anran, Goddess Anran. The audience below erupted in cheers. Viewers at home and online also began flooding the chat with comments. I want to have your babies, Goddess Anran, wrote one user named No Access to My Heart. My wife is back on stage singing, commented I am proud, who can stop me? If the guy above can't hold his liquor, he should go eat with the dogs. Goddess Anran is clearly my wife, replied Monk, don't compete with the Taoist for the nun. The online chat was moving rapidly, but So Anran had already begun introducing her song. The song I am bringing to you today is Blue and White Porcelain. So Anran's beautiful voice echoed throughout the venue, sending the crowd into a frenzy. This song was crafted specifically for me by a mysterious person. He told me that blue and white porcelain is an ancient part of Arsia culture. He said we can see the faint sorrow of things remaining but people changing, the quiet sigh of the cycle of reincarnation, and hear a lifelong wait that spans the divide of life and death, even the vows of love that survive thousands of years of weathering. I dedicate this blue and white porcelain to you all. So Anran's brows were slightly furrowed, like a wisp of smoke, and her eyes held deep affection, a mix of joy and faint resentment. She perfectly captured the charm of an ancient Jiangnan woman communicating through her eyes. Gu Junqing had given her this song. She had been astonished that he could write music, wondering if there was anything he couldn't do. It was so beautiful that she felt like weeping. The competition was broadcast live to viewers across the nation. Television and live audiences would vote simultaneously to determine the winner, making these pre-song introductions a crucial part of the campaign. Tracing the outlines on the raw ceramic, the brushstrokes turned from thick to thin. The peony painted on the vase is just like your makeup on that first day. As the singing began, a blue and white porcelain vase appeared on the big screen behind her. The image of the beauty paired with the porcelain left both the live and remote audiences spellbound. The Celadon waits for the misty rain, and I am waiting for you. The smoke curls up, rising from the other side of the river, across 10,000 miles. Like a handed-down piece of blue and white porcelain, beautiful in its own right, with a smile in your eyes. Behind the scenes, the director and staff were stunned as they watched the skyrocketing viewership and So Ayn Rand's overwhelming support. "This viewership rating is absolutely absurd," the director said with an exaggerated expression. "Tonight is likely going to shock a lot of people." Several staff members in the background stood with their mouths agape, unable to close them for a long time. Chapter 352. The moving melody slowly faded, and the crowd, deeply immersed in So Ayn Rand's singing, began to regain their senses. The internet and the live venue were both in an absolute uproar. Goddess Ayn Rand, you are the best. So fans are everywhere. Ayn Rand is irreplaceable. Goddess, I am mesmerized by the screen. Thousands of spectators at the venue stood up, cheering, clapping, and screaming. The live stream comments were flooding the screen at a frantic pace. Everyone had come specifically to see So Ayn Rand, and her performance right now was nothing short of spectacular. She had even awakened a sense of national pride in many, proving that the culture of the Xia Kingdom was in no way inferior to the foreigners. After Qin Xiaoxiao from Tin Ran Entertainment performed, many had been nervous, worrying about whether So Ayn Rand could still take home the championship. However, after So Ayn Rand finished her set, the victory was essentially secured. While Qin Xiaoxiao's song had been good, So Ayn Rand led in popularity, appearance, and vocal skill. Coupled with the popularity of Blue and White Porcelain, and its melodic, picturesque imagery, So Ayn Rand was practically guaranteed to be the winner of Who is the Singer. "Isn't this Jay Chu's Blue and White Porcelain? I wrote that in my own company. How could she?" Luo Bei froze where he stood, staring in disbelief the moment So Ayn Rand began singing. Jay Zhou, had he plagiarized it? Wang Wu, standing beside him, muttered with a guilty conscience. Many of the songs and novels Luo Bei had written were sold by Wang Wu to Gu Junqing's company without Luo Bei's knowledge. As for how this bypassed the company's approval, that went without saying, as even Luo Bei had no idea how many people in his own company were actually on Gu Junqing's payroll. "Should I go up there and say she's a plagiarist?" Luo Bei struggled internally, torn between reporting So Ayn Rand and simply letting it go. "But if I speak up, will Ayn Rand be ruined?" He hesitated, for to him, So Ayn Rand was a gem he had only truly valued after losing her, and memories of their past flickered through his mind. "Forget it. I don't want to ruin her. I will just conquer her in the next competition, as I have plenty of other beautiful songs." Luo Bei muttered to himself, trying to convince himself to regroup. "Tell me, did you sell Blue and White Porcelain?" Luo Bei turned to Wang Wu, his voice filled with anger. If no other transmigrator had interfered, he was the only one who could have written Jay Chu's songs. He had entrusted this specific song to Wang Wu, tasking him with finding a singer to publish it. "Boss Luo, you don't trust me? How could you think I'm that kind of person?" Wang Wu feigned grievance, his expression sincere and focused. While his acting skills weren't quite on par with Gu Junqing's, he was still better than the fresh meat actors on television, and had some genuine talent. He hadn't received any new instructions from Gu Junqing yet, so he continued to hide his tracks, even though he knew it was likely futile. Luo Bei remained silent, glaring at Wang Wu with hateful eyes. He knew it had to be this sweet-talking secretary who sold his songs to Gu Junqing's firm. A chill ran through him, as he realized that because he had given all his recent songs to Wang Wu, the copyrights to his other works were likely compromised as well. Luo Bei began to understand the mindset of an ancient emperor, realizing that someone like Wang Wu was the definition of a sycophantic traitor. The saying that the greatest traitors often appear the most loyal was certainly true. We will now begin the voting segment. Please welcome Qin Xiaoxiao from Tin Ran Company and Miss So Ayn Rand from Ayn Rand Company to the stage. The host's announcement ignited the atmosphere in the venue once again. Have you noticed that both companies contain the character Ran? Ayn Rand's company is even named directly after her. A sharp-eared audience member whispered. "Yeah, I heard that both of these companies were founded specifically for Goddess Ayn Rand." "Really? Damn, does that mean both bosses are competing for Goddess Ayn Rand?" Hearing such gossip about So Ayn Rand sent a wave of excitement through the audience. "Is it that exciting? It seems Goddess Ayn Rand still chose the owner of Ayn Rand Company." Whispers spread through the audience at this news. So Ayn Rand stood on stage in a simple silk hanfu, standing tall and graceful like a fairy descended from the heavens. Her eyes were full of emotion, and her features were delicate and elegant. This formed a sharp contrast to Qin Xiaoxiao's brightly colored attire and heavy makeup. "Two guests, do you have anything to say? This is a section where you can campaign for votes," the host said with a welcoming smile. "I will go first," Qin Xiaoxiao said, taking the microphone without hesitation. "My boss told me that I must fight for everything. Although Ayn Rand is beautiful, I believe my singing ability is slightly superior, and this is not a beauty pageant, but a singing competition, so you should all know who to choose." Qin Xiaoxiao's blunt words echoed throughout the arena, instantly silencing the whispering audience. She had wanted to say this for a long time, wondering why everyone liked So Ayn Rand so much, considering her very existence in the industry was merely a pawn used by her boss to try and win So Ayn Rand back. I never said anything like that." Luo Bei stood there, dumbfounded. He was already in a bad mood, because he had misjudged a person, and now he felt even more depressed. "Saying things like that is just causing trouble for me. Is something wrong with this person? Goddess Ayn Rand's singing isn't as good as hers." A fan of So Ayn Rand stood up and shouted angrily at Qin Xiaoxiao. "Exactly, Goddess Ayn Rand's singing is 10 times better than hers. So Ayn Rand's fans were furious. However, Qin Xiaoxiao had her own fans as well, and both camps instantly broke into an argument, turning the entire arena into a chaotic roar of noise. Watching this scene, Gu Junqing sighed and held his forehead. As expected, whenever the protagonist and heroine were present, someone would inevitably act out. It provided the male lead with opportunities to offer comfort, protection, and show off, potentially even swaying the heroine's heart. My opportunity has arrived. If I stand on Ayn Rand's side even when someone from my own company causes trouble, I wonder if she will forgive me? Luo Bei thought to himself, his eyes lighting up. Qin Xiaoxiao, you are completely smearing the reputation of this company. If you continue to do this, the company will terminate your contracts, drop your projects, and hold you accountable. Luo Bei took the microphone handed to him by someone nearby and spoke these high-sounding words. He was almost moved by his own display of deep affection. Chapter 353. Did you hear that? Even Qin Xiaoxiao's owner has said as much. Now you know the gap between them, right? Exactly. What right does Qin Xiaoxiao have to be compared to the goddess So Ayn Rand? Although, her skills in bed must be way better than the pure, icy clean goddess. So Ayn Rand's fans immediately found ammunition to refute Qin Xiaoxiao's supporters. Qin Xiaoxiao's fans were left speechless, not knowing how to strike back. The organizers originally just wanted Luo Bei to ease the tension on set. Instead, he only made things worse. The live stream chat was filled with insults directed at Qin Xiaoxiao. After all, this is the era where traffic is king. And where does that traffic come from? Naturally, it comes from the power of capital. When it comes to capital, how could Luo Bei's company possibly compete with the one Gu Junqing founded? Gu Junqing poured massive resources into So Ayn Rand, which is why she is called a rising diva at such a young age. The director wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing this was quickly becoming a broadcast disaster. While it generated plenty of buzz, he couldn't predict how it would end. Seeing the chaotic atmosphere and the frenzy in the chat, the director could no longer sit still. He immediately instructed the host via earpiece to hand the microphone to So Ayn Rand. As for Qin Xiaoxiao, she was on the verge of tears after being insulted by her own boss. However, trapped on stage, she couldn't refute him. Gu Junqing narrowed his eyes. He had made no preparations today, as coming here was a whim. This was a perfect test to see if a heroine with 60 affection toward him would still be seduced by the male lead. Everyone, please quiet down. So Ayn Rand made a cute expression, lightly placing a slender, pale finger against her cherry lips in a shushing gesture to the audience. That expression was explosively cute, and her voice carried a charming, mature vibe that instantly silenced the venue. The audience, which had ignored the host's pleas for silence, quieted down completely at So Ayn Rand's single word. Such is the charm of the newest goddess. Regarding what Xiaoxiao said earlier, while I do not agree with it, I won't oppose it either. This is a singing competition, after all. Everyone should just vote for who they like in their hearts. As for what President Luo said, I cannot agree with that. Even if Xiaoxiao was wrong, she is still an artist under your company. How could you speak about your own talent that way? Also, please stop calling me in the future, as I am afraid my President Gu will be displeased. And please, everyone, don't call me wife anymore. With that, So Ayn Rand offered a slight, cute smile to the audience. Ding, the plot has changed. Host awarded 2,000 villain points. The system's notification brought Gu Junqing some satisfaction. It seems the protagonist doesn't always have smooth sailing. As she spoke, the entire audience fell silent. Even Qin Xiaoxiao's fans couldn't help but grow fond of such a kind-hearted goddess. Qin Xiaoxiao was shocked that So Ayn Rand would defend her and explain what she meant. Feeling a pang of shame, she secretly resolved to leave Luo Bei's company. She had initially thought that someone as talented as Luo Bei must have good character. To her surprise, he stood against her in public when she was being condemned by everyone. She remained silent for a moment, then cast a grateful look at So Ayn Rand. If not for So Ayn Rand, her career would likely be over. The director had originally pushed her to say something provocative to spark conflict and boost ratings, as audiences love watching catfights. However, he hadn't anticipated the massive sensation it would cause. However, So Ayn Rand's final words sent the internet and the live audience into an absolute frenzy. What? Did I hear that right? Did Sister Ayn Rand just expose her relationship? Her President Gu. That is so sweet. Can anyone tell me what this President Gu looks like? I really want to see who he is. Marketing accounts had already started churning out articles. New goddess So Ayn Rand boldly declares, I am taken, and shocking new starlet So Ayn Rand claims she was slept with. Is this a distortion of humanity, or a moral collapse? So Ayn Rand glanced toward Gu Junqing's direction, and offered a cunning smile. That specific look successfully caught the director's attention, causing the cameras to cut to Gu Junqing. Just after her confession, the feed cut to a man, making the implication obvious. Gu Junqing's face was instantly revealed on the big screen for all the audience to see. This caught him completely off guard. What the shit? How dare this show do this? Gu Junqing wanted to curse out loud. Is this the legendary President Gu? I saw Sister Ayn Rand smile at him. Isn't this the eldest young master of the Luo Gu family? Who knew there would be such big news? They marveled at Gu Junqing's star-like, obsidian pupils and his handsome, sculpted features. Looking at his own face on the giant screen, Gu Junqing's mouth twitched slightly. This was a total disaster. Gu Junqing's women had been living like they were playing a game of werewolf, unaware of each other's identities. Aside from a select few who knew about one another, most of his women had no idea he was seeing anyone else. However, So An Ran's stunt today not only exposed herself to the other sharks, but also meant Gu Junqing would have to pay a much higher price. And he would be paying with real, hard cash. Hey, what are you doing? That is young Master Gu. Move the camera away immediately. The director watched the giant screen with cold sweat, frantically ordering the broadcast team to cut away. While this massive scoop was tempting and could shatter viewership records, if things continued like this, it was uncertain if the program would even be allowed to air. The broadcast team quickly cut away from Gu Junqing's face, which only made the audience explode with excitement. Don't cut away. I want to look at him. I officially declare the new standard for handsomeness in the entertainment industry to be this President Gu. Big brother, I want to make friends with you, the kind where we have a kid together. To the person above, which pond did you crawl out of? He is mine. The female audience watching the livestream went wild. They had originally just been spectators, never expecting the President Gu that So An Ran mentioned to be such a handsome catch. They were ready to start licking their screens. Gu Junqing pinched the bridge of his nose, hoping that his girlfriends weren't watching TV. It was too late to hide his identity. This was a live broadcast, and even though the director cut away quickly, everyone had already seen his face. He would just have to slowly mitigate the fallout. At the same time, he felt a desire to punish So An Ran. Since she had confessed in public, some fun activities tonight wouldn't be out of the question. Gu Junqing narrowed his eyes and locked gazes with her. So An Ran was smiling with her eyes curved like a fox. Her plan had succeeded, and now everyone would know about her relationship with Gu Junqing. Chapter 354. As for Luo Bei, he had long been forgotten in the corner. Hearing So An Ran's words, his composure completely shattered. Why did he keep thinking about So An Ran when she treated him with such disdain? Why? Tisk, tisk, boss. I told you, don't mess with Gu Junqing. He is the kind of person who will destroy you the moment you show a hint of weakness. Wang Wu shook his head, sighing with emotion. He had suffered enough from this himself. Damn that bastard Gu Junqing. The Wang family business was already over, yet he still wanted to squeeze out the last bit of his value by having him serve as the secretary for this idiotic boss. Are you the person Gu Junqing sent? Luo Bei stared at Wang Wu, his eyes glowing with a sinister, crimson light, completely unlike his former self. Ding. The host has caused protagonist Luo Bei to lose his composure. 200 luck points plundered. Host luck value increased by 200. Ding. The host has altered the plot, rewarding host with 2,000 villain points. Even Wang Wu was a bit startled, though he quickly calmed down. It is useless to talk about this now. All I can do is wish you good luck, Mr. Luo. Wang Wu chuckled softly and left. There was no point in staying, as Luo Bei had already started to suspect him. But what Luo Bei did not know was that, in his company, only a handful of people were not working for Gu Junqing. The voting results were beyond doubt. With a massive lead of hundreds of thousands of votes over the runner-up, Qin Xiaoxiao, So An Ran won the championship of Who is the Singer. After the show ended, Gu Junqing waited for So An Ran backstage. All of you, get out. Come back in later. Gu Junqing instructed the crowd following So An Ran. Everyone had intended to congratulate So An Ran on her victory, but with Gu Junqing present, that was clearly not an option. An Ran, you have given me quite a big surprise. Gu Junqing walked up to her, his eyes narrowed slightly. Brother Junqing, you were not making any moves, after all. So An Ran tugged on Gu Junqing's arm, acting coy. Is that your reason for acting without my permission? Then I will give you a surprise later, okay? Please do not be angry. So An Ran said, sounding apologetic. She was afraid that Gu Junqing might be angry. Besides, so many people called me wife. Are you not jealous? Please, stop being angry. So An Ran spoke cautiously. Indeed, in love, the first person to confess is the one who loses. So An Ran, who was hailed as a goddess by the public outside, acted just like a bootlicker in front of Gu Junqing. One had to admit that the saying popular among modern people held some truth. The goddess of the poor, the toy of the rich. You know what I mean. Of course, So An Ran had fallen in love with Gu Junqing sincerely. She despised how Luo Bei would berate his own staff in public just to fawn over her. By comparison, Gu Junqing appeared even more exceptional. Gu Junqing was not actually angry, he just wanted to give So An Ran a little scare. He wanted to prevent her from making any more shocking remarks on camera that would cause a stir online. How was he supposed to continue sailing the high seas if she kept making waves like that? Please, do not make things difficult for him. Sailing the high seas is not easy, and one careless mistake can lead to a shipwreck. He did not even dare to check his phone now, fearing that his various heroines would flood him with calls. He could not play favorites, so he had to handle them one by one. In any case, he had already given orders to ban all videos and marketing accounts related to him. Even if a few slipped through the cracks, it was unlikely that they would see them. Gu Junqing could only comfort himself with these thoughts. Of course, he was very interested in the surprise So An Ran had promised him. Just as Gu Junqing and So An Ran were walking outside, Luo Bei suddenly ran out. An Ran, please forgive me. Luo Bei pleaded bitterly with So An Ran. It was only after losing her that he realized how important she was to him. Brother Luo Bei, when you kicked me out, it was over. There is no possibility of us returning. Please stop this, or we cannot even remain friends. Although So An Ran looked a bit pained, she spoke firmly. Ding. Protagonist Yu Feng has lost his composure. 100 luck points plundered. host luck value increased by 100. This must be Brother Luo. Gu Junqing stepped out at the right moment, smiling. When countrymen meet, their eyes brim with tears. So he decided to be polite to Luo Bei. You fucking piece of shit, you are Gu Junqing, right? Luo Bei immediately started cursing. There is no doubt he is a countryman. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Since Luo Bei was not going to be polite, there was no need to treat him with courtesy either. A beating should be fine, right? Gu Junqing smiled and walked up to Luo Bei, then dragged him into an empty alley. Luo Bei was hauled into the alley, without any ability to resist. In the dead of night, the wind howled. So Anran only vaguely heard a few of Luo Bei's screams before silence fell. She was even worried that Gu Junqing might have dumped a corpse. Just as she was about to check, she saw Gu Junqing walking out of the alley, looking refreshed. Bullying a countryman really is the most pleasant feeling, Gu Junqing thought to himself with a sigh. He did not intend to kill Luo Bei. After all, so many literary works and songs from his previous life had yet to bloom in this world. This was a significant amount of wealth and reputation. He could do it himself, but the time required was too immense, making it not worth the effort overall. Isn't it much better to sleep with more heroines? So he decided to leave this heavy responsibility to Luo Bei. Of course, the ultimate beneficiary would be Gu Junqing. Compared to him, Gu Junqing was the perfect counter to this child of luck. Firstly, Luo Bei's books lacked any element of martial power. Secondly, even if Luo Bei developed, once the power of capital was unleashed, he would be finished anyway. Furthermore, Luo Bei only had So Anran as his heroine, the female lead throughout his story. Now that Gu Junqing had her, Luo Bei naturally had no possibility of a comeback. From now on, his life would be spent working for Gu Junqing. I really am a great person for sparing the life of a child of luck, Gu Junqing said with some emotion. If anyone calls me a villain or a bad guy in the future, they must be blind. My reputation as an upright and honorable person is known to all. Gu Junqing muttered a few words to himself, then saw So Anran walking over. Is he still alive? So Anran asked cautiously, looking at the motionless Luo Bei lying on the ground. Of course. Do I look like that kind of bad person? Gu Junqing said with dissatisfaction. Let's go. Let's see the surprise you have for me first. Gu Junqing put his arm around So Anran's waist and walked into the distance. The last thing Luo Bei saw as he struggled to open his eyes was this. Gu Junqing holding the love of his life in his arms, walking toward the distant lights. Perhaps this is just a dream, a broken dream. Flowers wither and fall, leaving only sorrow in the end. I can never go back. Luo Bei's eyes filled with tears, and a single tear rolled down as he lost consciousness. Soon after, someone took him to the hospital, where Dr. Gu Ming performed surgery to castrate him. He spent the rest of his life working tirelessly for Gu Junqing's cultural empire. Chapter 355. Upon arriving at So Anran's home, she asked Gu Junqing to wait in the living room while she went to take a shower. It was an elaborately decorated high-rise apartment, perched around the 27th floor. It was the kind of height where you wouldn't stand a chance in an earthquake or fire. Although with the protagonist's luck, such an event was highly unlikely. If it did happen, it would simply be a sign that the male lead was nearby. Gu Junqing looked down at Luo from his vantage point. Thousands of lights shone brightly, yet he felt as if everything were firmly within his grasp. He let out a soft sound of indifference and turned away. For someone commanding the pinnacle of power in Luo, he was interested in a higher level of scenery. He hadn't waited long before he sensed So Anran emerging from the bedroom. Jingling, jingling, jingling. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow, wondering why there was the sound of bells. As the bedroom door opened, So Anran stepped out in a brand new outfit. Even a pure-hearted Taoist like Gu Junqing couldn't help but light up at the sight. She wore a red Santa hat topped with 2 reindeer antlers. Her fair, slender neck had a pearl-scent sheen, and her delicate collarbones were intoxicating. A red ribbon was tied around her neck, adorned with a string of bells that chimed with every step she took. She wore a red and white Christmas dress that accentuated her curves, revealing a glimpse of her snowy white cleavage. The hem of the skirt barely reached her thighs. It made one want to explore the scenery hidden within. Her legs were encased in sheer, white silk stockings that perfectly defined her curves. Those straight, rounded legs were enough to stir the heart of any man. She wore half-length red gloves on her creamy, jade-like hands and struck a seductive pose at Gu Junqing. This surprise was truly lethal. Gu Junqing blinked. Goodness, why does she always try to seduce me with beauty? My willpower, no, a Taoist's willpower, is simply no match for this. So Anran really knows how to play, dressing up as a little Christmas reindeer just for Gu Junqing. Junqing, do you like it? So Anran observed his reaction with satisfaction. She had put quite a lot of effort into this costume. It's beautiful, certainly, but I don't have a Santa Claus outfit. Gu Junqing wore a troubled expression. So what if you don't? Why do you need a Santa Claus outfit? So Anran asked, feeling curious. Don't you know that Santa Claus always rides a Christmas reindeer? A faint smile appeared in Gu Junqing's eyes. But tonight, even if I don't. You're bad, So Anran said, her face flushing red. Then, would you like to take a shower? So Anran asked shyly. Of course not. Santa Claus intends to deliver his first gift, and I wonder what you would like, Gu Junqing replied, his voice dropping to a low register. After all, he was still a virgin today. How could he withstand such stimulation? Whatever you can give, that is what I want. So Anran had been working in the entertainment industry for a long time. Although she had been protected by her manager from worldly grime, and later joined Gu Junqing's company, where no one dared demand anything of her. She still knew how things worked. You don't need to have eaten pork to have seen a pig run, after all. She was well aware of the darkness and the various unspoken rules within the entertainment industry. Therefore, her heart was filled with gratitude toward Gu Junqing. In her position, almost no one could remain untainted. Junqing, please treat me well in the future. As she was held in Gu Junqing's arms, her legs wrapped tightly around his waist, Su Anran whispered in a hazy, dreamlike tone. Of course I will treat you well. Otherwise, wouldn't your many fans be very heartbroken? Gu Junqing replied slowly, a trace of a smile on his face. His actions were not slow at all. He carried her directly to the bedroom, and truly fulfilled his role as Santa Claus for the night. Ding, host has claimed the heroine, Su Anran, plundered 200 points of Su Anran's luck, and 200 points of the male lead, Luo Bei's, luck. Ding, the male lead, Luo Bei, has lost his status as male lead. Rewarded with 20,000 villain points. Ding, host has altered the plot. Rewarded with 5,000 villain points. The system's voice continued to prompt Gu Junqing, but he was busy playing Santa, riding the little Christmas reindeer. It was a Christmas reindeer that was sticking its little butt out. Jingling, jingling, jingling. All night long, the bells shook incessantly. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes it would stop completely, and other times it would ring frantically, like a raging storm. Meanwhile, Luo Bei's special intuition reminded him that his supposedly pure 25-year-old female tenant had now completely become Gu Junqing's woman. Gu Junqing, you really are something else. Far away on the outskirts of Luodu, Gu Junqing's senior sister, Chen Lingyu, gritted her teeth and muttered. She had planned to watch television with her master, Ji Zuyu, to unwind from their daily martial arts training. To her surprise, as soon as the TV turned on, it showed the segment where Su Anran publicly claimed to be Gu Junqing's woman, along with a fleeting shot of Gu Junqing himself. Su Anran's expression was extremely shy and happy. It was clear their relationship was extremely sweet and intimate. Bang! A clattering sound of items falling ensued. Chen Lingyu smashed the wooden table beside the sofa with one palm, her eyes narrowing as she looked at Su Anran's happy expression. Ji Zuyu's eyelids twitched slightly when she saw Chen Lingyu's reaction. She herself was fine, at most feeling a sense of sourness. After all, the rebellious disciple already had more than one or two women. Lingyu, your junior brother Ji Zuyu started to say. Master, don't mention him. I was wondering why he didn't come to see me often. It turns out he has so many women outside. Chen Lingyu's eyes blazed with fire. She had wondered why Gu Junqing hadn't come to see her for a while, nor offered any apologies. It turns out he had so many new lovers. Cough, rebellious disciple, your master cannot help you now. You will have to extinguish your senior sister's anger yourself, Ji Zuyu thought to herself. Meanwhile, far away at the Gu residence, Lin Qingze was beaming. Su Anran was a woman she had intended to pull into her own faction anyway. Now that she had become Gu Junqing's woman, she would have an ally, so she wouldn't have to fear the other women in Gu Junqing's life. Oh right. Should I poison Sister Anran? What if she gets pregnant before I do? Wouldn't that be inviting a wolf into my house? Lin Qingze muttered, thinking about the content of the recent drama, Legend of Zhen Huan, she had been watching. She had no idea how dangerous her thoughts were. Young lady, that is a crime. As for Hepburn, the mercenary brought back by Gu Junqing, when she saw Su Anran publicly declare that Gu Junqing was hers, she drew a knife from somewhere and stabbed it into the sofa. She seemed to treat the sofa as Su Anran, tearing out a bunch of cotton stuffing, her expression cold and ruthless. As for Gu Junqing's other girlfriends, they all had their own reactions upon seeing Su Anran stake her claim. Chapter 356. The morning light slowly pulled back the curtain, casting mottled light through the gaps. The sound of bells that had rung throughout the room all night had finally ceased. Gu Junqing was holding Su Anran in his arms as they slept. The sunlight hitting his face caused him to open his eyes. Feeling the softness of Su Anran's waist, he looked at the fluffy Christmas reindeer antlers still perched on her head, and could not help but chuckle. Those fluffy reindeer antlers had served as his steering wheel last night. He had certainly enjoyed steering that little reindeer. Things had been far too wild last night. It was no wonder so many people enjoyed playing various games. Whether it was roleplay or suggestive clothing, it really stimulated a man's nerves. The sound of the bells last night had been like a poison. They had moved rhythmically to the sound of those chimes. This outfit is a bit too slutty. It doesn't fit my ascetic style at all, Gu Junqing muttered to himself, rubbing his chin. However, even though I try to keep my heart pure, the heroines keep misunderstanding me. I suppose I have no choice but to accept it gracefully, heh. Next time, let's try a kitten costume instead. I remember buying something like that with Wanner and Ningyu, Gu Junqing murmured, deep in thought. This kind of roleplay provided Gu Junqing with a different kind of thrill. When Su Anran was in the heat of the moment, she completely disregarded her reputation as the goddess of the masses and the dream of thousands of young men. She let out all sorts of embarrassing words without holding back. Gu Junqing gently withdrew his hand, trying not to disturb Su Anran's sleep. However, she let out a soft groan and slowly opened her captivating eyes. Junqing, aren't you going to keep sleeping? Su Anran turned and burrowed into Gu Junqing's arms, her voice still sleepy. No, I plan on getting some exercise, Gu Junqing said with a faint smile. I didn't realize you had the habit of morning exercises. No wonder you have such a good figure. I'm going to sleep a little longer though. Su Anran yawned adorably as her eyes grew hazy again, clearly intending to drift back off. They had been at it until dawn, and the non-stop activity left her feeling more exhausted than she did after a full day of work. It was a happy exhaustion though. Exactly, the morning is the best time for a good workout. After some exercise, you won't want to sleep anymore. Gu Junqing's suggestive words clearly went over the head of the half-asleep So and Ran. People in a semi-conscious state are always a bit slow, which is the only reason she dared to stay curled up in his arms. Gu Junqing, having no regard for fair play, grabbed the reindeer antlers and turned her around. Once Gu Junqing maneuvered her, So Anren finally understood what he had meant by morning exercise. Any chance of escape was impossible now, so she simply gave in. Soon, the sound of bells echoed once again in So Anran's bedroom. Along with it came the cries of a little reindeer. 2 hours later, the jingling of the bells finally came to a halt. The early bird catches the worm, he thought to himself. So Anran's breathing gradually calmed as the afterglow faded away. Junqing, will you always stand behind me? She asked, feeling a bit insecure. Perhaps every woman feels anxious about being taken for granted after giving herself to a man. Wasn't I just standing behind you? Gu Junqing arched an eyebrow. So Anren blinked, a drunken sense of affection in her eyes, and she rolled them at him. You know that's not what I meant. Of course I will always stand behind you. Gu Junqing chuckled reassuringly. He thought to himself that if he did not stand behind her, she might end up getting hacked to pieces by others. Thinking about the reactions of the other women gave him a headache. It was mostly because So Anran had publicly declared her sovereignty, essentially establishing herself as the primary wife. If all the women were on equal footing, it would be easy for him to keep the peace. But since So Anran had effectively nailed down the position of his girlfriend, the others were obviously not going to stand for it. Things had reached this point, so Gu Junqing would have to start dipping into his own savings. Thinking about the future life of constant pleasure, he felt like he would have to tighten his belt. Financial constraints always make a man cautious and prone to self-reflection, while a full wallet often leads to wild thoughts. Just like Gu Junqing right now, who was in a state of zen-like clarity, he felt as if he had gained total enlightenment, the kind that would make an abbot call him a master. By the way, you should probably stay inside for a while. Gu Junqing hesitated for a moment before deciding to warn her. Why? So Anran asked, stunned. I'm worried you'll exhaust yourself. Your boss gave you a month off after the competition, so you should go visit your mother while she is recovering. Gu Junqing stroked her hair, looking at her with doting affection. He certainly was not going to tell her that she had infuriated the other women. Junqing, thank you. So Anran hugged his arm, moved to tears, and wanted to melt into his body. Gu Junqing considered telling her to let him know if she saw any beautiful women, but he reconsidered. After all, she was his woman, and even if the others were jealous, they would not dare hurt her. No need, look at our relationship. There's no need to be so polite. He added that he would always stand by her side to protect and cherish her, and that he would not let anyone hurt her. His sweet talk came effortlessly to his lips. These words were cliched, but they remained incredibly effective on women. Of course, if you believed anything a man said in bed, you had already lost. Even Gu Junqing could not guarantee he would not get hurt. There were too many seductresses out there, and if a young man did not protect himself properly, he could easily fall into danger. For instance, a honey trap set up by a couple to steal money, or meeting a girl from an online romance only to be drugged, have your kidneys stolen, and not even get an anesthetic. Young men are just too naive in this society. Take a simple, honest guy like Gu Junqing, for example. He often felt that his innocence made him stick out. Gu Junqing, currently riding the noisy little reindeer, sighed to himself. Chapter 357. It was nearly nightfall by the time Gu Junqing stepped out of Su Anran's room. He had spent the entire day at her place, working hard. He had finally finished tilling Su Anran's field. He managed to soothe her completely, filling her with so much love that it was practically overflowing. Fortunately, Gu Junqing's practice of the Yellow Emperor's classic of internal medicine had become increasingly refined, and being young helped him withstand the strain. Otherwise, anyone witnessing such total exhaustion and depletion of his reserves would shake their head in disbelief. Gu Junqing turned on his phone. A relentless barrage of notifications instantly flooded his screen, almost overwhelming him. The first message was from his senior sister, Chen Lingyu. Junior brother, you have time to spend with your little girlfriend, but no time to hang out with your senior sister? Why aren't you replying? Are you dead? If you don't reply, you will end up like this table. Chen Lingyu then sent a video of herself chopping a wooden table with her bare hand. Beside her, Ji Zuya looked at the ruined table with obvious distress, as it was a rather expensive piece of furniture. Gu Junqing felt nothing as he watched the scene. With Ji Zuya there to keep things in check, Chen Lingyu was just a paper tiger. As for Ji Zuyu, she was always peaceful and easy to comfort even if she had a small mood swing, so the two were not a concern. However, the other heroines who didn't know about Gu Junqing's many lovers would require much more energy to manage. Gu Junqing pondered for a moment, deciding that his large ship was unlikely to capsize. The fish in his pond shouldn't be fighting each other either. Thinking of this, Gu Junqing felt relieved. After all, he had raised the affection levels of almost every heroine and supporting character to a very high point, with several already at maximum capacity. Naturally, they wouldn't just abandon him over these trivialities. He would handle them one by one, and if push came to shove, he would simply deny everything. If someone pressed him, he would just claim it was all publicity for his female artists. I am so clever, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Feeling satisfied, He planned to head back to the Gu residence, assuming Gu Junqing had seen yesterday's news and wanted to have a chat. A figure in black watched Gu Junqing leave before turning toward the building where So Andran was staying. An uninvited guest had arrived outside the building. The figure stayed hidden in the shadows, easily bypassing the surveillance cameras, and no one realized an intruder had entered the building. After a few quick leaps, the intruder stood outside So Andran's room, eyes narrowing. The intruder pulled out a lockpicking tool, making a faint rustling sound, until a click was heard moments later. These locks in the Xia Kingdom are actually quite difficult to pick, the person in black muttered. So Andran was fast asleep and heard absolutely nothing. She could never have imagined that her security lock would be breached in less than a minute. The figure moved lightly without making a sound, and with no lights on in the living room, the intruder's camouflage in the shadows was almost miraculous. It would have been impossible to hide like that without specialized training. Just as the intruder was about to twist the doorknob to So Andran's bedroom, an arm reached out from the shadows and easily grabbed the intruder's hand. Don't disturb the person inside while they are sleeping. A figure emerged from the darkness, breathtakingly handsome, his eyes burning bright even in the night. He flashed his signature smile, and it was none other than Gu Junqing, who had returned without the intruder even noticing. I heard from my subordinates that Miss Hepburn was missing, so I guessed you would come here. Gu Junqing smiled at the intruder. He didn't even need to guess to know that the masked person was Hepburn. After all, the proud figure revealed by the tight black suit and the agile movements that evaded the cameras could only belong to her. While his master, Ji Zuyu, possessed such skills, she would likely be too lazy to hide. His senior sister, Chen Lingyu, had similar skills, but being the brute she was, she would have just charged straight to So Andran. After analyzing it like this, only Hepburn fit the profile. Let's go, we shouldn't disturb the person sleeping. Gu Junqing took Hepburn's hand and led her out. Knowing she couldn't succeed, Hepburn obediently followed him. Tell me, why did you suddenly come here? Gu Junqing maintained a calm and collected expression, as if he had anticipated Hepburn's arrival all along. In reality, he was quite panicked, as this was absolutely insane. Although she was truly buxom, it was rare to see a woman who was this aggressive. Where else had he seen a woman so fierce? She came to assassinate someone just because she was displeased, and that was something he couldn't handle. You are mine, but she says you are hers. I don't want you to be hers, you can only be mine. Hepburn huffed, her beautiful eyes fixed on Gu Junqing with an intense sense of possessiveness. Was the possessiveness of foreign women really this intense? Wasn't he told that foreign women were very open and often cheated on their husbands? Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Sure enough, women from the Xia Kingdom were better, being gentle and easy to handle. But you cannot come here to assassinate her. After all, you are both my women. Gu Junqing frowned, intending to show some patriarchal authority. If he didn't show some presence, this girl would think she could turn the world upside down. I did not intend to kill her. Hepburn shook her head and retorted. No? Then what is this? Gu Junqing's hand skillfully swept over Hepburn, and a small, exquisite, and razor-sharp blade appeared in his hand. If you weren't going to kill her, why bring a knife? Gu Junqing felt like giving Hepburn a hard spanking. In fact, that was exactly what he did. Smack. Hepburn's bottom, wrapped in a tight black suit, possessed not only a tempting curve, but also amazing elasticity, and Gu Junqing could easily feel the sensation on his hand. I only wanted to threaten her so she would stop getting close to you. That strike made Hepburn feel somewhat wronged. However, she was stubborn and just turned her head away, refusing to look at Gu Junqing. It was as if that would stop the tears from falling. Why did relationships have to be so torturous, making a cold-blooded female mercenary feel waves of emotional fluctuations? What is happening to me? Hepburn thought, feeling confused as she sensed tears in her eyes. Chapter 358. Hepburn felt a sense of confusion as she processed her own internal changes. A mix of inexplicable grievance, hesitation, and tears washed over her. For those close female friends whose affection for Gu Junqing had peaked, his every move held significant weight. Hepburn believed that Gu Junqing had struck her specifically because of So Andran. Naturally, this left her feeling deeply hurt. However, Gu Junqing's true intention was to temper Hepburn's volatile nature, as resorting to blades at every turn was far too dangerous. I did not mean to hit you, but you need to change your temperament, he said. Gu Junqing massaged his temples before wrapping his arms around Hepburn's slim waist, offering comfort in a soft, gentle tone. Hepburn turned her head away, her temper flaring as she chose to ignore him. She felt that Gu Junqing was truly detestable, as there was not a single word of truth in his mouth. It was too late to coddle her now. Despite these thoughts, she could not bear to leave his embrace, craving the warmth he provided. Stop being angry, you will not look pretty if you keep pouting, Gu Junqing whispered while pulling her waist closer. Seeing that Hepburn was now resting quietly in his arms without resistance, he let out a sigh of relief. How did you meet her? Hepburn asked. Hepburn sighed, resigning herself to the fact that she could not leave Gu Junqing. What else could she do but forgive him? Actually, Andran is just like you, a lonely soul, he replied. Gu Junqing's eyes were filled with sentiment and regret as his deep, gravelly voice slowly narrated So Andran's story. He strove to paint So Andran as a tragic figure to awaken Hepburn's sympathy. Once, for various reasons, her landlord threw her out of her home in the middle of a cold winter. You know the little match girl, right? She was just as pitiful, hoping for a ray of light to shine into her cold, dark life. I helped her by chance, and ever since then, she has idolized me to the point of vowing never to marry another. You know me? I cannot stand to see women hurt in front of me, and who does not know my reputation as a charitable man? Gu Junqing told the story as movingly as he could. He portrayed himself as innocent and passive, claiming he only agreed because Su Anran was so pathetic that he could not bear to see her suffer. Finishing his tale, he shook his head as if lamenting his own benevolence. The goal was to ensure Hepburn would stop thinking about threatening Su Anran. "Trust me, you are very important to me, and that will not change because of anyone else," he insisted. Gu Junqing stroked her cheek, sliding a finger down to her chin to lift it and meet her gaze. He pulled her closer with his other arm and kissed her. Hepburn's beautiful eyes fluttered, and she chose to believe his words. She closed her eyes obediently, tilting her chin up to meet his kiss. Later, at Hepburn's strong insistence, a cash-strapped Gu Junqing had to pull the car over to a secluded spot. He squeezed out every last bit of energy for her, like toothpaste from a tube, and was now completely exhausted. Gu Junqing leaned against the wall as he made his way back to the Gu residence, his lips trembling and dark circles under his eyes. He looked like someone suffering from years of kidney deficiency. There was no help for it, having battled Su Anran for a full day and night before engaging in a wild affair with the stamina-filled mercenary Hepburn. Were he not young and resilient, he would have been force-feeding himself goji berries and ginseng daily. "Tisk, tisk, young people need to take better care of their bodies," his father, Gu Junqing, remarked while sitting in the center of the hall, observing his son's condition. "You do not seem to be doing much better yourself. Maybe you should add more goji berries to your tea," Gu Junqing retorted, gesturing to his father's receding hairline and a herbal tonic on the table. "That is your fault, you little brat, never showing your face while I come home exhausted every day, and your mother is constantly nagging me. What choice do I have? And here I thought you were off doing something important, but it turns out you were just running around playing with your wife," Gu Junqing said with a straight face, feeling embarrassed by his son's teasing. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow, thinking that just because he was exhausted did not mean he could not speak the truth. "However, don't you have a few too many women right now? With your abilities, you should be doing something more worthwhile," Gu Junqing suggested delicately. He might as well have pointed a finger at his son's nose and told him to get back here and help manage the family business. "Damn it. Dad, I know what you mean," Gu Junqing said, leaning back into the soft, comfortable sofa. "You want to say I am a lecher, but I only do this so I will not fall behind in the future trends. Also, I do not deny that I am lecherous, as everyone loves beautiful women. Do you mean to say you do not like beautiful women, Dad?" That made sense, but was he not liking a few too many? Gu Junqing wanted to snap back, but he decided against it to avoid ruining the atmosphere of fatherly love and filial piety. "While your reasoning is a bit twisted, it does have a point," Gu Junqing sighed. "After all, what man does not love a beautiful woman, unless he prefers the company of men? Tell me, Dad, what kind of women did you like back in the day?" Gu Junqing asked with curiosity. He knew very little about his father's past. "Much like you, I liked women who were beautiful and caught my eye. You have no idea how beautiful my first love was, and we grew up as childhood sweethearts." Hearing Gu Junqing's question, Gu Junqing's eyes grew nostalgic, lamenting how time waits for no man. Back at Gu Junqing's age, he was also a dashing, handsome man who captivated countless young women. Though, admittedly, he was just a little bit inferior to Gu Junqing. Gu Junqing looked at Gu Junqing's face and nodded affirmatively, confirming that it was only by a tiny margin. "Oh, was it love at first sight, Dad?" Gu Junqing asked, genuinely interested in the glory days of his father's generation. "There is no such thing as love at first sight, as all of it is just lust at first sight," Gu Junqing replied, shooting a glance at Gu Junqing. "Look at you talking, you do not seem like a righteous man yourself," Gu Junqing muttered to himself. "So, where is your first love now? Are you still in contact?" "Of course. We went to the same university, walked down the aisle, and had a child." "That is right, she is your mother." Gu Junqing's expression stiffened. So, Gu Junqing and Xie Ying were childhood sweethearts, who had a smooth journey from university to marriage. No wonder Gu Junqing wanted to lecture him about his philandering ways. Chapter 359. Do you want to hear the specific story of how your mother and I fell in love? Gu Junqing wore a look of nostalgia. Gu Junqing nodded. Since he was in a period of recuperation, listening to gossip sounded like a perfect way to pass the time. Once, in a middle school, there was a school bully who ran rampant. He loved to tease others, but because of his status, everyone who saw him was terrified, and even the teachers were afraid of him. Gu Junqing was surprised. He hadn't expected the now balding Gu Junqing to have such a history. It was hard to believe he had been a bully, but given the Gu family status, it was certainly possible. Later, he met a transfer student who had just arrived, and they became desk mates. He immediately became interested and wanted to tease that student because he thought it would be fun. "Have you watched Teasing Master Takagi-san?" The way he teased was just like that, Gu Junqing added as a clarification. Gu Junqing gave him a strange look. It was the first time he realized his father watched anime. However, when boys meet girls they like, they often tease them to get their attention, and it was truly a classic memory of youth. Gu Junqing, missing his son's expression, continued with his story. The transfer student, being in a strange place, was already anxious. Being teased like that, naturally, she did not like the bully very much. But one day, the transfer student was bullied by someone else. The bully was furious and beat the culprit up so badly their parents had to be called. It was because of this that the two began to face their feelings and fell for each other. Gu Junqing seemed deeply nostalgic for those days. His voice lacked the usual authority of a Gu family head. He actually won Mom's heart by playing the hero? Gu Junqing wanted to give him a thumbs up. Later on, the bully's grades weren't great. The transfer student kept urging him to study hard, despite his family wealth. Through their interactions while studying, their affection for each other grew. They kept studying, dated in secret, got married after university, took over the family business, and then had a child. Gu Junqing was moved by their love story. If this story were turned into a novel, it would be sweet enough to give people cavities. Dad, you were quite something when you were young. Playing the bully and falling in love, you did it all. Gu Junqing glanced at Gu Junqing's current appearance and felt he had lost all his former charisma. What are you talking about? Gu Junqing lit a cigarette and blew out a smoke ring. His expression grew world-weary, taking on the air of a middle-aged man who had seen it all. It was your mother who was the school bully. The atmosphere between them froze for a moment, and both felt a bit awkward. Was Mom really that, well, cool when she was young? Gu Junqing struggled to reconcile the image of a school bully with the delicate, womanly image of Xie Ying. You have no idea. Your mother was so mischievous back then. She used every wild trick in the book on me. Gu Junqing suddenly became animated, seemingly venting long-held frustrations. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Anyway, I got my revenge after we became a married couple. Gu Junqing calmed down, lost in thought, a faint smile playing on his lips. It made one feel that this revenge was definitely not appropriate. I transferred to school in the capital from Lodu. At the time, the Gu family's influence wasn't as vast as it is today, so not many people knew me. Your mother became the school bully because the Xia family was incredibly powerful. Plus, your uncles doted on her. She could practically walk anywhere in the capital, let alone inside a noble school. You have no idea how fierce your mother was. You can probably tell even now, since she won't even let me smoke. After saying this, Gu Junqing expertly stubbed out his cigarette and threw it in the trash, planning to have the old butler clean it up. He then picked up a glass of water to rinse his mouth until all trace of smoke was gone. The entire procedure was smooth and practiced, and the hidden sorrow in it was enough to make Gu Junqing tear up. The head of a major family was actually so afraid of his wife. What exactly does marriage bring to men? Luckily, my girlfriends aren't that fierce, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. He glanced at a petite figure behind Gu Junqing and revealed a knowing smile. Where is Mom? Gu Junqing asked, wearing a faint smile, seemingly hinting at something. Your mother went to bed ages ago. Otherwise, do you think I would dare to smoke or talk bad about her? Gu Junqing said matter-of-factly. Seeing Gu Junqing lying comfortably on the sofa, Gu Junqing followed suit. He sank back into the sofa, draped his arms over the back, and tilted his head only to lock eyes with a pair of familiar eyes behind him. The two stared at each other, and Gu Junqing blinked awkwardly. Wife, when did you come downstairs? I came down while you were telling our son our love story. Xie Ying blinked playfully, her beautiful face lit with a smile. Am I very fierce? She asked, radiating killing intent. Wife, how could you be fierce? You must have misheard. This was definitely something your son said, right? Gu Junqing winked at Gu Junqing, as if pleading for him to save his father. But there was no way Gu Junqing would take the blame. Besides, Xie Ying had been there the whole time. Did she look deaf to him? Let's go, get in the room. Xie Ying pursed her lips toward the direction of their room. He. Gu Junqing gave a bitter laugh. Are you taking me for a beast of burden? He hadn't even finished his tonic soup yet. Even a donkey on a production team wouldn't be worked this hard. Don't make me use force. Walk, come into the room with me. Xie Ying pointed at the room with murderous intent, clearly implying there would be consequences if he didn't comply. Wait, Gu Junqing suddenly said. Gu Junqing and Xie Ying both looked over at him. Gu Junqing's eyes carried a plea for help, while Xie Ying's held a threat. Finish the soup first. Gu Junqing pointed to the tonic soup in front of Gu Junqing and smiled. You really are a filial son. Gu Junqing scolded his son for not helping him out. Xie Ying raised an eyebrow, stepped forward, and downed the soup in one go. Now, can we go in? Having finished the tonic, Xie Ying nodded in satisfaction. She felt a surge of energy, and she looked at Gu Junqing like a starving wolf with glowing green eyes. In the end, Gu Junqing was dragged away into the room in despair right in front of Gu Junqing. Chapter 360. Gu Junqing walked back into his house under the cover of night. He immediately saw Lin Qingzu sitting on the large sofa, watching television. Her dark, intricate hair was tied up in a small bun, with a few stray strands framing her face. She looked exceptionally delicate in her white lace nightdress, her waist slim enough to be encircled by a hand. Her youthful face was already blossoming like a flower bud, hinting at the extraordinary beauty she would soon possess. If she looked this stunning now, one could only imagine how dangerous she would be once she fully matured. Still awake? Gu Junqing asked, puzzled to see her still watching the screen. Lin Qingzu usually prized her beauty sleep, and retired early. Just watching some TV, Brother Junqing. Seeing him return, she jumped up to grab his hand and pulled him down to sit beside her. If I don't watch TV, how will I deal with the little vixens around you later? She was watching Legend of Zhen Huan with great interest, mimicking the concubines' acting and palace intrigue skills. She studied their methods of causing unexpected pregnancies and framing rivals with absolute dedication. After all, with as many women as Gu Junqing attracted, she knew she would eventually need these tricks. She reasoned this to herself. So you see, having a sister like me is useful. Once I master this, I'll help you handle those other women properly. I've got this. She blinked her mischievous eyes, offering a sincere promise. Gu Junqing looked at her with a complicated expression. This television show was poison for the mind. He finally understood why parents, in his past life, wanted to ban certain games and anime. This is the modern world. You don't need to learn these things. He reached out and forcefully turned off the television. Who says? At least their acting skills and ability to use innuendo are worth learning. She pouted, clearly unsatisfied. Then let me teach you something more useful. Dealing with mature women might take some effort, but handling this budding little flower was easy. Gu Junqing scooped her up, leaving her no choice but to wrap her body around him like a sloth. She buried her head firmly into his chest, not daring to look up. She knew her cherry-red lips were going to be sore and dislocated by tomorrow. Even though this skill was crucial for pleasing a man, the physical toll was real. The next morning, just as the sky began to brighten, Gu Junqing walked out of the bedroom. A night had passed, and the energy had returned in full. Being young meant having the stamina to endure. He took a moment to visit the main house for breakfast. Seeing Gu Junqing walking out while clutching the wall, Gu Junqing felt a pang of sympathy. Heroes truly struggle to pass the trials set by beauties, just as the ancients said. Even the head of the Gu family, a man who held immense power in Luodu, could not overcome such temptations. After finishing his meal, Gu Junqing checked his schedule. He was supposed to act as Ye Qingxian's personal secretary today. He waved a hand, ordering Qiju to prepare the car, and headed toward her company. Young master, do you think phone numbers repeat given how many people are in the Xia kingdom? Qiju asked, making small talk during the ride. What makes you say that? Gu Junqing looked up from his documents. I called my girlfriend before bed last night, and a man answered. I checked the number several times, and it was correct. He told me it must be a duplicate number. The atmosphere inside the car turned strange. The driver cast a weird look at Qiju in the passenger seat, and Gu Junqing's hand froze for a split second. I'll give you a few days off to spend with your girlfriend. I'll add a bonus of 100,000 to your salary. Go buy some hats, eat plenty of green vegetables, and take good care of yourself. Gu Junqing patted Qiju's shoulder encouragingly. Thank you, young master. Qiju flashed a naive smile. He was moved, suddenly feeling that his boss had changed, and was treating him much better. Upon arriving at Ye Qingxian's company, Gu Junqing went upstairs, only to find she was not in her office. Young master, Secretary Gu, President Ye is still negotiating a business deal. A junior secretary spoke up as soon as she saw him. She had been assigned by Gu Junqing to act as Ye Qingxian's assistant when he was away. Which company is she negotiating with? He asked, confused because he hadn't heard anything about it. I heard it's the general manager of the Fang Group. Their group recently received a large sum of money, and apparently, the Wang family stopped suppressing them. So she's contacting companies everywhere to do business. The assistant relayed everything she had overheard. Fine, go back to your work. Gu Junqing nodded and dismissed her. He headed toward the conference room, guessing that the person visiting Ye Qingxian was almost certainly Fang Ruoxue. It seems my sister-in-law has been reinstated to her position, and she is truly diligent, immediately looking for cooperation. As for Wang Teng, he certainly values her. The moment he returned to the Wang family, he provided all sorts of support to the Fang family, without revealing his identity. It really is a classic son-in-law story. A trace of a smile flickered in Gu Junqing's eyes. In his past life, he had read many such stories, where the male protagonist possessed outstanding talent and status, but played the part of a lowly servant, letting his wife's family look down on him, until they realized the truth far too late. The satisfaction of the later reveal was always worth the earlier suffering. Inside the conference room, the two business queens of Luodu, Fang Ruoxue and Ye Qingxian, were engaged in a spirited discussion. Women, especially successful ones, never wanted to be outdone by another, which was only natural. Almost every woman Gu Junqing had pursued possessed genuine talent. Even Mirong Wan, who was still in school, was a top-tier student in all of Luodu. The two business queens were even more exceptional. Their words were sharp, and neither was willing to concede, as they probed for each other's weaknesses. They were both striving to maximize the benefits for their respective companies. President Fang, you are the one seeking a partnership with us, Ye Qingxian said, her expression indifferent and her gaze icy. Exactly, which is why we are willing to let your company take a large share of the profits, Fang Ruoxue retorted, refusing to be outdone. Between the two of them, one cold and one detached, sparks were literally flying. Chapter 361. Fang Ruoxue and Ye Qingxian are both famous goddesses in Luodu. They possess not only stunning beauty and figures, but also top-tier business acumen, rivaling, or even exceeding many men. They are true powerhouses, standing tall among their peers. The atmosphere between them was tense as they faced off. However, Fang Ruoxue was clearly at a disadvantage. She was not only there to seek a partnership, but Ye Qingxian was backed by the powerful Ye family, one of the four major clans. Meanwhile, the Fang family could not even hold their own against the crumbling Wang family. President Fang, fresh from being sanctioned by the Wang family, are you now looking to drag the Ye family into the mess? Ye Qingxian watched her with cold, indifferent eyes, exuding composure. Negotiation is all about dismantling an opponent's psychological defenses from every angle to maximize profit. Fang Ruoxue offered a stiff, forced smile, knowing she had been hit where it hurt. The Wang family's sanctions had already pushed her to the brink. It was baffling why they suddenly stopped, and even provided some help. But the Ye family was different. they did not have to face a major enemy like the Gu family. If they focused on suppressing her, the Fang family would not stand a chance. But the Ye family does not need to waste so much energy suppressing us for such a meager profit, does it? Outmatched, Fang Ruoxue had to tread carefully. I will not use the Ye family's power to bully you, but if you want this partnership, you will have to give up another 20% of the profits. Ye Qingxian felt that relying solely on her family's status to crush her rival was a cheap victory. Beautiful, capable women always harbored a sense of competition. As top businesswomen in Luodu, they naturally wanted to outdo one another. Why start the meeting without your secretary? Gu Junqing strolled into the conference room, unfazed, and saw that the person negotiating with Ye Qingxian was, indeed, his sister-in-law. Is this how a secretary behaves? Ye Qingxian scolded him, though her eyes betrayed a smile. She was clearly thrilled by his arrival. Why are you here? Fang Ruoxue blinked, surprised to see him walk in. You two know each other. Ye Qingxian narrowed her frosty eyes, looking between them with suspicion. Of course we do, she is my sister-in-law. Gu Junqing took a seat in the empty chair between them. He realized both women were staring straight at him. Why did you stop talking? Why are you looking at me? Gu Junqing spread his hands in a helpless gesture. Forget it, they said in unison, glancing at each other before turning their attention back to Gu Junqing. They felt that once Gu Junqing entered, discussing business felt utterly dull. Sister-in-law, I never heard you had an older brother. Ye Qingxian closed the file on the table, her eyes filled with curiosity. Ahem, I adopted a brother recently. You do not know him, so a young lady should not worry about men's business. Gu Junqing cleared his throat, having no intention of introducing the protagonist to Ye Qingxian. Wang Tang did not belong to their social circle, so Ye Qingxian would not know him. Do not lie to me. Ye Qingxian locked eyes with him, silently questioning his story. When have I ever lied to anyone? Do not smear my good name. Gu Junqing glared back. Ahem. Ignored, Fang Ruoxue coughed, feeling like a third wheel. Little did she know, she was also fish in Gu Junqing's pond. Junqing, Fang Ruoxue whispered. In front of Ye Qingxian, she felt too shy to call him her brother-in-law, so she used his name instead. What is it, sister-in-law? Gu Junqing turned and smiled at her. Aren't you the young master of the Gu family? Why are you working as an assistant for President Ye? Fang Ruoxue asked, puzzled. It was unbelievable that a legitimate heir to the Gu family would work as a male secretary. The family is having a hard time, so I had to come out and pick up odd jobs to earn money for the new year, Gu Junqing said, maintaining a straight face while spouting nonsense. Although I once said I would never work, life forces your hand, and I am a man who lacks affection. Before he could finish, both women kicked him under the table. Be serious. The two beautiful CEOs spoke in unison. Actually, I am here to win the heart of the CEO, but it seems there is a long road ahead. Gu Junqing sighed. I told you to be serious. The two women scolded him again. Ye Qingxian looked bashful, a rosy flush spreading across her face, her heart racing like a deer. Gu Junqing muttered to himself, realizing they would not listen to lies or the truth. However, the tension between the two women had evaporated. President Fang, I apologize for my earlier bluntness. Let us proceed with the partnership based on your proposal. After seeing the connection between Fang Ruoxue and Gu Junqing, Ye Qingxian reconsidered. The original contract favored her, but she wanted to challenge Fang Ruoxue and test her skills. She was satisfied with the result. Fang Ruoxue was the only female CEO in Luodu capable of clashing with her. As for that little girl from the Li family, Li Zixiu, she was too young to be taken seriously. Only the person beside that girl, Yu Jinlian, deserved her attention. Thank you, President Ye. Fang Ruoxue was delighted. This partnership would elevate her status, bringing the Fang family closer to a resurgence. And thank you, Junqing. Her eyes were full of gratitude. She knew Gu Junqing's presence was the key factor. Without him, she never would have secured this order so smoothly. Ding. The host has gained the gratitude of the heroine Fang Ruoxue. Protagonist Wang Tang's luck value decreases by 100, and the host's luck value increases by 100. Ding. The host has changed the plot. Reward, 2,000 villain points. Why thank me? It was the right thing to do. Gu Junqing waved his hand, pretending he had not done anything special. This confirmed a suspicion in Fang Ruoxue's heart, and for some reason, she felt a subtle joy. President Ye, I wish us a pleasant partnership. I will take my leave. With a smile, Fang Ruoxue extended her fair hand toward Ye Qingxian. Pleasant partnership. Ye Qingxian moved to shake her hand, but Gu Junqing intercepted her, grabbing Fang Ruoxue's hand first. Do not thank her, I will see you out. So smooth, Gu Junqing muttered as he felt the soft skin in his hand. Fang Ruoxue flushed a deep crimson and quickly pulled her hand away before leaving. Ye Qingxian was furious, silently vowing to teach Gu Junqing a lesson. Chapter 362. Gu Junqing and Fang Ruoxue walked down the street. Fang Ruoxue looked hesitant, but she decided to ask the question that had been weighing on her mind. Junqing, tell me the truth. The Wang family stopped their sanctions against us, and the Fang family received a massive, anonymous cash infusion. Was it you who helped us? Fang Ruoxue stopped in her tracks, her beautiful eyes fixed on Gu Junqing with intense sincerity. She had only received the news yesterday that the Wang family had voluntarily lifted their sanctions against the Fang family. They had also received a massive, mysterious sum of money. The note attached demanded that Fang Ruoxue be reinstated, threatening to destroy the Fang family if she was not satisfied. Consequently, her father, Chairman Fang, had immediately reinstated her to her original position. Why would you think it was me, sister-in-law? Gu Junqing feigned surprise. It is too much of a coincidence. Ever since I met you, the Fang family's fortunes have turned around, and we even have opportunities to grow further. This happened right after I poured my heart out to you. She lowered her head, afraid to look at him, and felt a pang of regret. Recalling how she had thrown herself into his arms that day to weep, she felt unsettled. Shame and regret tangled together in her heart. She voiced all her suspicions, becoming more convinced with every word that Gu Junqing was the one behind it. After all, among everyone she knew, only Gu Junqing had the capability to pull this off. Sister-in-law, it really was not me. Besides, isn't this for the best? The Fang family's crisis is over, and you are back where you belong. Gu Junqing denied it with a smile. The more he denied it, the more convinced she became. But doing this, won't your family have objections? Will it negatively impact you? Fang Ruoxue asked with concern. Gu Junqing was only the eldest son, not the head of the family. She worried that going to such lengths for the Fang family might cause him trouble. You are the one assuming this. I never said a word, so I am not lying, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. He kept a perfectly straight face. It is fine, sister-in-law. A small matter like this does not threaten my standing. Gu Junqing feigned a slip of the tongue, showing a perfectly calculated hint of annoyance on his face. My acting is improving. Pulling off such a complex expression so naturally, I am truly impressive, he thought to himself. It really was you who helped me behind the scenes. Fang Ruoxue's expression grew complex, and she felt overwhelmed. She did not know how she could ever repay him. I did not say anything. Brother, it is not that I want to take credit, she is just overthinking things on her own, he thought. Sister-in-law, it really was not me, Gu Junqing said, making a final, desperate attempt at denial. Why must you keep denying it? Fang Ruoxue was confused. It was obvious, so why did he feel the need to hide it? Because if I admit it, you will still see yourself as my sister-in-law. If I confirm it, you might push me away, Gu Junqing said softly, lowering his gaze to appear sad and hurt. Why would I ever push you away? Fang Ruoxue asked, puzzled. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her mind began to race. Could it be that Gu Junqing liked her? But because she was his sister-in-law, he could only help her from the shadows. Was he afraid she would reject him if she knew? Or perhaps he feared Wang Tang would misunderstand? A storm of thoughts raged in her mind, and a shocking answer slowly surfaced. But we have only met a few times. Fang Ruoxue looked hesitant, feeling flustered by her own speculation. Sister-in-law, have you ever heard of love at first sight? Gu Junqing asked, suddenly looking extremely serious. Love at first sight. Fang Ruoxue suddenly recalled the first time she met Gu Junqing at a party hosted by his family. Back then, he not only helped her out of an awkward situation, but also considerately guided her on what she should and should not do. He even laughed off Wang Tang's foolish behavior without holding a grudge. Was it all for her sake? Fang Ruoxue felt a sudden sense of daze. Ding. Host has stirred the heart of the female lead, Fang Ruoxue, rewarding 2,000 villain points. Sister-in-law, I hate that I was not born a few years earlier. If I had been, I could have met you before my brother did. Deep feelings arise upon meeting, yet I regret that we did not meet sooner. I have known thousands of people, yet none compare to you, Gu Junqing said, his voice laced with bitterness. I apologize, sister-in-law. I am rambling again. Please do not be angry. Goodbye, your car has arrived. Deep feelings arise upon meeting, yet I regret that we did not meet sooner. Fang Ruoxue murmured his words to herself, standing frozen in place. For some reason, she had so much she wanted to say. Taking advantage of her daze, Gu Junqing ushered her into the car before she could snap out of it. At this moment, her own imagination was more powerful than anything he could say. After seeing her off, Gu Junqing let out a long breath. A smile spread across his face. He did not know why, but deceiving sister-in-law Fang Ruoxue felt uniquely thrilling, like stealing a married woman. I never expected that I would possess the aura of a grand villain, he thought with a sigh. Brother, stop acting the fool. If you do not reveal your true identity soon, it will be too late, Gu Junqing reminded Wang Tang in his thoughts. Upon returning to Ye Qingxian's office, he found she was not at her desk. Sensing her presence, he realized she was in the lounge of the CEO's office. Director Ye, if you do not get back to work, your father will force you home to inherit the family billions. Gu Junqing walked leisurely toward the lounge and opened the door. Hiss. Ye Qingxian wore a black professional suit. Her delicate, pale, oval face was framed by long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders. Her cold, piercing eyes had a sharp, hooked shape, creating a dual sense of icy detachment and fiery allure. The form-fitting suit highlighted her perfect curves, drawing immediate attention to her bust. Her black skirt, paired with silky black stockings and slender high heels, accentuated her long, shapely legs, blending professional efficiency with stunning beauty. Click, 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 click. The crisp, resonant sound of her heels echoed as she walked slowly toward Gu Junqing. You temptress, Gu Junqing whispered to himself. Ye Qingxian was cold and ruthless in the business world, her gaze alone enough to send shivers down one's spine. Yet, dressed in such provocative attire, she was utterly captivating. To Gu Junqing, she felt like a walking contradiction of fire and ice. Chapter 363. Seeing Ye Qingxian being so alluring, Gu Junqing felt a slight sense of vigilance. His mother always told him that a boy must protect himself when away from home. Ye Qingxian was never one to wake up early without a profit, so how could she possibly dress like this just for him to see? What do you want? Do not come any closer, my martial arts skills are very high. Gu Junqing made a gesture for her to stop. However, the sound of her footsteps did not stop. It felt like she was walking right on his heart, making it itch with desire. He had told her not to come over, yet she dared to continue approaching, and how could he endure that? Gu Junqing certainly could not. He took a step forward and hoisted Ye Qingxian directly onto his shoulder. Ah, what are you doing? Ye Qingxian shrieked in surprise. She had only wanted to tease Gu Junqing, having no idea he would react so strongly. Gu Junqing was not about to let her off that easily. He had told her not to come over, yet she insisted, and disobedient children deserved a whipping. Did she not know that he had absolutely no resistance against blackstockings? Gu Junqing tossed Ye Qingxian onto the small bed in the lounge. He pinned her hands on either side of her face and used his own legs to pin hers down. As for the rest of her fair and delicate body, he had to use his remaining leg to restrain her. In the end, Ye Qingxian found herself completely locked down by Gu Junqing and unable to move. Her clothes were somewhat disheveled from the struggle. An intoxicating blush appeared on her stunningly beautiful face, adding a touch of charm to her typically cold demeanor. Can we talk properly now? Gu Junqing asked with a slow smile, raising an eyebrow. Realizing she could not overpower him, Ye Qingxian nodded in a flustered manner. Tell me, what do you need from me? Gu Junqing spoke with interest, not letting go of her arms, and continuing to press against her smooth skin. He wondered what she could possibly need that required such seductive attire. If he were not known as the gentleman Gu, and possessed such gentlemanly demeanor, he might have truly taken her right then and there. It is all because of my father, that old man Ye Hongbo. A look of indignation suddenly appeared on Ye Qingxian's face. Actually, Yu Feng was also arranged by him. He just wants to introduce men to me, and does not want you staying by my side. After she finished speaking, she rolled her eyes at Gu Junqing and let out a cold snort. Humph, that is because you humiliated me back then. It enraged him, and he swore that if he ever married his daughter to you, he would rather step down as the head of the family. Ye Qingxian let out a sigh. Then what does that have to do with what you are asking of me? Surely you do not expect me to apologize. Gu Junqing said with amusement. Do you not think you should apologize? Ye Qingxian glared at him, a cold aura radiating from her. Have you ever heard the saying that kings never admit mistakes, they only correct them? Hey, do not bite. Ye Qingxian wanted to retort, but Gu Junqing suddenly leaned over and bit her ear, causing her to shiver and gasp out loud. Fine, if you will not apologize, then do not. Ye Qingxian said with a hint of grievance, her icy eyes losing their intensity. I do not believe this is your only request. You must have some other secret you have not told me. Her acting was still very clumsy, and Gu Junqing could tell at a glance that she was feigning cuteness. Ye Qingxian was capable of taking so many artistic photos, so she was no small fry in the ocean. It was impossible that she would surrender just because Gu Junqing bit her. Fine, I will tell you everything. It turns out my father invited someone else, and plans to introduce him to me, claiming his character and demeanor are 10 times yours. Ye Qingxian said with discouragement. 10 times? Gu Junqing said with interest. Do not believe his words. Last time, he said Yu Feng was 5 times better than you. So I am a unit of measurement now. Gu Junqing could now feel a bit of Ye Hongbo's dislike for him. Ye Qingxian was also helpless about her father using Gu Junqing as a metric. However, if this person could truly surpass Yu Feng, then he was likely another protagonist. Gu Junqing narrowed his eyes. These heroines were indeed like sweet treats, and male leads seemed to pop up one after another. It was likely that only when Gu Junqing became invincible across the universe, with no rivals in all directions, or even transcended the universe to reach an immeasurable realm, and achieve true invincibility, could he rest easy. What can be done? It is because you were blind, and my heart is already so broad. After speaking, Ye Qingxian felt indignant herself, as she had never felt inferior to any other girl back then. Yet, Gu Junqing rejected her using some girl as an excuse, and even compared her to a toad. For her to be able to forgive him now was a great act of mercy, and she was truly broad-minded. Gu Junqing glanced down and muttered to himself, it is indeed quite broad. I wonder if it can hold a hot dog. What are you muttering about again? Ye Qingxian noticed Gu Junqing looking down and glared at him with angry eyes. Nothing. So, all that talk and acting earlier was really to get me to help you deal with the person your father introduced. Gu Junqing coughed to skip the topic. As for whether it could hold it, was that even a question? In the future, he would naturally be able to prove with practice whether he could traverse that valley. That is right. Just tell me if you agree or not. If you do not, I will just accept his arrangement, and make you regret it. Ye Qingxian turned her head, giving Gu Junqing a profile view. She wanted to turn her back to him too, but unfortunately, she could not break free from his restraints. You know my nature. If you want me to do something, do you not think you need to pay a price? Gu Junqing adopted a leisurely attitude, intending to negotiate properly with Ye Qingxian. Anyway, she did not know that if that man were truly a protagonist, Gu Junqing would inevitably clash with him. She did not need to pay any price at all, but unfortunately, she knew nothing of this. If you can get my father to agree to stop finding husbands for me, I can agree to do 3 things for you. Ye Qingxian gritted her teeth and said, anything, anything. Chapter 364. But you can't be perverted, Ye Qingxian added, noticing the mischievous glint in Gu Junqing's eyes. Can't be perverted? Then I won't help you. Goodbye, I'm off the clock. Despite his words, Gu Junqing didn't let her go, keeping his weight pressed against her as he waited for her explanation. You, humph. Well, I'm just a weak woman, so if you force yourself on me, I can't resist, right? She blinked her beautiful eyes, softening her icy expression into something more playful and spirited. All right, get up. Don't poke me with your weapon. What do you have in your pocket? It's really uncomfortable. She squirmed in an attempt to get up, feeling extremely insecure being pinned down like this by Gu Junqing. That's not a weapon. It's actually a great treasure. Ye Qingxian realized what he meant, her face flushing as red as the evening sunset with shyness. Gu Junqing released her hands and sat on the edge of the bed, pulling her onto his lap. To him, her weight was no different from a doll. When boys are young, they like electronic toys, while girls like dolls. As they grow up, boys start liking dolls, and girls start liking electronic toys. Ye Qingxian smoothed her messy hair and rolled her eyes at him. There were countless admirers in Luodu, yet Gu Junqing treated her like a toy, tossing her around without any consideration. Little did she know, when things got serious in bed, Gu Junqing could come up with even more shameful positions. So, can I ask for a favor in advance? Little white tiger. Gu Junqing stroked her black-stockinged leg while holding her waist to prevent her from escaping. Don't call me little white tiger. Annoyed by his unique nickname, she punched him in the chest. Is this the attitude you have when asking for a favor? You won't even let me use a nickname. But I'm not wrong. Aren't you a little white tiger? Gu Junqing teased with a smile. You're infuriating. She bit his neck, fierce as a female white tiger. Gu Junqing felt nothing more than a mosquito bite. Apparently, she couldn't penetrate his armor. Exhausted from the antics, Ye Qingxian panted slightly, resting her head on his shoulder. She exhaled a sweet, orchid-like scent, deciding to ignore the man, who always knew exactly how to push her buttons. Qingxian, do you know what I like about you the most? Gu Junqing pulled her into his embrace, tilting her chin up. What is it? Her interest was piqued. I love your eyes most of all. They are as icy and frosty as a mountain that has been frozen for 10,000 years, blooming like a solitary snow lotus high above. I love watching them slowly melt and take on my colors. I love that they are cold to everyone else, but bloom only for me. His voice was deep and magnetic as he traced her eyes, making her heart race. Don't think sweet talk will win me over. She turned her head, but her blushing face betrayed her feelings. Ye Qingxian was the quintessential cold beauty. Her stunning, ice-cold gaze was enough to make even seasoned business titans surrender, as if they had been frozen solid. Gu Junqing truly loved her eyes. If he were a pervert, he would probably say he wanted to dig them out and keep them as a treasure. Ahem. So, can we continue discussing the matter of using a favor as a deposit? Gu Junqing finally revealed his true intentions after flattering her. Making a woman happy always made it easier to ask for favors. No wonder you were flattering me. So this is what you were waiting for. She huffed, though her attitude had clearly softened. I was just afraid you'd run away. Everyone knows our CEO Ye is as cunning as a fox in the business world. What if I help you resolve your marriage worries and you back out? Pay the deposit first, or it's no deal. He teased. Do you think everyone is as unreliable as you, with not a word of truth in their mouth? She retorted. Why does everyone try to ruin my reputation? I am a man of my word. Gu Junqing replied, feeling aggrieved. Ye Qingxian couldn't help but laugh. She felt he had absolutely no self-awareness. Fine, I can agree to one thing. Tell me what it is. Seeing his insistence, she didn't refuse further. It's not a hard task. You just need to taste a little sweetness. I'm giving you a benefit. Gu Junqing answered with a straight face. Taste sweetness. Shouldn't you be the one tasting it? She was confused. I can't taste it, only you can. Not many people get to taste this kind of sweetness, he said with a serious expression. Well, that sounds great. I get a treat and I only have to do one less thing. She was happy, though she didn't truly believe him. She had expected him to ask for something embarrassing, given their history. It was usually things like changing into black stockings or kissing him so he could touch her legs. Could it really be that simple this time? Soon, Ye Qingxian realized it wasn't, as she noticed Gu Junqing had unbuckled his belt. Ah, what are you doing? She covered her eyes, though she peeked through her fingers. I promised to let you taste the sweetness. I never break my word. His voice carried a hint of amusement. I knew you had bad intentions. And you called it tasting sweetness. Be good. Open wide. I won't taste it, Those were her last audible words before something muffled the rest, leaving only incoherent whimpers. In the end, he did let her taste that sweetness, causing her to avoid seeing him for several days afterward. Consequently, every time she saw him after that, she would rush to rinse her mouth while glaring at him with gnashed teeth. Chapter 365. Twilight deepened as night descended upon the city. The bustling noise began to fade, though the nightlife for Luo City's youth was only just beginning, and the predators were already staking out the bars. Fang Ruoxue sat at home, lost in a daze. She replayed the words Gu Junqing had spoken to her. Deep affection blooms upon meeting. I only regret we did not meet sooner, Fang Ruoxue murmured to herself. Honey, what are you saying? Come and eat. Your father is already urging you. Wang Tang's voice called out from the dining room. I have told you before, don't call me dad. Call me Director Fang. Even a hired maid has more sense than you, came the sound of Director Fang grumbling in the background. I am coming, Fang Ruoxue replied indifferently before walking toward the dining table. Wang Tang had prepared a table full of food today, knowing that Fang Ruoxue had been reinstated to her position. Daughter, you must have met a benefactor. Not only is the family threat gone, but we have also received a large infusion of capital, Director Fang said, indulging in his drink with a satisfied expression. Beside him, Wang Tang smiled with restraint, feeling a sense of hidden accomplishment and secret satisfaction. Yes, I must have met a benefactor, Fang Ruoxue mumbled, appearing somewhat distracted. She stuck her chopsticks into her rice, staring blankly ahead with a heavy sigh. What is wrong, daughter? Did you run into a wall at Ye Qingxian's company today? Director Fang asked, confused by her demeanor since she should have been happy. Don't worry, even if you hit a wall, it is fine, because we cannot afford to offend the Ye Corporation. Besides, with that mysterious funding, the Fang Group will rise regardless. Don't push yourself too hard. I have a Luo City development project I bid on recently, so go inspect it tomorrow, and try to collaborate with other companies, Director Fang said, his eyes flickering. What is wrong? Is that capital not enough? Do not worry, another large sum will arrive soon, Wang Tang said dismissively, while eating quickly. Stop bothering other people, Fang Ruoxue said, looking toward Wang Tang. She felt certain that Wang Tang intended to trouble Gu Junqing again. She had not replied to Gu Junqing today, which was effectively her way of declining him. How could Wang Tang continue to trouble him like this? If she let Gu Junqing invest any more money, how would she ever be able to repay him? Perhaps the only way to repay him would be with herself. In her view, the more Wang Tang bothered Gu Junqing, the deeper her debt became. When it eventually became impossible to repay, she would have no choice but to fall into his trap. Who am I bothering? Wang Tang asked with a guilty conscience. He feared that Fang Ruoxue had discovered the funding came from the Wang family, but he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw her expression remained unchanged. Wang Tang did not intend to tell the Fang family just yet. He wanted to act cool and impress them. The more they despised him now, the harder he would slap their faces in the future. Secondly, it was best to wait until the animosity between the Fang family and the Wang Corporation had fully dissipated, as the Wangs had been crushing the Fangs recently. Never mind, I am going upstairs. Dad, I will follow up on that project tomorrow. Fang Ruoxue nodded and went upstairs to sleep. Hey, Wang Tang tried to stop her, but Fang Ruoxue did not turn back. So much food is going to waste, Wang Tang muttered, looking at the steaming dishes on the table. All right, I am going to rest as well, Director Fang said, losing interest now that his daughter had left, and rose to depart. His task was already complete, after all. Wang Tang sighed, feeling like a lonely old man. However, since they still needed funds, he had no choice but to call the Wang family again. Hello, steward. Yes, young master, Steward Wang replied. The Fang family still has a large funding gap, so hide your identities and wire them another 200 million, Wang Tang said casually, while picking his toenails on the sofa. Young master, in the past 200 million would mean nothing to us, but the Gu family is applying heavy pressure now. Every department and subsidiary is stretched thin, and it is very difficult to produce another 200 million in liquid assets, the steward said with a bitter smile, glancing at the family head seated in the main chair. Relax, I already told you I would handle the Gu family, Wang Tang said impatiently. To him, nothing was more important than winning Fang Ruoxue's heart and slapping Director Fang's face. Forget it, I will take this, said Wang Chong, the current head of the Wang family and Wang Tang's father, as he walked over and took the phone from the steward. My son, we can discuss things when you return. But what exactly are you planning? Wang Chong frowned. He had already asked Wang Tang to return, but his son had delayed for so long that the Wang family had reached a critical moment. Father, do you think if I return to the family now, the people will respect a young master who has achieved nothing? Wang Tang analyzed slowly. They would not, Wang Chong replied after a moment of silence. Exactly, they would not. Who would want someone with no achievements or skills placed above them? But if you do not return to the Wang family, what are you waiting for? Wang Chong asked, brow furrowed. I am waiting for the Wang family to weaken further. A sharp glint flashed in Wang Tang's eyes. How do you explain that? The Wang family is currently too arrogant, extravagant, and debauched. Everyone from top to bottom is holding sinecures and neglecting their duties, so I intend to completely purge the Wang family, just like the Gu family. Strong winds test the grass, and chaotic times reveal the loyal officials. A crisis will show us who should stay and who should go, and only in extreme moments can the family unite to return to its peak. Furthermore, if I save the family when it is at its most difficult, will the clan members not trust me more? Perhaps they will even view me as the faith of the Wang family. A sharp light flashed in Wang Tang's eyes as he detailed exactly how he planned to reform the family and outlined his grand ambitions. My son, your words today are comparable to the Longzhong plan. Ha ha ha. Wang Chong was so moved by his son's ambitious rhetoric that he was on the verge of tears. He felt that his son was indeed far more capable than that fellow, Wang Wu. Now, he felt he had even more to boast about in front of the other family elders. Congratulations, master. I did not expect the young master to have such strategy. He is truly a blessing to our Wang family, the old steward said, his wrinkled face blooming into a smile like a chrysanthemum. Indeed, my son Wang Tang has the talent of a genius. Wang Chong stroked his beard and laughed heartily. If that old man Wang Wen knew his son was so much worse than mine, he would be furious enough to die. So, from now on, we father and son will be the saviors of the Wang family. Wang Chong laughed loudly. Chapter 366. Wang Tang smiled modestly upon hearing how happy his father and the butler were. How does my son plan to save the Wang family in our time of need? Wang Chong stroked his beard and laughed loudly. Given my relationship with Gu Junqing, I can definitely get the Gu family to stop at the critical moment. Then I just have to tell them to spit back out what they swallowed. Wang Teng spoke confidently as he thought of his brother Gu Junqing. Oh, my son actually has a relationship with Gu Junqing, the most popular figure in the Gu family right now. Wang Chang's eyes lit up. That is correct. But I will not go into the details with you right now, father. Wang Teng hesitated for a moment. He felt that his memories with Gu Junqing were somehow blurry and abrupt, and since he did not know where to start, he naturally skipped over it. He figured he must have been masturbating too much lately, to the point where his memory was getting fuzzy. No, I definitely need to quit that habit. Well, forget it. Since I spoke up today, I will reward myself one more time, and I will definitely quit tomorrow. Wang Teng made a secret resolution in his heart. Sigh, if only I could just touch Ruoxue. After I save the Fang family, I will lay my cards on the table with her, and then we can finally consummate our marriage. Wang Teng let out a heavy sigh. Why are you sighing, my son? Wang Chang asked in confusion. Your daughter-in-law has been worrying a lot about her company's development lately, so I am trying to come up with a solution. Do not worry, I will immediately wire 500 million to the Fang family in secret, just as you asked, and I will even give her our recent major projects. Wang Chang knew his family was safe and even had the potential to rise in power. He waved his hand dismissively, no longer stingy about such a small amount of money. Thank you very much, father, I will hang up now. Wang Teng was overjoyed, his voice growing noticeably excited. After receiving this news, Wang Teng could hardly contain his joy. The moment he received the notification that his father's transfer was successful, he sprinted upstairs and knocked heavily on Fang Ruoxue's door. Ruoxue, I have good news. Fang Ruoxue was soaking in the bathtub, letting the clear, hot water wash over her flawless, fair, and delicate body. What news? Fang Ruoxue's voice sounded a bit muffled since she was inside the bathroom. I just looked at your dad's social media feed, and he said the Fang Group just received another 500 million in hidden investments, and he is so thrilled that he is going out to treat everyone. Wang Teng had obvious joy written across his face, figuring that once Fang Ruoxue heard this news, she would definitely stop worrying. I know. You can go by yourself. I just want some peace and quiet alone. Wait. Wang Teng wanted to knock again, but he hesitated for a moment and eventually gave up on the idea. Never mind, we have plenty of time ahead of us. Wang Teng encouraged himself before finally walking away. Meanwhile, inside the bathroom, Fang Ruoxue gently wiped her body and washed the soap suds away with water. Her beautifully proportioned figure was slowly exposed to the air, but unfortunately, there was no one around to witness such a gorgeous sight. Fang Ruoxue submerged her entire head into the bathtub. After a while, she blew out a few bubbles and leaped up, tossing her hair back like a stunning mermaid as she tried to force herself to calm down. Gu Junqing, how am I supposed to repay you for this? But I am already married. A faint sigh echoed through the bathroom, seemingly expressing a woman's hesitation and sorrow. Wang Teng would never realize that all the things he did while hiding his identity were credited to Gu Junqing by Fang Ruoxue. If he ever found out, who knows if he would ever try to hide his identity to help someone again. On the other side, after giving Ye Qingxian a taste of sweetness, Gu Junqing pulled up his pants and left like a total scumbag. He felt like he had truly angered Ye Qingxian this time, so he decided to give her the cold shoulder for a few days to let her calm down. Suddenly forcing someone to eat a lollipop and drink milk is something very few people could handle. He planned to find his senior sister, Chen Lingyu, to explain the situation, just to show her that he was not neglecting her because of the other women outside. However, before looking for his senior sister, Gu Junqing decided to check in with his master, Ji Zuyu, to understand the current situation. Master, how is senior sister feeling right now? Gu Junqing skillfully vaulted over the wall behind Chen Lingyu's villa and slipped right into Ji Zuyu's room, acting as if he were returning to his own home. At this moment, Ji Zuyu was wearing a light veil and a white dress that resembled a feather robe. Her waterfall-like black hair was pinned up with a tasseled hairpin, and a slightly chilly breeze fluttered a few strands of her hair. Her jade-like arms held up her long dress, accidentally revealing a small section of her fair, tender calves that could give anyone infinite daydreams. If anyone else saw this scene, they would undoubtedly exclaim that she was a peerless beauty descending like a fairy. Only a fairy could possess such ethereal, breathtaking beauty, completely untouched by mortal desires and untainted by worldly dust. She had a serene and holy aura that was as bright as the moonlight, making people instinctively want to chase after such perfection. However, Gu Junqing knew exactly how the woman in front of him truly behaved. Almost every time he visited, he would find Ji Zuyu cooped up inside this room, proving that she was an absolute shut-in. Despite having been in Loda for so long, the number of times she had gone out to play could be counted on one hand. She claimed it was to evade pursuit, but in reality, she was simply too lazy to go out. If Gu Junqing and Chen Lingyu were not keeping her tethered to the world, she would probably still be living on the mountain as an ethereal fairy. I checked the almanac today, and it said my luck might be a bit bad today. And sure enough, here you are, which proves I calculated correctly. Ji Zuyu opened her eyes and looked helplessly at Gu Junqing, who had familiarly climbed in from the balcony. Master, I had no idea you knew how to tell fortunes. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow indifferently before adding, you never taught this skill to your disciple, so I guess I have to punish you today. You rebellious disciple, you never say a single respectful word, and now you even want to punish your master. Ji Zuyu found it amusing, and flicked Gu Junqing on the forehead, glaring at him slightly with her beautiful, crescent moon-shaped eyes. So, does master plan to go out for a walk today? It is not good for you to stay inside the villa every single day. Gu Junqing did not dodge, simply allowing Ji Zuyu to knock him on the head a couple of times. This could be considered a little bit of flirting between the two of them. As for heavy flirting, that is certainly not something we can discuss in detail since the censors would never let it pass. Hearing that Gu Junqing planned to take her out to play, Ji Zuyu froze for a second, before hurriedly pinching her fingers together to calculate, muttering under her breath. Yes, I have calculated it, and it is not a good day to go out today. Ji Zuyu smiled as she spoke, looking quite sincere. This normally fairy-like figure was suddenly pinching her fingers to calculate fortunes like a street swindler. For some reason, Gu Junqing was thoroughly amused by Ji Zuyu's reaction. It was the first time he had ever laughed so openly. He genuinely never expected Ji Zuyu to hate leaving the house this much. Chapter 367. Master, do you want to go to the ocean for a bit? You have been stuck on this mountain for so long, and you have likely never seen the scenery out at sea. Gu Junqing spoke persuasively, trying to pique Ji Yu's interest. Is it really beautiful? Ji Yu asked with curiosity. She had truly never seen the vast ocean. During her time in the sect, she only focused on bitter cultivation, and after escaping, she hid away in the mountains to cultivate further. She had been a shut-in for several years, and had never had the chance to visit the seaside. It is incredibly beautiful. You have to see it to believe it. The vastness of the ocean is beyond imagination, and every time you look at it, you feel how small you truly are. Gu Junqing continued to entice her. In that case, I will give it a try. When will we be back? Ji Yu made up her mind to step out of her room and follow Gu Junqing on this trip. Don't worry, master, we will be back tomorrow, as we are only spending one night out on the water. Gu Junqing said with a smile. He simply wanted to take Ji Yu out to relax, though he certainly could not forget about his senior sister. By the way, master, has senior sister forgiven me yet? Gu Junqing hesitated for a moment before probing. If all was well, he could bring Chen Lingyu along too. You can try, but I am not sure if she has forgiven you. However, she has been so angry that she smashed several wooden tables. Ji Yu's tone carried a hint of amusement, as she clearly enjoyed watching the antics between the two disciples. She even called you heartless, saying you favor your lovers over your senior sister. The real issue is that you always claim to be busy. Your senior sister never sees you and misses you, but she is too embarrassed to interrupt your work. Yet, she found out you were out playing with someone else, and even confessed on television. That was certainly your mistake. Ji Yu shared her perspective. Sigh. I will go comfort her first, then we can head out together. I have already arranged a yacht for us to cruise along the Loa River. Gu Junqing thought for a moment and sighed. He felt it was better to pacify Chen Lingyu first. Even he could not get a full grasp of the conscience of the underground faction leader, as it was simply too large. Gu Junqing walked out of the room and headed down the spiral staircase, spotting Chen Lingyu sitting on the sofa immediately. Senior sister, do you want to come play with us? Gu Junqing coughed to interrupt her as she focused on the television. Gu Junqing, so you finally decided to show up? How did you come down from upstairs? Chen Lingyu was about to explode in rage, but she felt something was off. It felt like she was playing a game, standing in the fountain to regenerate health, only to realize an enemy had respawned in her own base. I actually arrived quite a while ago, but you were not around. Gu Junqing lied without changing his expression. Is that so? Chen Lingyu looked at him with suspicion. If you do not believe me, ask master. She opened the door for me. Gu Junqing said with a smile. He dared not tell Chen Lingyu that he often scaled Ji Yu's wall. He was certain Ji Yu would not want Chen Lingyu to know he climbed into her bed every few days. Therefore, even if she asked Ji Yu, she would surely play along with his story. Speak, why are you here? You are such a busy man, always busy teasing young girls or flirting with virtuous women. Chen Lingyu narrowed her eyes and said mockingly. She stood up abruptly, her aura surging as she walked to Gu Junqing and dragged him to the sofa. Gu Junqing could only follow the force of her arm, smiling bitterly to himself. His senior sister's explosive temper had not changed a bit. Her figure, however, was getting better and better. This was likely due to her frequent training with Ji Yu. He stole a glance at her slender waist, comparing it to the original curve, and found it even more alluring. Her hips swayed as she moved, and he worried she might twist something. What are you looking at? I am sure your little girlfriend is better looking. Chen Lingyu caught him peeking and got even angrier, tapping Gu Junqing on the head. That is impossible. No matter how I look at it, senior sister is more beautiful. You are the best in the world. Gu Junqing flattered her, knowing it was best to stroke the tiger's whiskers now, as fighting with her was only appropriate in bed. Senior sister, I am here to apologize. I have already told master that the three of us should go out to sea to relax. Gu Junqing looked at Chen Lingyu with genuine sincerity. Is that really true? Chen Lingyu peered at his face, as if trying to see the sincerity in his eyes, while tucking her blonde hair behind her ear. Seeing his sincerity, her anger flared slightly less, though only a little. Junior brother, I have a question. Is there an ulterior motive behind you taking us out to sea? Chen Lingyu asked expressionlessly. How could I have any ulterior motives? Gu Junqing waved his hand. You do. Chen Lingyu's tone deepened. I do not. You do. I do not. Bang. You do. Chen Lingyu slammed her hand onto the newly replaced marble table, cracking it instantly. People had changed the table to marble specifically because they were afraid of her impulsive behavior, yet it was cracked shortly after installation. Gu Junqing's mouth twitched, and he sighed. Fine, I do. Good, as long as you have a motive. I am relieved and will accompany you. Chen Lingyu said with slight satisfaction. She had previously tapped Gu Junqing's shoulder 3 times, signaling him to come to her at 3 a.m. so she could finally sleep with this annoying junior brother. However, he never understood the meaning, and she had not yet succeeded with him. Now that they were going to see, Gu Junqing would have nowhere to run. She would finally get what she wanted. As for his other women, she did not care much. It was easy to handle anyone who could not beat her in a fight. Come, finish this cup of tea, and I will forgive you. Chen Lingyu stood up, hurried to the kitchen, fussed about, and brought back a cup of tea for Gu Junqing. Just as Gu Junqing was about to drink, a voice suddenly came from the television she had been watching. Dalin, it is time to take your medicine. Was that from the water margin? Gu Junqing's hand trembled as he held the cup, and he set the tea down with a serious expression. Senior sister, there is no need for tea. Go get ready, we are leaving immediately before it gets too late. Gu Junqing said this, and returned upstairs to call for Jiyu. What a pity. I put in a large dose of knockout medicine, worried his constitution might be different, so I used enough to sedate an elephant. Chen Lingyu thought to herself with regret. She wanted to drug him directly, so why go through the trouble of going out to sea? Gu Junqing wiped 2 drops of sweat from his forehead. His mother was right. Boys really need to be careful when they go out. Chapter 368. Gu Junqing brought the master and disciple to the banks of the Luo River, which ran alongside Luo City. The city held a pivotal position in the country and served as an economic hub due to its advantageous location and convenient transportation network. Both waterways and highways connected to all corners of the country, making travel incredibly easy. The Luo River flowed directly into the sea and served as a dedicated port area. Gu Junqing stood on high ground with Ji Yuyu and Chen Lingyu, gazing at the azure sea. It looked as soft as silk, with gentle ripples dancing across the surface. From this height, the misty waves stretched out endlessly toward the horizon. Beneath the shimmering sunlight, the water sparkled like scales scattered across the surface. What do you think? Is it beautiful? Gu Junqing asked softly, turning to Ji Yuyu. He muttered to himself that he was a king of the seas who kept plenty of fish, but he did not let a trace of it show on his face. I had only seen this on television before, and it did not feel like much at the time, Ji Yuyu replied with a touch of emotion. But now that I see it in person, it truly is beautiful. All right, let us board the yacht you arranged, Chen Lingyu said, her voice carrying a suggestive tone that could mean everything or absolutely nothing at all. Gu Junqing glanced at Chen Lingyu and wondered if she meant getting on the boat or getting into bed. Chen Lingyu happened to be looking at him, and she gave him a kind smile. Well, he had his answer. The trio stepped into the custom small luxury yacht owned by the Gu family. Gu Junqing could handle the steering himself. They planned to spend the night out at sea, and the boat was already stocked with clothes and supplies. The clean, sleek, and beautiful yacht glided through the evening mist, moving quickly and gracefully. A glowing wake trailed behind them. Ji Yuyu and Chen Lingyu leaned against the railing, gazing at the boundless view of the horizon. As the sun began to set, both women felt a sense of contentment. Ji Yuyu was a homebody who rarely had the chance to see such scenery. Chen Lingyu spent her days fighting or scolding her subordinates, so she rarely got the chance to go out for leisure either. Gu Junqing watched their beautiful, smiling faces with a grin. He had come out here specifically to comfort them. Even if they did not say it aloud, he knew they had to be feeling some dissatisfaction. He had made a special effort to set aside time to keep them company. With a master and a senior sister, he naturally wanted to show them his filial respect. Ahem, everyone knew that Gu Junqing was the most dutiful of them all. Look, master, there are dolphins, Chen Lingyu exclaimed suddenly, seeing a dolphin leap out of the water. She happily took hold of Ji Yuyu's arm. Chen Lingyu, who usually struck fear into the underground forces of Luo City, was no different than a little girl when she was around Ji Yuyu. Despite having seen so much and possessing great strength, both women were filled with curiosity and enthusiasm for the creatures of the sea. From time to time, they would gasp in surprise whenever a fish jumped out of the water. If a girl is innocent, you show her the glitz and glamour of the world. If she has seen it all, you take her for a ride on a carousel. That saying was certainly true, and he thought to himself that the predecessors, who came up with it, were absolute beasts for being so spot on. Gu Junqing steered the boat far away from the shore, then left the helm to join Ji Yuyu and the others. Master, senior sister, it is damp by the sea, so you should change your clothes, he said. I have already prepared some outfits for you. Gu Junqing blinked, eyeing their current clothes with a cough. Fine, we will go change, they replied, and the master and disciple headed into the cabin together. It is in that locker, he called out to make sure they would not miss it. Ji Yuyu and Chen Lingyu entered the cabin and opened the locker he had indicated. The items inside made them blush instantly. This is supposed to be worn. Ji Yuyu was basically a cave dweller who had only recently emerged from the mountains and had yet to fully acclimate to modern culture. She stared at the tiny sliver of fabric in her hands, speechless. Haha, I knew junior brother had ulterior motives in bringing us out here, Chen Lingyu laughed. I really thought he just wanted us to have some fun at first. Chen Lingyu giggled, and the two women looked at each other and chuckled. Master, how about I help you change, since you probably do not know how, Chen Lingyu suggested, watching Ji Yuyu stare at the garment. All right, Ji Yuyu agreed with a nod. Master, that brat Gu Junqing is getting a real bargain today, Chen Lingyu sighed. She ran her hand over Ji Yuyu's smooth, delicate skin, and admired her curvaceous figure with a sense of wonder. Is that so? Are you planning to let your junior brother off the hook today? Aren't you planning to devour him whole yourself? Ji Yuyu whispered with a smile. That is just to keep him from going out and chasing other flowers. Chen Lingyu's cheeks flushed like the sunset on the horizon, making her look incredibly beautiful. Fine, you have your reasons, Ji Yuyu said, stroking Chen Lingyu's hair. I am going out now. Hurry up and change. When she had first taken Gu Junqing on as a student, she never imagined this would happen. Now, both master and disciple had been captured by him, and they had no interest in any other man in the world. Although there were many women around Gu Junqing, they were all more than willing to stay by his side. Gu Junqing was distracted by his panel, having just received some villain points from Fang Ruoxue. It seemed his sister-in-law, Fang Ruoxue, was battling with her own conscience, and the corners of Gu Junqing's mouth curled upward. Big brother, if you love hiding your identity so much, then you can take it to your grave. I will take care of your wife for you, so rest assured, I will look after her perfectly. Junqing. Gu Junqing turned at the sound of her voice, his eyes filling with wonder as he looked at Ji Yuyu. She stood there smiling, her dark, silky hair dancing in the sea breeze. Her phoenix eyebrows were like crescents, and her clear, bright eyes held a calm and elegant grace. Her slender figure and flawless skin, pale as snow, took on a faint pink hue in the light of the setting sun. She wore a tight white swimsuit that accentuated her curvaceous figure, revealing her stunning curves and long, slender, snow-white legs. She looked as beautiful as a first love, emanating a faint, delicate fragrance. Watching such a beautiful creature call his name as the sun went down made him drunk on the beauty of the scene. Even Gu Junqing was a little intoxicated by the sight. What do you think? Do I look good? Ji Yuyu said with a teasing smile. Absolutely beautiful, Gu Junqing praised involuntarily. His eyes flickered slightly as images of what was to come tonight already began to form in his mind. And what is the deal with this skirt that does not even cover my knees? Ji Yuyu glared at him, wanting to give him a piece of her mind about his peculiar tastes. Wearing something so revealing that showed off her figure made her feel incredibly insecure. If it were not just the two of them, she would never have agreed to wear this in a million years. Chapter 369. The ocean was incredibly vast and empty. That was the only reason Ji Yu was willing to wear this outfit in front of Gu Junqing. Although it was early spring, and the sea at dusk was quite cold, Ji Yu and her disciples were far from ordinary. Their martial arts and physique were superior, and their blood flow was strong enough to disregard the biting wind. Junior brother, this bikini you gave me is ridiculous, Chen Lingyu roared as she stormed out of the cabin. She was a veteran of the underworld who had seen it all, so she felt no shame. She had seen stripping dancers before, after all. Gu Junqing felt insulted by her expression. It was a complete humiliation. Chen Lingyu marched toward him, her figure swaying with every step. The black lace straps Gu Junqing had specially ordered were slightly too small, failing to contain her generous assets. You actually gave me this to wear. Even Shifu's has more fabric, and more importantly, this thing is tiny. Her golden hair caught the sunlight, framing her vibrant and gorgeous face as she stomped toward him to demand an explanation. I could not help it, senior sister. I could not get a perfect grasp of the measurements. Gu Junqing rubbed his nose. He could not be blamed for that. He certainly had no sinister intentions. Humph, I am not talking to you anymore. Shifu, let us go play in the water. Chen Lingyu ignored him and pulled Ji Yu by the hand. Fine, we will ignore your junior brother. Ji Yu allowed herself to be dragged into the sea, enjoying the spectacle. They were both highly skilled, with Ji Yu being an 8th rank master, nearly as strong as Gu Junqing. Though they were beautiful and alluring, their internal energy and strength far exceeded that of average people. As for swimming, every martial arts expert could control their body with ease. Floating in the water was effortless. Gu Junqing watched them splashing and playing like mermaids, his eyes narrowing slightly. He wondered if he would have the chance to sleep with both of them tonight. The thought of two mermaids wiggling their rears was incredibly exciting. No, he stopped himself. That was too evil, and did not fit his ascetic persona. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Still, this life was truly wonderful. Without the threat of a protagonist, he could live like this forever. Of course, without a protagonist, perhaps there would not be so many heroines either. He mused that having more male leads might be fine, as he could certainly handle it. After playing for a while, the two women climbed back onto the deck, soaking wet. They felt as if they were in an isolated paradise, so they were much more unrestrained. Ji Yu felt a wave of emotion as she realized how joyful life was with her disciples. It was far happier than growing old alone in the mountains. In the past, her life consisted only of training in isolation, and her injuries prevented any real progress. Now that she had descended the mountain, television and movies had enriched her world significantly. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go back. She realized she could never return to her old, ascetic life. That was especially true now that she had gained such an unfilial apprentice. She looked toward Gu Junqing, her eyes softening as she stopped trying to hide her feelings. Ding. Female lead Ji Yu favorability increased by 10, now at 90. Devotion to death. Plundered 500 points of luck from protagonist Lin Fan. Rewarding host with 500 points of luck. Ding. Host has significantly altered the plot, rewarding 50,000 villain points. Wait, what was going on? This was an unexpected surprise. Gu Junqing felt a surge of joy. The difficulty of reaching maximum favorability was well known. Human hearts were incredibly complex. Only when someone offered their entire heart, soul, and life, and decided that everything else was secondary to that person, could they reach such a level of devotion. This was also tied to individual personality. Some were innocent and trusting, making it easier to reach this point. Others were suspicious and guarded, making it much more difficult. It also depended heavily on past experience. Innocent girls like Mirong Wan and Luo Ningyu were easy to max out. However, for those who had experienced betrayal and tragedy, reaching such absolute devotion was much harder. Regardless, the depth of Ji Yu's trust and love was evident. This was a bond that no other male lead could ever steal. Shifu. Gu Junqing stood against the light, his face flickering between shadow and brightness as he held out his hand. Ji Yu smiled and placed her delicate hand in his. The atmosphere was so intimate that even the thick-skinned Chen Lingyu could feel the tension. She knew her master and junior brother had a relationship, but she had not expected it to reach this level. She couldn't help but think she needed to be more proactive herself. What are you thinking about? Come on up. Gu Junqing and Ji Yu both reached out toward Chen Lingyu. Fine. Chen Lingyu took their hands and jumped onto the boat with their help. Do you want to take a hot shower first? There are shower facilities on the boat, Gu Junqing suggested, noting they were soaked and dripping wet. He wanted them cleaned up for the night ahead, as the salt water would make his sycophantic duties difficult to perform. He was a master at playing the lapdog, after all. Of course I do, but I am going to get naked. Do not dare to peek. Seriously, do not peek. Chen Lingyu said with a suggestive tone. Why did it feel like she was inviting him to peek? It must be his imagination, he thought. He needed to protect himself. After showering, Chen Lingyu and Ji Yu changed into slightly more normal clothes, though they remained quite revealing. It was the ocean, after all, and it was entirely understandable. It was certainly not Gu Junqing's fault. Chapter 370. The sky darkened as night fell. The sea, stripped of its daytime azure, turned a deep, fearful black. Gu Junqing's yacht rose and fell gently with the waves. He swirled his glass of red wine and asked Ji Zuyu and Chen Lingyu, how does it feel to dine out on the water? It's swaying so much, it's terribly uncomfortable. Chen Lingyu parted her lips slightly, took a bite of food, and complained. Dining here was certainly a bit difficult. However, in terms of setting the mood, it was far more comfortable than a rigid bed, as anyone who has tried it would know. It was like having a built-in waterbed. In that case, forget the food. Let's drink. Bottoms up. Gu Junqing's eyes carried a hint of a smile as he raised his glass. Fair point. Let's drink. But junior brother, you aren't allowed to use your internal energy to resist the alcohol. You have to handle it with your own body, Chen Lingyu said, her eyes turning toward Gu Junqing with a playful glint. Of course, Gu Junqing replied with a beaming smile. Even Ji Zuyu, who was at the 6th grade back then, could not resist the godly drunkenness wine. That allowed Gu Junqing to take quite an advantage of her at the time. Otherwise, it might not have been so easy for him to build up her affection later on. Chen Lingyu raised her glass with bold enthusiasm, her charming face full of smiles. She believed that with her tolerance, getting a rich young master drunk would be effortless. They looked at each other and began to compete to see who could hold their liquor better. Chen Lingyu thought she could get Gu Junqing drunk, unaware that he was planning to do the same to her. Only Ji Zuyu joined them for a few small sips. She had already learned her lesson, having been on the receiving end of this trick by Gu Junqing before. Even she found it hard to resist the surging intoxication of the godly drunkenness wine, let alone Chen Lingyu. Yet, the wine was truly more fragrant and delicious than ordinary spirits. Even knowing its potency, Ji Zuyu could not help but clink glasses with them a few times. Before long, Gu Junqing and Chen Lingyu had unknowingly finished quite a bit of the godly drunkenness wine he had exchanged from the system. Senior sister, can you still drink? Maybe you should have some peanuts. Gu Junqing looked at Chen Lingyu, who was swaying unsteadily, with a faint smile on his handsome face and his lips slightly curled. Of course I can, hiccup. Come on, hiccup, let's continue. Chen Lingyu felt as if the world was turning upside down and swaying. The rocking of the boat only made her condition worse. Junior brother, why are you swaying? And why have you learned the cloning technique? Hiccup. With a soft thud, she collapsed. After mumbling a few more unsteady words, Chen Lingyu was successfully drunk under the table by Gu Junqing. You really are something, tricking your senior sister like this. Ji Zuyu looked at Gu Junqing with a slightly reproachful gaze, as she tenderly placed Chen Lingyu's head on her lap. Master, ahem, you were about the same back then. Gu Junqing coughed and said with a smile. Ji Zuyu had been no better off when she got drunk back then. She had revealed many things to Gu Junqing that she had never spoken of before. It was that very night of drunkenness that Ji Zuyu gradually opened her heart. You have the nerve to say that. Ji Zuyu shot him a glare. She then carried Chen Lingyu in her arms, took her into the cabin, settled her down, and returned to the deck. Master, come over and look at the moon. Gu Junqing stood on the deck, leaning against the railing, and called Ji Zuyu over. Ji Zuyu took a graceful step forward, and with one pull from Gu Junqing, she was pulled into his embrace. A bright moon and countless stars adorned the sky, while the vast ocean stretched out as a dark, charming, and profound expanse where the sea met the sky. Gu Junqing held Ji Zuyu's waist tightly, feeling the softness of her body. Ji Zuyu leaned quietly in his arms, enjoying a moment of tranquility. As they stood on the deck embracing, Gu Junqing thought of a movie from his past life, Titanic, and his eyes flickered. He held her arms, raised them to her sides, clasped her fingers in his, and slowly lowered one hand to hold her waist. Gu Junqing rested his head against her shoulder, gazing at her beautiful and ethereal face as her hair danced in the wind, brushing against his cheek. Ji Zuya looked back at him, puzzled, as if asking why he was posing this way. Master, in the movies, this is called the century kiss. It means that the two will never be separated, and will follow each other through life and death, Gu Junqing whispered, and before she could recover, he kissed her. Ji Zuyu's eyes trembled slightly. Memories of her time with Gu Junqing flooded her mind, and an intoxicating emotion stirred within her as she closed her eyes and tilted her chin upward. After a long while, they parted. Seeing the thin thread of saliva between their lips, Ji Zuya blushed and turned her head away. Master, look, there's no one around, and senior sister is still asleep. Although the sentence was unfinished, both understood what he meant next. Gu Junqing's hand, which was wrapped around her waist, began to move mischievously. We are outside. Let's go into the cabin. Ji Zuyu's body trembled from his touch, and as she felt his burning body against her back, passion ignited in her eyes. Senior sister is still sleeping in there. We shouldn't disturb her. Don't worry, it's the same. There's no one out here on the sea. Before Ji Zuyu could say anything more, Gu Junqing covered her mouth with his, and her light, silk-like garments gradually fell to the floor. Gu Junqing's hands were as dexterous as ever. Ji Zuyu felt like crying, as she had never tried this outside before. However, Gu Junqing's determined expression made it clear that he would not take no for an answer. Then, be gentle. Her voice became alluring, and the posture of her arched back was truly beautiful, gentle, and heart-melting. With a soft moan, Ji Zuyu covered her own mouth, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson, and her eyes filled with shyness. The battle continued for a long time, before it slowly came to an end. Master, isn't this feeling even more exciting? Gu Junqing laughed to himself as he sat on the chair with his arm around her shoulders. You rebellious disciple, you only know how to torment your master. Ji Zuyu's eyes were moist, with a lingering mist of emotion. Having been pressed against the wall, and the railing by Gu Junqing to do such shameful things, she really felt she couldn't handle such intensity. Only this time. Never again. Ji Zuyu sighed, gently scolding Gu Junqing. She couldn't even bring herself to strike him. Her feelings for Gu Junqing were incredibly complex. It began as purely a mentor-disciple bond, but over time, many other emotions became intertwined. Yet regardless of that, Gu Junqing was now the most important person to her. Chapter 371. Master, when you lie down you are a beautiful landscape, and when you sit up you truly are a bodhisattva. Gu Junqing kneaded Ji Zuyu's skin, which was as smooth as silk, and sighed with satisfaction. Only when he was intimate with Ji Zuyu could he exert his full strength. As for other women, he was quite afraid of breaking them. Ji Zuyu's ink-black hair draped over her shoulders as she sat on Gu Junqing's lap, breathing slightly. Her stamina was astonishing, but Gu Junqing's intensity was so overwhelming that she could only offer minimal resistance. You rebellious disciple, still running your mouth. With a flushed face, Ji Zuyu tapped Gu Junqing lightly, embarrassed by the shameful things he was saying. Bodhisattvas, landscapes, there wasn't a single serious word coming out of this rebellious disciple's mouth. Master, while the time is still early and senior sister is still sleeping, let's go again. Gu Junqing was starting to crave more. If a man grows tired of intimacy, his body is probably failing. If a woman grows tired, she likely has someone else on the side. Neither of these would happen between Gu Junqing and Ji Zuyu, so Gu Junqing began making some small moves again. Don't do that. Can you be serious? That kind of thing shouldn't be done too often, Ji Zuyu said with a touch of helplessness. Don't worry, master, doing it often improves our strength, so why not? Besides, aren't you enjoying it too? Gu Junqing chuckled softly. Let's go inside the cabin then, not out here, okay? Ji Zuyu's eyes were moist as she glanced back at Gu Junqing, but her tone remained resolute. She felt doing this outside was far too shameful, mainly because Gu Junqing had too many tricks up his sleeve, pressing her against the wall one moment, and putting her on the table the next. These positions were just too embarrassing. If they weren't out at sea with nothing around but water, she would never have gone along with Gu Junqing's nonsense. So you like doing this in front of senior sister? You should have said so earlier. Gu Junqing bit Ji Zuyu's delicate, crystalline ear, a hint of a smile in his voice. He felt Ji Zuyu's body was so slippery and tender that he had almost lost his grip on this mermaid. You clearly know that's not what I meant. Ji Zuyu rolled her beautiful eyes at Gu Junqing, sighing helplessly. I don't care. Since master likes it, as a filial disciple, I naturally cannot let your wish go unfulfilled. You oh my. Before Ji Zuyu could say anything more, Gu Junqing threw her over his shoulder and carried her into the cabin. Chen Lingyu was still sound asleep. Clearly, given her tolerance, she had drunk too much of the immortal wine. There was no hope of her waking up before tomorrow. Her wish to sleep with Gu Junqing would go unfulfilled again. Furthermore, she had no idea what was happening right next to her between Gu Junqing and Ji Zuyu. The sun hung high in the sky as Chen Lingyu gradually began to wake from her drunken state. The first thing she saw was Ji Zuyu sitting beside her. You're awake, quickly eat something. Ji Zuyu stepped forward to help Chen Lingyu up with concern. Gu Junqing's immortal wine was not ordinary alcohol. It didn't harm the body, so there were no symptoms like vomiting or discomfort from a hangover. Why am I here? Chen Lingyu's head was still a bit foggy. When she looked around, she realized she was in her own villa, not on the yacht. This morning after Junqing and I woke up, we saw you were still asleep. Junqing sailed the boat back and helped me bring you here, Ji Zuyu said with a trace of guilt. How could she bring herself to tell Chen Lingyu that she and Gu Junqing had been doing that until dawn? What? We just came back like this? Chen Lingyu stared at Ji Zuyu blankly, her expression one of shock. Gu Junqing, you asshole, would it kill you to let your senior sister sleep with you once? Now fully awake, she roared in anger. Ji Zuyu laughed and patted Chen Lingyu on the head. See, the world where only Chen Lingyu gets hurt had been achieved. Chen Lingyu hadn't expected to drink herself into such a stupor. Her tolerance was excellent. After all, she was the head of an underground faction, and she couldn't afford to get drunk by others. That was why she had specifically trained to have such a high tolerance. The wine last night tasted great, but wasn't a strong liquor, so she had boldly finished bowl after bowl. Especially when she saw the look of admiration on Gu Junqing's face as she drank bowl after bowl, she couldn't help herself. She had even mocked Gu Junqing when she saw him taking small sips. She never expected that, in the end, she was the fool. Chen Lingyu beat her chest and stomped her feet, wishing she could kill that scoundrel Gu Junqing. Alright, now that you're awake, go meditate. That wine of Junqing's has many benefits. After sensing that Chen Lingyu's body was fine, Ji Zuyu advised her. That is true. Not only has my strength increased, but my physique seems to be improving as well. Chen Lingyu sat cross-legged with her long, beautiful legs folded, feeling the changes within her body, and said with some shock. Yes, I wonder where he got such delicious wine. Ji Zuyu reminisced about the taste of the immortal wine, and felt a bit greedy herself. One could only say that anything produced by the system was high quality. Next time I will get more bottles from him, and drain him completely, Chen Lingyu said indignantly. She was so angry she could die. She hadn't managed to sleep with Gu Junqing this time, and she didn't know when the next chance would be. Ji Zuyu didn't know if she meant draining Gu Junqing's wine or his body. Yes, drain him completely, Ji Zuyu whispered, her pretty face suddenly flushing red. Because last night and this morning, she had indeed drained Gu Junqing several times. It was almost to the point where Gu Junqing could barely walk out while holding onto the walls, and she was too exhausted to see him off. By the way, I don't know if it's because I'm craving a man, but last night I kept dreaming. They were all shameful dreams, and it seemed like there was the sound of a warbler singing. Chen Lingyu suddenly said, looking distressed. Her relationship with Ji Zuyu was very deep. They were like teacher and friend, and since she had been raised by Ji Zuyu, she shared all these little secrets with her. Ji Zuyu's beautiful face flushed as red as a sunset. Yes, you must be missing a man. Next time I'll help you take down Junqing right there, and give him a lesson. Okay, master, Chen Lingyu said happily. With Ji Zuyu's help, she would definitely be able to take Gu Junqing down and break him. Shortly after, Chen Lingyu closed her eyes to regulate her body. She felt her strength had increased significantly. Ji Zuyu was the same. After dual cultivating with Gu Junqing all night, she felt that her strength, which had only recently reached the 8th rank, had improved even further. Chapter 372. The midday sun hung high in the sky. The city of Luodu and its crowds began to bustle with frantic energy. Fang Ruoxue was currently in a meeting at a conference center. Surrounded by powerful figures who had successfully bid on a large plot of land in Luodu, they were there to finalize the division of profits. Because the site was near the center of Luodu, it was a densely populated area. Apart from the 4 great families, no other company possessed the financial resources to win the bid, so these moguls had to team up to secure the land. Fang Ruoxue, usually one to go without makeup, wore a light layer today to hide the dark circles under her eyes. She had spent the entire night agonizing over how to resolve the situation with Gu Junqing, yet she couldn't come up with a single good solution. She had no choice but to take things one step at a time. Dressed in a professional gray suit, Fang Ruoxue could not hide her graceful figure. Her face was exquisite, with her long, raven hair tied into a bun at the nape of her neck, while her almond eyes looked gentle and her nose delicate. Now, however, she furrowed her petite nose, her face clouded with worry. It lent her a melancholic, matronly charm that made the men in the room swallow hard. Who could bear to see such a beautiful woman so sad? They wanted nothing more than for their good brothers to step in and offer some comfort. But they only dared to think it. After all, the Fang family's influence was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, it seemed their luck had turned, as both the Gu and Wang families had been taking excellent care of them recently. Of course, in the business world, battlefield rules applied. They would not show her any leniency just because of her beauty. Fang Ruoxue knitted her brows, repulsed by the smoky, chaotic atmosphere of the meeting. Having received orders from her father, Chairman Fang, she expected this to be a mere formality where she would provide guidance to those below her. She hadn't anticipated having to dance around the circular arguments of these veteran executives. They are all old foxes, yet Dad felt comfortable sending me here, Fang Ruoxue thought to herself. Director Fang, what is the consensus? You've landed quite a bargain, with a shopping mall and a supermarket to be built. Either way, you're guaranteed a profit. An executive rested his chin on his hands, elbows propped on the table with an air of immense confidence. He couldn't help but steal a few glances at Fang Ruoxue, admiring her silently. Though he was getting on in years, a man is a boy until the day he dies. He could never resist a beautiful sight. Fang Ruoxue did not possess the kind of breathtaking, heart-stopping beauty like Ji Zuyu. Yet, she belonged to that class of exquisitely pretty women who grew on you the longer you looked. Her temperament was gentle as jade, and her skin was fair and firm. Though she maintained a stoic, cold expression, her inherently weak character was still apparent. She was the type of woman who tended to be indecisive. Having studied physiognomy, he could discern her personality at a glance, a skill that had helped him navigate the business world for decades and climb into Luodu's upper echelon. But why don't you mention how much the Fang family has invested? 20 billion. With the total land value barely reaching 100 billion, the Fang family has put in nearly 1/5 of the total cost. Fang Ruoxue furrowed her brow, feigning a fierce expression as she spoke. You are only giving us 10%. You need to increase that margin. Otherwise, with the amount the Fang family has invested, we won't see a return on investment for 10 years. Director Fang, greed can swallow an elephant. There are so many of us here, and we are only each taking a few percentage points. Exactly. Director Fang, this won't do. Do you really think your Fang family can handle that much profit? Oh, I've said it before. A young girl should just stay home to manage the household and raise children. Why work? Aren't you afraid of being taken advantage of? With the executives talking over one another, Fang Ruoxue couldn't even get a word in. If a female CEO like Gu Junqing, who had the Ye family as her backing, were here, these executives wouldn't dare make a peep. They would just sit trembling and listening. But the Fang family behind Fang Ruoxue didn't command that kind of fear. The playing field was even, they couldn't eliminate her, and she couldn't eliminate them. People love to see someone they dislike, but cannot get rid of. That is why these men felt free to say whatever they wanted. Fang Ruoxue wanted to fight her corner, but she was clearly outmatched by these old foxes who had been battling in the marketplace for decades. She could only listen as they argued, suggesting they lower the Fang family's profit share even further so they could divide it among themselves. Aren't you all going too far? Fang Ruoxue's anger was about to boil over. She truly couldn't stand these executives anymore. They were disgusting, greasy, and bullying her with their numbers. Ahem, young lady, you clearly lack composure. You're too inexperienced. It's better if you just call your father to negotiate with us. Exactly. Everyone here is your senior. When it comes to business, just listen humbly, and we can change a few numbers when the time comes. Old son, you're going too far. Make sure you share a few points of the Fang family's profit with me too. Fang Ruoxue was shaking with rage. She felt so cold and bitter with anger, yet a profound sense of grievance welled up within her. It was only because she lacked a powerful force behind her that she was being bullied like this. As for Chairman Fang, it went without saying. He was the type of person who would sell his own daughter and let her take the blame, thinking he would stand up for her was a pipe dream. And as for Wang Teng, her nominal husband, he was useless at everything except boasting. No, wait, he was number one at both boasting and eating. Seeing Fang Ruoxue silenced, the executives became even more eager to tease her. Ruoxue, my girl, I heard you're married, but your husband is a loser. I have a son, would you like to give it a try with him? An executive named Sun said this with a smarmy grin. Old son, that's ridiculous. You want the Fang family's profits, and now you want his daughter too. Isn't your son mentally disabled? I think you're actually looking for a scandalous affair. Ha ha ha, why not just marry me instead? I am not as hypocritical as they are. The teasing remarks continued to escalate, spiraling into something even more outrageous following Sun's comment. Meanwhile, outside the meeting venue, Wang Teng rode his bicycle over in a rush. He had realized that morning that Fang Ruoxue had forgotten an important document. He had called her, and she had demanded he bring it over immediately. So, he had abandoned his 4 teammates and quit his game to deliver the document to Fang Ruoxue. Hey, isn't that brother Wang Teng? What are you in such a rush for? A smirking voice suddenly called out from behind him. Chapter 373. Oh, it's brother Gu. Wang Teng turned around. When he realized it was Gu Junqing, a sharp pain shot through his mind, but it quickly faded into calm. Indeed, big brother Wang. What a coincidence. Why are you here today? Gu Junqing smiled, his eyes narrowing slightly. He naturally understood why Wang Teng was here. The pattern was easy to guess. There was surely some trouble at Fang Ruoxue's end, followed by the cliché plot of Wang Teng arriving to slap the faces of the crowd. I recall tomorrow is the day for ranking settlements, so everyone is grinding out matches today. Why aren't you playing, big brother? Gu Junqing feigned confusion. Well, your sister-in-law forgot some documents, so she told me to bring them over immediately. Wang Teng sighed. He had heard the urgency in Fang Ruoxue's voice and knew the file was critical. So, there is trouble on her end. You can hand the documents to me. I am familiar with the venue, and many of the executives there have partnerships with my Gu family. Gu Junqing smiled. He squinted slightly, using his system to dampen the protagonist's instinctual sense of danger. But my wife. Wang Teng hesitated to hand the documents over to Gu Junqing. Under normal circumstances, he would never do this. However, with it being ranking day, and his memories having been tampered with, he trusted Gu Junqing implicitly. Besides, even if Fang Ruoxue failed her task, Gu Junqing, as a high-profile heir of the 4 great families, carried more weight than he did. He decided that letting Gu Junqing deliver the documents was a reasonable choice. Fine, I will leave it to you. Make sure you get it to Ruoxue, and take good care of your sister-in-law. Don't let her be wronged, you understand? Wang Teng gave his instructions and handed the documents over. Rest assured, big brother, I will deliver them to her personally and take excellent care of her. I will make sure everything is handled perfectly. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Gu Junqing's eyes. Good, hurry along then. Wang Teng nodded. Although he felt there was something odd about Gu Junqing's tone, he didn't dwell on it. He wiped the sweat from his forehead caused by cycling too fast and jumped back onto his bike, speeding away. He planned to return quickly, hoping his teammates were still waiting for him. Big brother, I don't know what to say to you. Tisk, tisk. Gu Junqing clicked his tongue, amazed by Wang Tang's actions. He pondered for a moment whether he had overestimated the competence of every protagonist he encountered. He had not expected Wang Tang to be so easy to manipulate. He hadn't even started his scheme, yet Wang Tang had surrendered the documents on his own. All he had done was block the man's intuition regarding the impending danger. Wang Tang had completely abandoned his chance to play the hero. This was entirely of his own volition. One had to say, if this son-in-law style protagonist didn't have the plot and his main character halo, he would have been destroyed by others a long time ago. Logically, as a young master, Wang Tang shouldn't be this naive. However, because the current head of the Wang family left him to fend for himself, the gap between him and other young masters had only continued to widen. Since Big Brother doesn't want to save his wife, this younger brother will have to step in and help. Gu Junqing's lips curled upward. He almost felt like Wang Tang was playing matchmaker for him and Fang Ruoxue. It had to be said, Wang Tang's tendency to cuckold himself brought Gu Junqing great satisfaction. He truly loved this type of destined protagonist and wished there were more of them. Ding. Host has intercepted the protagonist's opportunity to play the hero. Reward 5,000 villain points. Gu Junqing strolled leisurely toward the conference room. Based on the timing, it was the peak of the meeting, precisely when Fang Ruoxue was being mocked most viciously. Old son, that is outrageous. You want the profits from the Fang family, and now you want his daughter too. Isn't your son intellectually disabled? I think you just want a sick thrill. Gu Junqing heard this sentence right, as he pushed open the conference room door. Gu Junqing narrowed his eyes and let out a cold laugh. The protagonist had been sent packing, so the heroine had to rely on him, the villain, for protection. It was almost comedic. The executives heard the door push open, and were about to scold the intruder for his lack of manners. They realized, however, that it was a well-dressed young man. His attire appeared understated, yet the quality of the materials was far beyond that of a common family. The executive who had been reading Fang Ruoxue's fortune glanced at Gu Junqing. He was immediately frozen in place. He had studied many people's physiognomy, but one person remained deeply etched in his memory. That person was the eldest son of the Gu family, Gu Junqing. He could never glean useful information from Gu Junqing's face, as every photo seemed to reveal a completely different person. He could only ascertain one thing: Gu Junqing was incredibly handsome and possessed an ethereal, transcendent temperament. His impression was so deep that he often studied photos of Gu Junqing, subconsciously mimicking his mannerisms. Even his aura of being in total control was learned from Gu Junqing. Gu Junqing? The other executives recognized Gu Junqing as well and hurriedly stood up to greet him. The Gu family was not like the Fang family, which they could easily manipulate. In truth, the Gu family could crush them as easily as an ant. The disparity in their standing was simply too vast. Young Master Gu, what brings you here? The executives asked with obsequious smiles. I am here to deliver something to my sister-in-law. Gu Junqing glanced at the executives, fixing his gaze specifically on the ones who had been mocking Fang Ruoxue the most. Sister-in-law, I have brought the documents. Gu Junqing turned to Fang Ruoxue and smiled. Junqing, why are you here? Where is Wang Tang? Fang Ruoxue could not believe her eyes as Gu Junqing appeared like a guardian deity, while she was at her most vulnerable. I ran into Big Brother on the way. He said he was busy, so he asked me to deliver these to you. Gu Junqing walked to Fang Ruoxue's side, and a staff member rushed over to pull out a chair for him. Although they did not know who he was, seeing the executives trembling and falling silent made it clear that his status was incredibly high. Keep talking. Why did you stop? Chapter 374. Although Gu Junqing and Fang Ruoxue were not sitting at the head of the table, the other executives instinctively shifted their positions. Gu Junqing suddenly found himself the center of attention for the entire room. Speak up. You were all talking quite a lot just a moment ago. Gu Junqing's voice was not loud, but it carried an absolute authority. The executives who had just been teasing Fang Ruoxue broke out in a cold sweat. They had no idea there was any connection between Gu Junqing and her. If they had known, even with 10 times the courage, they would never have dared to speak that way. They would not have dreamed of making such inappropriate comments. Junqing. Fang Ruoxue was still dazed, staring blankly for a few seconds. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Please continue your discussion. I am here. Gu Junqing spoke with a gentle, reassuring tone. He treated every female lead like a precious treasure. Each one was a walking source of villain points, and a lethal weapon for stealing the protagonist's thunder. That single promise, that he was there, moved Fang Ruoxue beyond words. She had been feeling incredibly wronged, and now she could barely hold back her tears. Here, sister-in-law. This is the document you need, detailing many of Chairman Fang's requirements. Gu Junqing handed the file to her. Fang Ruoxue let out a sigh of relief. Now she finally had the leverage to speak, rather than struggling to interrupt those old foxes like before. She brushed her loose hair back and stood up to present the Fang family's requirements, along with the obligations of each party involved. Her voice was firm and confident. It was as if she was declaring to everyone that she now had someone backing her up. The executives no longer tried to refute her as they had at the beginning. Each one listened even more attentively than elementary students in a classroom, afraid to make a single move, nodding and praising her from time to time. After Fang Ruoxue finished, The executives applauded enthusiastically. They clapped so hard their faces turned red. They were terrified that if their applause was too quiet, they might attract Gu Junqing's unwanted attention. Gu Junqing's name was already legendary among these executives. It was not just because of his reputation as the young master of the Gu family, but because of his unfathomable methods. Despite being barely an adult, he had already swindled countless people in the business world. Rumor had it that the current plight of the Wang family was entirely Gu Junqing's doing. With the backing of the Gu family, who were at the height of their power in Luodu, Gu Junqing was like a tiger with wings. He possessed both talent and the platform to unleash it. We all agree to the Fang family's proposal. Several executives exchanged glances and quickly voiced their consent. Although the Fang family was getting the better end of the deal, they could accept it with Gu Junqing present. Besides, they were still making a decent profit, especially considering their relatively small capital investment. Sister-in-law, that was well said. Gu Junqing stood up with a smile and complimented her. However, there are a few areas that need some improvement. Go ahead. Fang Ruoxue looked at Gu Junqing with gentle eyes, filled with gratitude. Without Gu Junqing, she would have been lost. The current proposal would surely have been rejected by these old foxes under the pretext of unfairness. Sister-in-law, you are still too kind. These people invested so little, yet they are getting such a large cut. I think we should lower their percentage by a few points. Gu Junqing spoke slowly while scanning the room. He gave the impression that everyone present, except for Fang Ruoxue, was nothing but trash. Gu Junqing's words caused the faces of all the executives to change. You could insult their parents or their wives, but you could not touch their money. Mr. Sun, the man who had just wanted Fang Ruoxue to be his daughter-in-law, could not hold back any longer. Young Master Gu, you are not treating us like human beings. If we follow your plan, how are we supposed to make any money? Mr. Sun spoke with a sarcastic, mocking tone. Gu Junqing cast a glance at Mr. Sun. He always enjoyed turning people who spoke with such sarcasm into actual losers. Discuss it among yourselves and give me an answer. Gu Junqing's gaze remained indifferent as he told the executives to deliberate. Junqing, isn't that a bit too harsh? Even Fang Ruoxue leaned in close to Gu Junqing's ear, whispering softly. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I can see exactly where their profit margins are after just one glance at the proposal. You don't need to worry. Also, sister-in-law, did you wear perfume today? It smells amazing. Gu Junqing caught a whiff of the delicate fragrance and teased her while gazing at her smooth neck. Like a startled deer, Fang Ruoxue quickly moved away from Gu Junqing. She blushed and replied, I didn't wear any perfume. A natural scent. I love it. My sister-in-law is truly the most fun. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. While Gu Junqing was busy flirting with Fang Ruoxue, the other executives were suffering through a crisis. If they cut a few more points, we might still make a profit, but it won't be much. One executive said, looking worried. Yeah. I have no idea why Gu Junqing came here to stand up for the Fang family. If that old fox chairman Fang weren't gone, we could have made a killing. How about we threaten Gu Junqing? We can say that if he lowers our percentage by a few points, we will withdraw our investment entirely, Mr. Sun proposed. Agreed. Let's do what Old Sun suggested. The executives decided to test the waters with Gu Junqing. Even though they had heard rumors about Gu Junqing's methods, they had never experienced them firsthand. They wanted to test the extent of his abilities. However, they did not realize that people who court death usually think exactly like they did. Young Master Gu, are you really not afraid of us withdrawing? The Fang family cannot handle such a large territory alone. You are just being too greedy. Mr. Sun threatened with a sinister expression. Exactly. There are so many companies investing here. If we all withdraw at once, the whole project will collapse. Are you sure you want us all to go down together? Then by all means, go ahead and try it. Let's see who loses more, the Fang family or you. Do you really think the Fang family has no one backing them? The executives' expressions shifted, and they were about to continue negotiating. Stop saying such annoying things. I do not have time to waste on you. Gu Junqing frowned slightly. The efficiency of these executives was appalling, and he was tired of wasting his time with them. Playing games with these old men was nowhere near as fun as teasing his sister-in-law. There is a saying that dumplings are the best to eat, and a sister-in-law is the best to play with, and it was not just a saying. Young Master Gu, please don't be angry. Let's be reasonable and make money together. We are willing to agree to the Fang family's requirements. Seeing the look on Gu Junqing's face, the other executives quickly changed their tune. Even if they cut a few points, they would still make a profit. It would just take a bit longer to recoup their investment. You guys, Mr. Sun was stunned. Gu Junqing just said he was annoyed, and the others surrendered just like that? They were ready to fight to the death, so why did the emperor surrender first? Chapter 375. Fine, I agree too. President Sun glanced at the others, gritted his teeth, and conceded. The other executives offered bitter smiles, thinking that old man Sun truly failed to read the room. They only went along with him because they sensed Gu Junqing was in a decent mood. He had shown them significant respect by not slapping their faces directly. Gu Junqing could afford to give them face, but they certainly could not take that for granted and push their luck. Testing Gu Junqing's intentions was acceptable before he grew annoyed, but once he was truly irritated, none of them could withstand his wrath. It is like pulling a tiger's whiskers when it is calm. To mistake an angry tiger for a sick cat is pure stupidity, and no one can stop you if you are determined to die. Once the executives agreed, Gu Junqing led Fang Ruoxue away. If it were not for her, he would never have shown his face at an event like this. It was only a matter of a few billion, which meant nothing to the Gu family. A few days later, the executives who had humiliated Fang Ruoxue received reports from their companies. Overnight, their shareholders had sold all their stock to a mysterious buyer, and the controlling stakes had been quietly transferred without their knowledge. President Sun, who had been the most vocal, lost his shares and was reported for corruption and tax evasion. He would be arrested by the authorities if he could not pay the back taxes. In the end, even after pawning his wife off to cover the usurious debts, he still could not pay what he owed. He was ultimately sentenced to over a decade in prison. The other executives fared slightly better, merely packing their bags and leaving, with no one making things too difficult for them. They all knew that while the person behind this had not shown their face, very few in Loda possessed such heaven-defying influence. They knew exactly whom they had offended, and there was only one possible culprit. As for why they did not file a lawsuit, or report Gu Junqing for disrupting market order, the answer was simple. They knew that the Gu family was known as the undefeated champion of litigation in Loadu. Suing the Gu family in Loadu was no different than courting death, and besides, they had no evidence. However, these were all events that unfolded later. Gu Junqing and Fang Ruoxue walked out of the conference room and got into the car Gu Junqing had driven. Sister-in-law, you were wrong today. Please, do not be sad, Gu Junqing said softly, as he watched Fang Ruoxue's silent expression. I am not sad, I am just contemplating the importance of power. Fang Ruoxue felt a warmth in her heart as she saw Gu Junqing's worried expression. It is all right, sister-in-law. Those old foxes will spread the word about today, and no one will dare to trouble the Fang family again. Gu Junqing's eyes flickered as he smiled and spoke. Only for Fang Ruoxue would he offer help without asking for anything in return. If it were Ye Qingxian asking for a favor, she would already be wearing black silk stockings, and by now, things would have progressed to a much more intimate level. Thank you so much for this, Junqing. If not for you, I really would not have been able to fight those old bastards. Fang Ruoxue understood how much help Gu Junqing had given her, from providing the data to standing behind her as her support. Sister-in-law, you are actually capable of it. You just lacked some support behind you. You will see. No one will dare to trouble you after today. Gu Junqing reached out to pat Fang Ruoxue's head, but accidentally tousled her neatly arranged hair, causing her silky, cascading tresses to spill over her shoulders. Ah! When she saw Gu Junqing's large hand reaching out, Fang Ruoxue instinctively wanted to dodge. She decided not to move, reasoning that since he had helped her so much, letting him pat her head was not a big deal. She felt his long, elegant fingers patting her head with doting affection, and the warm heat from his palm pressed against her forehead. To her surprise, Gu Junqing had mischievously undone her hairstyle. The atmosphere between them warmed up due to these intimate gestures. Fang Ruoxue felt her whole body burning. It felt as if pink bubbles were floating around them. This atmosphere made her heart race, and it was the first time she realized that perhaps there really was a strange, magical connection between people. Junqing, I really do not know how to thank you for today. Flustered, Fang Ruoxue hurriedly changed the subject. Sister-in-law, we are family. There is no need for such polite formalities. Gu Junqing blinked, though he did not feel much of anything special. After all, he was an old hand at this, and with his many girlfriends, he could only say that Fang Ruoxue was still too young and naive. No, I must thank you. Otherwise, how will I face you in the future, having owed you one favor after another? Fang Ruoxue turned serious, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes narrowing slightly, her delicate brows knitting together. She had been thinking about how to thank Gu Junqing since her bath last night, and the help she received today was even greater than she had expected. She felt she would never be able to repay him. Sister-in-law, do you really want to thank me? Gu Junqing muttered to himself, thinking that she was indeed thin-skinned, and his refusal only made her feel more uncomfortable. Someone with thicker skin would have likely just declined, and let it pass with a simple thank you. Of course, Junqing, tell me what you want, as long as it is something I can give. Fang Ruoxue blushed, and fearing he might ask for her, she carefully added that last part. I would like one of your lipsticks, Gu Junqing said, appearing to consider the request before proposing it. My lipstick? Fang Ruoxue was stunned, not expecting him to ask for something as simple as that. She had braced herself for him to ask for her, and she had even been planning her answer. While she felt relieved, a faint, lingering sense of disappointment hung in her heart that she could not shake off. She even felt a bit panicked, wondering if she had misunderstood everything. Could it be that Gu Junqing did not actually like her, and was just helping her out of a sense of familial duty? Being married, Fang Ruoxue felt somewhat inferior in front of Gu Junqing, and laughed at herself. She was just a married woman, while he was a wealthy young noble with looks so perfect that even she was jealous of his skin, and his face was the absolute pinnacle of what she had ever seen. Yes, how could someone like him possibly like me? Perhaps his talk of love at first sight was just him playing around with me. For some reason, Fang Ruoxue's mind spiraled, and the more she thought about it, the more inferior she felt. Chapter 376. Sister-in-law, what are you thinking about? You seem so lost in thought. Gu Junqing watched Fang Ruoxue's dazed expression, assuming she had guessed his true intentions. It is nothing, just a lipstick. I can bring you a few from home. Are you planning to give them to your girlfriend? Fang Ruoxue forced a smile, pushing down the slight sourness in her heart. Of course, these few lipsticks are not nearly enough to repay the kindness you have shown me. She had been overthinking it all along, hadn't she? Gu Junqing muttered to himself, wondering if his lipstick inventory would even be enough for all the girls he was seeing. He finally understood why she had been silent for so long, as she had clearly been letting her imagination run wild. Sister-in-law, I told you we are family. There is no need to draw such clear lines between us. Gu Junqing emphasized his point. He and his sister-in-law were family, but he was not so sure about her and his older brother. Also, sister-in-law, I only want one. Gu Junqing blinked and paused, adding a mysterious tone to his voice. I want the one you are wearing on your lips right now. Fang Ruoxue tilted her head in confusion. I have never heard of anyone who likes to eat lipstick. Her low mood was suddenly lifted by his remark, and she couldn't help but laugh. Fine, I can bring some for you when I get home. But I want to taste it right now. Gu Junqing's voice was deep and magnetic as he slowly leaned in, trapping her against the car door until she had nowhere to retreat. Fang Ruoxue pushed weakly against his chest with her small hands, feeling pale and powerless. Her frame seemed tiny compared to Gu Junqing's, and she looked as though she were trapped entirely in his embrace. Only then did she realize what he had actually meant. She was about to refuse, but he suddenly blew a breath of air against her ear. Sister-in-law, you already promised me. Do not go back on your word now. Gu Junqing licked her earlobe lightly, sending a jolt through her entire body. He stayed close, observing her. The heroine was undeniably beautiful, with delicate, fair features, elegant brows, and a perfect temperament that shifted between strength and vulnerability. Even in her conservative professional suit, she could not hide her curvaceous figure or the deep, endless abyss of her cleavage. From his vantage point and considering their height difference, he could only marvel at her porcelain-white skin. The air was thick with her unique, faint fragrance. Junqing. She wanted to say more, but Gu Junqing covered her cherry-like lips with his hand. Sister-in-law, just this one time. Don't worry, no one will know. Just consider it fulfilling a wish for your brother. After all, there was no difference between one kiss and a million. It was like riding a horse. Once you have done it once, you can keep doing it forever. His words were incredibly persuasive, leaving her at a loss for words, as if a devil were whispering in her ear, and she was about to fall into an abyss. She did not want to refuse, and she desperately tried to comfort herself internally. It was just letting him taste the lipstick, not anything intimate. Seeing her resistance fade and her hands turn limp against his chest, Gu Junqing knew he had succeeded. Fang Ruoxue had essentially abandoned her defenses. He slowly released her, his hands moving downward to settle firmly around her slender waist, savoring the delicate touch. His other hand lifted her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Being a married woman and sharing such intimacy with him made her feel strange. Her heart began to race, filling her with a sense of panic. Her beautiful eyes darted around as she tried to look away, but her head was fixed by his hand. She bit her lower lip, completely at a loss for how to handle the situation. She had never been this close to a man before. Even her nominal husband, Wang Teng, had never even held her hand. Her gentle, demure nature made her current hesitation seem adorable, and Gu Junqing almost chuckled. Sister-in-law, let go. Don't bite yourself. He gently pinched her chin, coaxing her lips to part slightly to prevent her from hurting herself in her anxiety. Her heart settled slightly, and her teeth released her lip, but she did not expect him to be so ruthless. Taking advantage of her parted lips, he leaned in and kissed her. Fang Ruoxue's eyes widened in shock as she felt the softness against her own lips and his incredibly nimble tongue. She let out a soft, surprised whimper. Ding. Host has caused chaos in the heroine Fang Ruoxue's heart and stolen her first kiss. Plundered 100 points of the protagonist Wang Teng's fortune. Host's fortune increased by 100. Ding. Host has changed the plot. Rewarded 2,000 villain points. Wow, so she was still holding on to her first kiss. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Brother Wang Teng, what a beautiful wife you have, and you haven't even kissed her. Well, I suppose I have no choice but to accept. Let me take care of these major life milestones for you, sister-in-law. He knew Wang Teng had never touched her, but to think they hadn't even shared a kiss after marriage was ridiculous. Still, it only made his success feel that much more satisfying. His movements became gentle and soothing, guiding her into a magical and comfortable realm, much like a bad uncle luring a child. Her movements changed as well. Her hands, previously pushing against his chest, moved to clutch his collar and finally wrapped around his neck. She began to respond to his passion with raw, clumsy inexperience, and they both became lost in the moment. After a long while, they broke apart. Fang Ruoxue was still dazed, her eyes moist and foggy, her fair cheeks flushed with a stunning, breathtaking beauty. The trace of lipstick on her lips had completely vanished. Sister-in-law, this lipstick must be very expensive, right? Gu Junqing let her go, giving her a moment to collect herself as he licked his own moist lips with a wicked grin. And no, it's not. She could not bring herself to meet his eyes, and turned slightly to avoid his gaze. Her heart was beating wildly and uncontrollably. Chapter 377. Sister-in-law, what are you thinking about? You seem so lost in thought. Seeing Fang Ruoxue's dazed expression, Gu Junqing assumed she had guessed his intentions. It's nothing, just a tube of lipstick. I can bring you a few when I get home. Are you planning to give them to your girlfriend? Fang Ruoxue offered a forced smile, suppressing the bitterness in her heart. Of course, these few tubes of lipstick aren't enough to repay the kindness you've shown me. In the end, she had simply been overthinking things. A girlfriend? With so many girls around, he wasn't sure if he had enough lipstick in stock. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. He finally understood why Fang Ruoxue had been silent for so long, as she had definitely let her imagination run wild again. Sister-in-law, I told you we are family. Don't draw such clear lines, Gu Junqing emphasized. He and his sister-in-law were family, but whether that included her husband was another question entirely. Also, sister-in-law, I only need one. Gu Junqing blinked, pausing to add a touch of mystery. The one you are wearing right now. Fang Ruoxue tilted her head in confusion. Because I want to taste the lipstick. That's the first time I've ever heard of someone wanting to eat lipstick, she chuckled. Fang Ruoxue, who had been feeling down, found herself amused by him. Fine, I can bring it to you when I get home. But I want to taste it now. Gu Junqing's voice dropped to a magnetic low as he slowly leaned in, pinning her against the car door so she had nowhere to retreat. Fang Ruoxue's small hands pressed weakly against Gu Junqing's chest. Compared to him, her figure seemed small, and she looked as though she were trapped in his embrace. It was then that Fang Ruoxue realized what he meant. Just as she was about to refuse, he blew a breath of air against her ear. Sister-in-law, you already agreed. Don't go back on your word. Gu Junqing gently licked her earlobe, sending a shiver through her body. Standing extremely close, Gu Junqing observed her carefully. He had to admit that the female lead was stunningly beautiful, with refined features and a gentle demeanor even with minimal makeup. Even in her dignified professional suit, she could not hide her curvaceous figure and proud bearing. From his angle and given the height difference, he had a perfect view of her beautiful face. A faint, unique fragrance drifted into his nostrils. Junqing. Before she could say anything else, Gu Junqing covered her cherry-red lips with his hand. Sister-in-law, just this one time. Don't worry, no one will know. Just consider it granting your brother a wish. Besides, after one kiss, a million more made no difference. It was like riding a wild horse. Once tamed, you could ride it whenever you wanted. Gu Junqing's words were highly seductive, leaving Fang Ruoxue speechless, as if a devil were whispering in her ear, threatening to drag her into the abyss. Yet, she couldn't bring herself to refuse and frantically tried to reassure herself. Compared to how much he had helped her, his request was nothing. Simply letting him taste her lipstick wasn't exactly an intimate act. Seeing that Fang Ruoxue had stopped moving and her hands against his chest had gone limp, he knew he had succeeded. She had basically dropped her guard against him. Gu Junqing slowly moved his hand down, enjoying the delicate sensation of her skin, until he gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist. With his other hand, he playfully tilted her chin up until their eyes locked. Being engaged, yet locked in such an intimate gaze with Gu Junqing while alone in the car, made Fang Ruoxue feel strange. Her heart began to race, filled with a sense of panic. Her beautiful eyes darted around in panic, but she couldn't move her head as he held it in place. She bit her lower lip, feeling helpless and unsure of what to do. This was her first time being this intimate with a man, as even her nominal husband, Wang Teng, had never touched her hand. Seeing such a cute reaction from the usually gentle Fang Ruoxue almost made Gu Junqing laugh. Sister-in-law, let go. Don't bite yourself. Gu Junqing gently gripped her chin, slightly parting her lips to prevent her from injuring herself due to nerves. Fang Ruoxue calmed down slightly and relaxed her grip. However, she didn't expect Gu Junqing to play so dirty, launching his ambush the moment her lips parted. It was her first time, and her eyes widened in shock as she felt the softness between their lips. Ding. Host has caused female lead Fang Ruoxue's heart to flutter, claiming her first kiss. Protagonist Wang Teng's luck reduced by 100. Host's luck increased by 100. Ding. Host has altered the plot. Reward, 2,000 villain points. Good grief, Fang Ruoxue was actually still a virgin kisser. Brother Wang Teng, with such a beautiful wife, you didn't even bother to kiss her? Well, I'll just have to step in and do the honors, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Gu Junqing knew Wang Teng had never touched her, but to not even get a first kiss after marriage? The indignity of this son-in-law trope was truly absurd. However, this only made Gu Junqing happier, giving him a greater sense of achievement. His movements gradually softened, leading Fang Ruoxue into that magical, comfortable realm like a bad uncle enticing a child. Fang Ruoxue's posture shifted, her hands, which had been pressed against his chest, moved to grab his collar, and eventually wrapped around his neck. She began to respond shyly, and they both started to lose themselves in the moment. A long time later, they pulled apart. Fang Ruoxue's mind was still blank, her eyes moist and misty, and a flush of crimson rose on her fair cheeks, making her breathtakingly beautiful. The trace of lipstick on her lips had completely vanished. Sister-in-law, this lipstick must be expensive. Gu Junqing released her, letting her gather her senses for a moment, and added with a mischievous smirk. It's not expensive. Unable to meet his gaze, Fang Ruoxue turned slightly to the side, her heart pounding uncontrollably. Chapter 378. Sister-in-law, why is this lip balm so smooth? Gu Junqing's words seemed to carry a hidden meaning, causing Fang Ruoxue to lose her composure. I have no idea, Fang Ruoxue said, sounding almost ready to cry. How could you not know, sister-in-law? Gu Junqing chuckled, his expression harboring mischievous intent. All right, I will stop teasing you. Let me take you home. Seeing that Fang Ruoxue was so embarrassed she wanted to bury her head in the ground, Gu Junqing knew it was best to let her calm down. One must know when to push and when to pull, especially when flirting. Constant aggression would only backfire. Fang Ruoxue breathed a sigh of relief once Gu Junqing stopped teasing her, and moved to the front seat to drive. In her mind, she could not help but recall how they had just kissed, and to her shock, she had actually kissed him back. She felt incredibly embarrassed, wishing she could dig a hole to hide in. She was too ashamed to face anyone. Ding. Heroine Fang Ruoxue's favorability toward the host has increased by 10, now at 50, adoration. Reward, 2,000 villain points. Despite this, she was now certain that Gu Junqing had feelings for her. Although she knew it was wrong, a hint of joy secretly blossomed in her heart. Gu Junqing had been the one to comfort and help her during her many moments of helplessness. He did not push her away when she cried in his arms after being dismissed from her position. He also stood up for her when she was being mocked in front of so many executives. With his extraordinary looks and charm, it was impossible for anyone not to be moved by such an outstanding man. Fang Ruoxue could only use these thoughts to comfort herself. Sister-in-law, we have arrived. Let's go see my older brother together. Gu Junqing opened the car door and said with a smile, catching Fang Ruoxue off guard as they had reached the Fang family residence. What? You still want to see Wang Tang? She stared blankly for a moment before reacting with a mix of anxiety and shame. Normally, the guy next door would hide as soon as the husband returned. They would hide in cabinets or make excuses like fixing pipes or delivering food. She had never seen anyone brazen enough to kiss a man's wife and then act as if nothing happened while looking for the husband. Even if her relationship with Wang Tang was strained, he was still her husband. Why can I not even see my big brother? I even planned to share a drink with him and stay the night. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow and teased her. Rest assured, sister-in-law, my brother will certainly want to see me. He said this comfortingly, though honestly, he found the thrill of being the guy next door quite exciting. Before Fang Ruoxue could say anything else, Gu Junqing walked into the villa, and she hurriedly followed. Junqing, why don't you head back? I am afraid. Fang Ruoxue tugged on his sleeve, her eyes filled with a plea. Wife, you are back. Was the document delivered by Brother Gu? Hearing movement on the first floor, Wang Tang shouted and hurried downstairs. Oh, Brother Gu is here too? Seeing Gu Junqing and Fang Ruoxue standing together, looking like a perfect match, he felt a flicker of displeasure, though he forced a smile. Yes, my brother asked me to take care of sister-in-law, so how could I refuse? As you can see, I have returned her to you safely. Gu Junqing replied with a smile. She may have returned, but her heart might have remained with me, Gu Junqing thought to himself. Yes, that is right. Fang Ruoxue forced a smile, her palms sweating. I am going upstairs. You two talk. She did not know why she felt so guilty, perhaps because she was involved with Gu Junqing before divorcing Wang Tang. Seeing Fang Ruoxue rush upstairs, Wang Tang's expression finally eased. The main reason for his unease was that Gu Junqing's looks put a lot of pressure on him. Even the memories he had gained could not eliminate this pressure, as he feared Fang Ruoxue would fall for Gu Junqing. Brother Gu, sit down. This morning was too busy, and I happen to have something I want to discuss with you. Wang Tang pointed to the sofa, inviting Gu Junqing to sit and talk. Brother Gu, let me tell you a secret. Wang Tang hesitated for a moment before deciding to reveal his true identity. What secret? A trace of surprise flashed in Gu Junqing's eyes. Actually, I am the son of the current Wang family head, the eldest young master of the Wang family. As Wang Tang spoke, he exuded an air of arrogance, his demeanor instantly shifting from pathetic to haughty. The Wang family? You mean the Wang family of the four great families? Gu Junqing feigned curiosity. That is correct. Due to some coincidences back then, I hid my identity and became a live-in son-in-law for the Fang family. Wang Tang sighed with emotion, acting as if his journey had been difficult, though in reality, it was all intentional by his father, the head of the Wang family. But now, I plan to return to the Wang family. I see. So, you have such a noble status, big brother. Gu Junqing feigned shock. Otherwise, how could I be worthy of calling you brother? Haha. Wang Tang laughed heartily, pleased by Gu Junqing's reaction. It felt great, and he could only imagine how shocked Director Fang and Ruoxue would be when they found out, which would make the eventual slap in their faces even more satisfying. Big brother, why tell me this all of a sudden? Given how intense the conflict between the Gu and Wang families has become, I want to ask you to stop suppressing the Wang family at this critical moment. Otherwise, it will only result in mutual destruction, and if the Wang family falls, the Gu family will not be well off either. Wang Tang first spoke with a fraternal tone, then subtly threatened him. PSH, he really has no idea about the situation. Gu Junqing wanted to laugh. With the Gu family's current strength, they could withstand all three other families combined. So how could a crumbling Wang family make things difficult for them? Gu Junqing did not say this out loud. Of course, I will try to do as you ask, brother. Gu Junqing narrowed his eyes and paused. However, have you ever thought about starting fresh? Building a new family that answers only to you? What do you mean? Wang Tang said, deep in thought. The Wang family has left you out in the cold for so long. If you return, you will certainly be suppressed, and without any foundation or loyal confidants, you will not gain any real power. But if you start your own path, it will be entirely under your control. Gu Junqing looked at Wang Tang with a meaningful gaze, leaving Wang Tang quite tempted. Chapter 379. I think with your abilities, brother, wouldn't it be better to build a new family centered entirely around you? Gu Junqing looked at Wang Tang with profound meaning. This sentence completely moved Wang Tang. He felt he was truly capable, and everything he did went smoothly. His father and the housekeeper had praised him just a few days ago, talking about his heavenly talents. He was so flattered that he lost his sense of direction, believing all his decisions were correct. You could say Wang Tang's father was quite the expert at digging a hole for his son. But how do I go about doing that now? Wang Tang asked with a humble attitude. Look at your wife's family. The Fang family foundation is excellent. Brother, you can stabilize your father first, and then slowly transfer the Wang family's assets into the Fang family. This way, not only will your relationship with your wife improve, but you will also get the Wang family's assets. It kills two birds with one stone, Gu Junqing said confidently, though he was struggling to suppress a smile. Brother Gu, you make sense. Wang Tang's eyes brightened. Other things were secondary, but warming up his relationship with Fang Ruoxue was what he felt was truly important. He had yet to lay a finger on Fang Ruoxue. He wanted to have a sweet romance with her. Seeing that Wang Tang agreed, Gu Junqing almost laughed out loud. If not for his superb acting skills and special training, he would have laughed until he died, regardless of how funny it was. A normal person wouldn't do this. Wang Tang must have been written by some amateur web novelist, because he had almost no intelligence to speak of. Brother Gu, it is fortunate I have you. If I went back to the Wang family alone, others would definitely make things difficult for me. Wang Tang looked at Gu Junqing with gratitude. He thought this brother was truly a stand-up guy. He was not only taking good care of his wife, but also helping him plan his future path. He had just been a bit jealous of Gu Junqing because he stood so close to Fang Ruoxue. Now he realized that Gu Junqing was the good person who truly cared for him. Gu Junqing was a truly honest man. No need to thank me. Brother, you should transfer the assets as soon as possible. Remember to conceal the source of funds, or it will be over if the Wang family finds out. I know, Brother Gu, I will be careful. Wang Tang followed Gu Junqing's words implicitly. That is good. As long as everything is fine on your end, I believe your wife will not worry. Oh, did Ruoxue mention me in front of you? Yes, Gu Junqing emphasized. She feels quite guilty. Guilty? Wang Tang asked, sounding puzzled. Just then, Fang Ruoxue walked downstairs and said, Thank you, Gu Junqing, for delivering the documents and driving me back. I will cook dinner today. She glared at Gu Junqing, seemingly warning him not to talk nonsense. After speaking, she walked into the kitchen. It seemed she had already changed her clothes. Haha, great. Brother Gu, you are in for a treat. I have been married to Fang Ruoxue for so long, and this is the first time I will eat food she has cooked. Wang Tang did not know that Gu Junqing and Fang Ruoxue had just exchanged glances right in front of him. He laughed happily. A golden light flashed in Gu Junqing's eyes. He activated his insightful eyes and glanced at Wang Tang. He discovered that his luck was not abundant anymore. The remaining luck had transformed into the shape of a hat, resting on Wang Tang's head. It looked quite hilarious in Gu Junqing's eyes. At this moment, Director Fang hurried back from outside and shouted, Wang Tang, go pour me some water. I want to wash my feet. Gu, young Master Gu, why are you here? You should have notified me so I could welcome your arrival properly. Director Fang suddenly saw Gu Junqing sitting on the sofa. His legs went weak, and he nearly fell over. He hurriedly stood up and said with a fawning smile, It is nothing. I just came by to sit for a while, Gu Junqing said with a faint smile. Then Wang Tang, why are you still sitting there? Go pour young Master Gu some tea. Director Fang shouted frantically at Wang Tang, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Ever since he was scared by Gu Junqing at the office last time, he did not want to see him. Even looking at a photo of him could make his legs go weak. Wang Tang gave a bitter smile and stood up to pour Gu Junqing a cup of tea. Now, he could not let Director Fang discover his true status. Using the Fang family as a springboard to transfer assets had to be done in secret. Brother, stay seated. I will go into the kitchen to help your wife cook. After all, I am a guest here. Gu Junqing smiled, stood up to decline the tea, glanced at Director Fang unintentionally, and then headed into the kitchen. Hey, that won't do. Wang Tang was about to stand up to follow Gu Junqing, but Director Fang stopped him. Go pour my foot washing water first. You can play chess with me later. After seeing Gu Junqing's look, he was certain that Gu Junqing wanted him to provide cover and not let Wang Tang interfere. Wang Tang hesitated for a moment, but still went upstairs to fetch water for Director Fang. Meanwhile, the kitchen felt a bit crowded because of Gu Junqing's entry. Actually, the space was not crowded. It was mainly because Gu Junqing kept crowding Fang Ruoxue. Junqing, stop holding me. What if we are seen? Fang Ruoxue twisted in Gu Junqing's arms, looking like she was about to cry. I do not want to hold you either. It is just that your kitchen is too small. I am only here to help, so it is normal to be a bit crowded. Gu Junqing said with a slight smile, while feeling the delicate and smooth waist in his hands. With this degree of curviness, it was probably the size that the elderly often said would bear a son. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Fang Ruoxue looked at the dozen square meters of empty space on her left and fell into deep thought. There was enough room left for 20 Gu Junqings. Junqing, it really is not good if we are seen. While Fang Ruoxue was stir-frying, Gu Junqing leaned against her back, wrapping his arms around her waist, his head resting on her fragrant shoulder. Do not worry, we will not be seen. The kitchen door is closed. Gu Junqing smelled the intoxicating fragrance on Fang Ruoxue and said leisurely, I am just leaning on you. Nothing will happen. What else did he want? Hugging someone else's wife in their own home. What else could he want? Fang Ruoxue was on the verge of tears. She had only now discovered the other side of Gu Junqing hidden beneath his noble persona. He was clearly a big rascal. However, this side of Gu Junqing made him feel more real. The Gu Junqing from before was too perfect, like a feeling she could never touch. Fang Ruoxue dared not resist forcefully, fearing she would attract the attention of those outside. So she could only whisper, while secretly rolling her eyes at Gu Junqing. Humph, he acted so serious at first, but now that he had kissed her once, his true nature was exposed. A big rascal. Chapter 380. Sister-in-law, your cooking skills seem to be lacking. Why don't you make me some noodles instead? Gu Junqing watched as Fang Ruoxue carelessly dumped several spoonfuls of salt into the pan, muttering to himself. That amount would be enough to choke anyone. That is only because you were leaning on my shoulder, and you did not even lift a finger to help. Fang Ruoxue felt a bit short of breath after his comment. It was Gu Junqing leaning against her, making it difficult for her to move her arm, so her hand had slipped. Helping a heroine cook was fine, as there was always a reward to be recouped later in the bedroom. However, he had no interest in cooking for a male protagonist. The fact that he hadn't poisoned the dish was generous, serving as proof that the guy might still have some use. After pouring water for Chairman Fang, Wang Teng noticed the kitchen door was closed. He thought he heard Fang Ruoxue's voice and rushed to the door, ignoring the chairman's attempts to stop him. Ruoxue, is everything all right? He asked anxiously through the door. It is nothing, I just broke a bowl, so I am cleaning it up. Junqing, go wash the vegetables. Fang Ruoxue's voice sounded perfectly normal from inside, making Wang Teng sigh with relief as he returned to the chairman. You useless fool, why go and bother them when they are cooking just fine? The chairman exhaled, worried about what might happen if he failed to carry out Gu Junqing's instructions. The Fang family could not afford to face Gu Junqing's wrath. I was just worried that something might have happened to Ruoxue, Dad. You know she has rarely cooked in her life. Wang Teng scratched his head in explanation. You do not need to worry about that. Forget it, come over and play chess. The chairman hurriedly called Wang Teng over to play, desperate to keep him away from the kitchen. On the other side of the wall in the kitchen, Fang Ruoxue's clothes were disheveled. Her face was flushed and her eyes hazy, looking exactly like someone who had just been bullied. The truth was, she had been bullied, and in a way that she could not even speak of. Even Gu Junqing felt a sense of admiration. Despite her state, she managed to answer Wang Teng with a steady voice and clear logic, proving that women are indeed natural-born actors. Sister-in-law, that is enough. The meal is ready, so we can head out now, Gu Junqing said with a grin. Fang Ruoxue glared at him in shame and anger, knowing full well he had no good intentions when he entered the kitchen to help. Too much had happened today, both in the car and just now, as she had become lost in the moment with Gu Junqing. Her upper body had been completely compromised. Had it not been for Wang Teng's shout earlier, she did not know how far things would have gone. Gu Junqing walked out of the kitchen and glanced at Wang Teng, noting that the fortune on his head looked even more like a hat. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips. Wang Teng relaxed once he saw Gu Junqing emerge. He was usually jealous if any man approached Fang Ruoxue, let alone Gu Junqing, who had been alone in a room with her. Wang Teng, go serve the dishes, it is time to eat. Fang Ruoxue walked out with a stern face, ordering Wang Teng to clear the kitchen, while she went upstairs to compose herself and fix her appearance. The atmosphere during the meal was strange. Although it seemed lively, Wang Teng could not shake the feeling that something was off. Fang Ruoxue kept trying to serve food to Gu Junqing, but he politely declined with a smile, muttering internally. Was she trying to kill him? These dishes were the ones she had oversalted, enough to choke anyone. If Brother Gu does not want it, give it all to me. Wang Teng laughed heartily. Serve it yourself. Fang Ruoxue rolled her eyes at Wang Teng, her expression suddenly turning seductive. Fang Ruoxue looked completely different from her usual self. Where she once wore a cold expression, she now seemed filled with a feminine charm, acting exactly like a woman in love. Wang Teng was thrilled, thinking Fang Ruoxue finally had feelings for him, and was showing her feminine side. Brother Gu's advice was definitely working, and he resolved to listen to him even more closely. He smiled boldly, his heart racing. All right, I will serve myself. This whole bowl is mine. Little did he know, Fang Ruoxue had simply been annoyed that Gu Junqing refused her food. She had slipped her foot, clad in flesh-colored pantyhose, out of her shoe to kick him, only for him to trap it between his feet, forcing the sound from her lips. Why did they always like to play these games? Was this just how women were? Gu Junqing muttered to himself. They were always trying to seduce him in secret, while everyone was eating. Fang Ruoxue's body trembled involuntarily, as she tried to pull her foot back, only to find she could not move it. She glared at Gu Junqing, seemingly trying to convey a message. Let go of my foot. You were the one who extended it. Gu Junqing glanced at her lightly. Although Fang Ruoxue did not fully understand the look in his eyes, she knew he had no intention of letting her go. She felt a pang of regret for having offered herself up like this. Now, aside from her most intimate secrets, her body was practically an open book to Gu Junqing. Along with her anger, a faint sense of shyness remained. She had actually explained to Gu Junqing in the kitchen that there was no romantic love between her and Wang Teng, and that their marriage had merely been a stroke of coincidence that had never been consummated. As long as Gu Junqing did not despise her, she would explain everything to Wang Teng, and had no problem divorcing him. If this were not a contractual marriage devoid of emotion, her personality would never allow her to betray her husband. Their agreement clearly stated that if either party found a new partner, they could negotiate an amicable end to the marriage. The most crucial part was the assets, as Fang Ruoxue had made Wang Teng sign a contract ensuring he would not get a single cent of the Fang family fortune in the event of a divorce. However, Gu Junqing said he needed to wait a while before telling Wang Teng, and considering their decent relationship, Fang Ruoxue had agreed. Otherwise, she would have already filed for divorce. Wang Teng was too busy eating to notice the silent exchange between Fang Ruoxue and Gu Junqing, but Chairman Fang observed it all. His eyes shone with a subtle excitement. He felt his daughter was truly capable, actually managing to secure Gu Junqing as a son-in-law, which was practically a ticket to prosperity for the whole family. Was this not hundreds of times better than that guy Wang Teng? From now on, the Fang family's status in Loida would change entirely. It could be said that they were destined for greatness. Chapter 381. Gu Junqing left after finishing his meal. He had been unexpectedly summoned to school by a teacher. He looked at the text message on his phone with a sense of speechlessness. It was from Bai Ji, a teacher he had met at the school featured in the super academic God storyline. He had specifically arranged for her transfer from Wei Middle School to one owned by the Gu family. Keeping the female lead away from the male lead was always his standard operating procedure. He also made sure to find time occasionally to maintain their relationship. Furthermore, he had enrolled Lin Qingzu in Bai Ji's class. After all, Bai Ji's teaching ability was not significantly inferior to Yu Miaojan's. Bai Ji had summoned him simply because she claimed there was an issue with Lin Qingzu's grades. It left Gu Junqing feeling speechless. Since Gu Junqing was the only family Lin Qingzu had left in this world, he was the only one she could call. Under normal circumstances, as the female lead, Lin Qingzu's grades should have been stellar. Although she had missed many lessons due to past events, her innate brilliance should have prevented this. By the time he arrived at the school, it was close to dismissal, and he headed straight to Bai Ji's office. Pushing open the door, he saw Lin Qingzu standing to the side with her head bowed. Bai Ji was sitting in her chair speaking. Gu Junqing noticed that Bai Ji seemed even more beautiful and charming than the last time he saw her, and he scanned her appearance from head to toe. She had a classic oval face and flawless, pale skin. With her high nose bridge and charming peach blossom eyes that curved like crescent moons when she smiled, she was devastatingly beautiful. A beauty mark on the corner of her eye added to her allure, making her gaze truly captivating. She kept her silky black hair tied back with a simple ribbon, lending her a modest, gentle air suitable for a teacher. Without that professional demeanor, she might never have been hired, as her striking beauty was almost scandalous. High school students were at an age of hormonal restlessness, and seeing such a beautiful teacher would likely distract them from their studies entirely. Teacher Bai, what happened that required you to summon me? Is it because Qingzu's grades are poor? Gu Junqing asked as he walked over. There was a hint of schadenfreude in his tone, as he secretly hoped Bai Ji would discipline Lin Qingzu. He felt like he could not even keep her quiet these days. Lin Qingzu had been overjoyed when Gu Junqing arrived, but hearing his comment, she bared her fangs at him. Her stunning little face flushed with anger. That's not it, Bai Ji said, blinking her charming peach blossom eyes. Her long, curled lashes felt as though they were brushing against one's heart. It's not. Now it was Gu Junqing's turn to be confused. I simply feel that Qingzu has such an incredible capacity for learning. Even without studying, she is leading the entire class. Bai Ji smiled gently and explained to Gu Junqing. While she hasn't reached your level yet, she is still at the top of her grade. If she actually applied herself, she wouldn't be much worse than you, Bai Ji added with a sigh of admiration. Lin Qingzu's foundation wasn't initially great, but what she did know was solid. With a proper study plan, she was progressing rapidly, making Bai Ji feel like she was witnessing the rise of another academic prodigy. Tisk, that's unexpected. I thought I was here to be scolded by the teacher so I could go home and discipline her properly. Gu Junqing shook his head, feigning disappointment. Ah, brother Junqing, you're so mean. Lin Qingzu pounced on Gu Junqing, thumping his chest with her head. After a few bumps, she ended up dizzy herself. Both Bai Ji and Gu Junqing could not help but laugh. Still, Qingzu really needs some discipline. She watches those dramas all day long, so teacher Bai should keep her in check. Gu Junqing patted Lin Qingzu's head as he spoke to Bai Ji. Dramas? Are you talking about empresses in the palace? Bai Ji's eyes lit up as she laughed. What? You watch it too, teacher Bai? Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow. It was normal enough, as the show was currently a massive hit, and the rights had been transferred to Gu Junqing's company from that time-traveling fellow, bringing in substantial profits for the Gu family. The time traveler had long been under Gu Junqing's control, and the company had been transferred without a hitch. After all, most of the staff were already Gu Junqing's people. Yes, that explains why the essays Qingzu writes are so profound. She wrote an argumentative essay discussing why the empress had to scheme against the concubines. She analyzed it through the lenses of poisoning, framing, and the emperor's physical health, ultimately concluding that the chaos in the harem depends on whether the emperor is still capable in bed. The teachers at the school were cracking up, Bai Ji said, her eyes curving into crescents. Clearly, she was one of the teachers who had found it hilarious. Gu Junqing's expression stiffened, and he looked at Lin Qingzu with a dangerous glint in his eyes. He realized if he did not stop her from watching those dramas, she would surely cause more trouble in the future. Watching dramas was fine, but analyzing them like this was where she crossed the line. He almost wanted to pry open her head to see what exactly was going on inside. Teacher Bai, I told you not to tell brother Junqing about that. Lin Qingzu blushed, feeling a murderous gaze, and quickly urged Bai Ji to stop. She suddenly understood a universal truth: you truly cannot hide the look of someone wanting to kill you. It's fine, it's fine. I still have other things about your time at school that I haven't mentioned yet. Bai Ji looked at Lin Qingzhou with indulgence. She found Lin Qingzhou to be such an interesting student that she felt fulfilled just by teaching her. Sweet, adorable, and academically gifted, she was practically the perfect student, save for her lack of genuine enthusiasm for studying. Oh, what other things? Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow. He made a decision from now on. Even if Lin Qingzhou pleaded exhaustion, he would not stop. Nothing at all. Lin Qingzhou's pleading gaze finally made Bai Ji stop, though she still wore a smile that suggested she had more to say. Go pack your things so we can head home. I need to have a word with teacher Bai alone. Seeing that Bai Ji had no more complaints, Gu Junqing sent Lin Qingzhou back to her classroom. In reality, he just wanted her out of the room. Humph, I bet you just want to be alone with teacher Bai, Lin Qingzhou muttered under her breath. What did you say? Gu Junqing's gaze grew even more dangerous. He finally understood why the saying about the father disciplining the child existed. Good thing Lin Qingzhou is only my foster sister, he muttered to himself. I didn't say anything. Lin Qingzhou scrambled out of the office in a flash. Chapter 382. Seeing Lin Qingzhou scurry out of the room, Gu Junqing turned his attention back to Bai Ji. Teacher Bai, the truth is, you just missed me, didn't you? Gu Junqing thought for a moment before saying this with a smile. He didn't think Lin Qingzhou's situation was severe enough to require calling her guardian. There was only one other possibility. This, of course, meant that Bai Ji was eyeing him again, looking to take a bite out of him like he was Tang Monk's flesh. Who missed you? You really know how to flatter yourself. Caught in her tracks, Bai Ji spoke with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Her chest heaved with irritation. Oh, if teacher Bai didn't miss me, then I should clarify that I have truly missed your embrace. I still remember how much warmth your arms gave this affection-starved child back then. Gu Junqing glanced at her cleavage and kept his gaze fixed right there. He knew that taking one look was instinct, while the second look was a matter of character, so as long as he didn't blink, no one could call him ill-mannered. Bai Ji blushed under his scrutiny, but refusing to yield, she glared right back at his groin. She was determined to see who would lose their nerve first. She had fallen for his act before, when he claimed that no girl had ever wanted to be near him. He said he was starved for affection and traumatized, needing her generous bosom to comfort him. Thinking back on that lie now, only someone with a brain full of water would have believed it. The real kicker was that she actually did. She must have lost her mind when she agreed to talk to him. Later, Gu Junqing tricked her again, promising he could perform cupping therapy to help draw out dampness. She fell for it again, and while he did perform the cupping, he didn't stop there. He decided to draw his weapon as well. Her 25-year-old heart received quite the shock. It was a heavy impact indeed, leaving her backside flushed red from the encounter. From that moment on, Bai Ji learned her lesson. You could only trust half of what Gu Junqing said, specifically the punctuation marks. She had been deceived by his handsome face, which was his most deceptive weapon of all. She eventually took his advice and came here to teach, earning a salary far higher than she had ever imagined. She didn't stay for the money though. She only stayed to see him more often. Of course, the students she taught were all outstanding, hailing from the Gu family's extended relatives and branches. Teacher Bai, if you keep looking at me like that, I can't guarantee I won't take you right here. Gu Junqing felt her gaze lingering on him and chuckled. He was no stranger to this office, after all. He had fought many battles in Yumiajin's office, planting many seeds of hope and spilling his life essence in the process. You rascal, there isn't a normal thought in your head. I really must have been out of my mind to believe you back then. Bai Ji spat, feeling shy after his blunt comment. Now that Lin Qingzhou had left, she had clearly relaxed, losing that stiff, professional facade. Is that so? Then would you like me to find another opportunity to perform some cupping therapy for you? Gu Junqing stepped forward, scooped Bai Ji up, and sat down, pulling her onto his lap. That wasn't cupping. That was you drawing your weapon, you despicable man. Despite her words, her body instinctively softened and melted into his embrace. She admitted to herself that she was the one who was shameless, craving his body just as much as he craved hers. With eyes crinkling into crescents, she nuzzled his neck to catch his scent, sighing with comfort because she had truly missed him. It was a pity that Gu Junqing was the type to draw his weapon and offer no affection afterward, rarely visiting her. If not for Lin Qingzhou, she would have felt too embarrassed to call him over so often. Gu Junqing chuckled to himself, realizing Bai Ji still held a grudge. She had fallen for his sweet talk quite a few times, after all. He hadn't expected her to be so gullible, perhaps because she hadn't downloaded an anti-fraud app. Even though I wanted you to come visit me, you cannot ignore Qingzhou's situation. She has the potential to rank first in the city for her grade level. If she achieves that, I won't be any worse than Yumiajin, and I might even be able to compete with her to see who is the superior teacher. Bai Ji hummed, her eyes burning with a competitive fire. Why bother fighting for an empty title, when you could just fight for me instead? Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Just as the goddess CEO viewed Yeqing Xian and Fang Ruoxue as the industry benchmarks, Yumiajin was the sole benchmark for goddess teachers. Teachers throughout the industry envied Yumiajin's incredible luck. Not everyone could produce a student who consistently ranked first in the entire city of Luodu. Even if Yumiajin's actual contribution was minimal, in terms of reputation, Gu Junqing was still considered her student. From that point on, Yumiajin became a celebrity teacher across Luodu, with some schools even organizing groups to observe her classes. Her breathtaking beauty and figure only added to her fame within the teaching circle. Bai Ji's appearance was not inferior to Yume Ajin's in the slightest. The only difference was that she hadn't produced a top-ranked student in the city yet. If she could produce a citywide champion, or even a top-tier student, she would become a star teacher and a goddess herself. This bond was originally meant to be between Ming Ren, the protagonist with the super academic system, and his teacher, Bai Ji. Unfortunately, Gu Junqing had intercepted it at the source. Firstly, Gu Junqing could never be surpassed by Ming Ren in terms of academic performance. Secondly, since he had already poached Bai Ji, Ming Ren stood no chance at all. Bai Ji had a petite figure, standing a little over 5 feet tall. This, however, did not prevent her from having an incredibly voluptuous physique, accompanied by a faint scent of milk. As she nestled in Gu Junqing's arms, viewed from behind, she was completely obscured by his frame. This detail made it quite clear why she had received such a significant impact back then. In the room where only the two of them remained, the atmosphere turned thick with ambiguity. Gu Junqing couldn't help but peck at Bai Ji's cherry lips, and she tilted her head back to meet him. Suddenly, Gu Junqing pulled away and whispered into her ear, "Qingzu is eavesdropping outside." Lin Qingzu had truly been spoiled rotten. Gu Junqing had molded her into a sly, scheming person who absolutely loved to eavesdrop on him. Chapter 383. Bai Ji quickly climbed down from Gu Junqing, smoothed out her clothes, and gave a light cough. "Qingzu, come out." Lin Qingzu popped her little head out from behind the door and smiled. "Hee hee, carry on, Teacher Bai. I won't make fun of you." She had finally found some leverage on Teacher Bai. If Bai Ji ever tattled to Gu Junqing again, she would use what she saw today to tease her. Besides, she knew her brother Junqing would never let a beauty like Teacher Bai off the hook. "Lin Qingzu, your sister Hepburn is coming to pick you up soon. She hopes you will wait here obediently." Gu Junqing smiled, though a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Lin Qingzu wasn't even that afraid of Gu Junqing anymore, but she feared Hepburn above all else. After Gu Junqing brought Hepburn home to the Gu family, she once encountered his tiger, Bai Yu. Hepburn had startled, pulled a dagger, and nearly ended the tiger right there, leaving a deep childhood trauma on Lin Qingzu, who had been out walking it. Hepburn's cold-blooded demeanor and aura of killing intent were bone-chilling. It had terrified Lin Qingzu, who had never witnessed such bloodshed before, leaving her trembling. The tiger, Bai Yu, felt wronged as well, having nearly been taken out by several humans in such a short time. This had been the closest call with death, as that sharp dagger had almost pierced its eye. It started to doubt if it was even the king of beasts, hiding in its iron cage in depression for days. That is why Lin Qingzu and Bai Yu now took a detour whenever they saw Hepburn, knowing they couldn't mess with her. Lin Qingzu also realized how possessive Hepburn was of Gu Junqing, and she felt Hepburn would never be on her side. Lin Qingzu's expression changed instantly. The girl who had been smiling like a little fox suddenly turned pale, pointing a trembling finger at Gu Junqing, unable to speak. She thought she was cunning enough, but she never expected Gu Junqing to pull this stunt. "You two chat, see you later." Just to be clear, I'm not afraid of Sister Hepburn. I just purely wanted to give you and Teacher Bai some space. Lin Qingzu stood at attention, turned around, and marched away, deciding not to stay any longer. She felt unloved. Even though she knew Hepburn was also Brother Junqing's woman, her legs went weak whenever she saw her. To avoid needing a change of pants, she decided it was better to sneak home, as it wasn't far from the Gu residence anyway. Gu Junqing sneered. Lin Qingzu really thought he couldn't keep her in check. In a few years, he would make her unable to talk back. He would see if her mouth was as stubborn as his. "Who is Hepburn?" Bai Ji asked curiously as she watched Lin Qingzu leave. "Just a housekeeper at my house." Gu Junqing replied with a calm smile. Bai Ji didn't know about his many women, and still believed he was a child lacking love. "Is that so?" Bai Ji eyed Gu Junqing suspiciously, but found his gaze didn't waver. His clear, clean pupils made him look just like an 18-year-old boy. She nodded, choosing to believe him. Women really have stubborn mouths, claiming they don't believe men, while choosing to believe them in their hearts. They never seem to learn their lesson despite getting burned several times. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. With the atmosphere ruined by Lin Qingzu's interruption, they had to sit down for small talk to build their relationship. "Junqing, since you've been recommended for Huaqing University, what do you like to do now?" Bai Ji asked suddenly. "I like listening to music and watching movies," Gu Junqing replied casually. And looking at black stockings, Gu Junqing suddenly thought of Ye Qingxian. He wondered if she had cooled off since the last time he stopped her mouth. Then there were Yume Ajin and her daughter, absolute goddesses with legs and black stockings. He hadn't been to their house in ages. "What, you are actually this kind of person?" Bai Ji was outraged, glancing at Gu Junqing. He was clearly a handsome, graceful youth with a stunning face, yet his thoughts were so filthy. She snuck a peek at her own legs. She wasn't tall, but her proportions were amazing, and her legs looked very long. "I would probably look good in black stockings too, should I wear them next time?" Bai Ji muttered to herself. "I'm kidding. I knew it." Bai Ji sighed, thinking she had found Gu Junqing's taste. How could I possibly like listening to music and watching movies? Gu Junqing's words made the atmosphere go silent for a moment. They exchanged a look and burst out laughing. Gu Junqing's comment made Bai Ji giggle, her peach blossom eyes crinkling into crescents. "Junqing, you just love to tease me." "Of course. Boys grow up to be clowns, and girls grow up to be troublemakers. What's wrong with teasing you?" Gu Junqing blinked, giving a pure, pursed lip smile. Every heroine has a unique way to be conquered. For someone like Bai Ji, who seems serious on the surface, but is actually quite risque, Gu Junqing had to be even more brazen. He started with the image of a serious, pure high school student to stir up her nurturing instinct, then used more improper methods to win her heart. You bad guy, I must have been out of my mind to believe your sweet talk. Bai Ji gave Gu Junqing a flirtatious wink. She had long been captivated by his humor and handsomeness. Even knowing he was a student under 20, she was like a moth to a flame, her heart hanging on him. Is that so? I wonder how the dampness in Teacher Bai's body is. If cupping can't remove it, we'll just have to plug it up. Gu Junqing wrapped an arm around Bai Ji's waist and lifted her up. They had quite the height difference, and without this, she would have to jump to hit his knees. Just as they were about to engage in some unspeakable activities in the office, another voice suddenly rang out. Oh my, it seems I've seen something I shouldn't have. Lin Qingzu had actually come back, her face covered by her hands, but with gaps between her fingers, her big round eyes staring at Gu Junqing and Bai Ji. Brother Junqing, you're so silly. I already checked. Sister Hepburn is still at home playing with Bai Yu. She isn't picking me up at all. At this moment, Bai Ji was being pressed against the desk by Gu Junqing, her legs nearly hooked over his shoulders. The two exchanged a look. Teacher Bai, let's attend to your dampness another time. I have to discipline a child now. Gu Junqing shook his head in regret and stood up, walking toward Lin Qingzu. Spank her hard, don't hold back. Bai Ji stood up as well, staring gloomily at Lin Qingzu. She suddenly wondered why the previously cute and obedient Lin Qingzu had become so annoying. It was the first time the teacher and parent were on the same side, united in opinion. I was wrong, I was really wrong. Seeing Gu Junqing's smiling expression, Lin Qingzu ran out in a hurry. She knew that look she was definitely in trouble. Chapter 384. The next day, Gu Junqing stepped out of Lin Qingzu's room looking refreshed, carefully closing the door behind him. Lin Qingzu wept silently inside, regretting that final bit of playfulness last night as she put on her gloves. Her skin was raw from the night before, and her brother Junqing had only just let her go that morning. She sighed, tidied herself up, ate a quick bite, and headed for school. No sooner had she stepped into the classroom than Bai Ji punished her with 10 copies of the Lisao, using the excuse that she had entered with her left foot first. Lin Qingzu could only accept it silently, wanting to cry but finding no tears. After all, she was the one who had interrupted their good time the night before. Between Gu Junqing's physical punishment last night and Bai Ji's copying task today, she felt miserable. Gu Junqing went to see Yang Shixing, having matters to discuss. I told you, we don't film such explicit content. Yang Shixing frowned at the man with the handlebar mustache from Japan. He was now second in command within the Luodo underground, ranking only below Gu Junqing's senior sister. He had cleaned up the local scene effectively, almost entirely eliminating drugs and gambling from his territory. As for the adult industry, well, those who knew, knew. Today, representatives from the Japanese Yamaguchi-gumi had arrived, intending to film adult movies in Luodo. He had refused them sternly. He had his own bottom lines, though they were mostly the ones set by Gu Junqing. This specific area was strictly off-limits. If he crossed that line, Gu Junqing's girlfriend, Ling Xuanja, would surely come to shut him down. He knew that Gu Junqing's status in Luodo was currently at its zenith, with his people embedded throughout both the legal and illegal sectors. Even among his own trusted subordinates, he couldn't tell who was secretly an informant for Gu Junqing. Yang knew his position in Gu Junqing's eyes could never compare to Ling Xuanja's, so he dared not overstep. Baka, Mr. Yang Shixing, if this is a matter of money, we can negotiate. Yamaguchi Kojiro spat out the insult, visibly agitated, before suppressing his anger. He had tried to persuade Yang many times, but the man remained unmoved. If Yang wasn't the one calling the shots in Luodo, he would have taken his business elsewhere long ago. Money? Do I look like I'm short on cash? Yang sneered. Most of the Luodo underground fell under his jurisdiction, and every KTV and bar paid him fees to keep their operations running. While avoiding drugs and gambling made the money come in a bit slower, it was cleaner, and his men didn't have to live in constant fear. The income was still substantial, supplemented by resources from the Gu family. Even a few scraps from their table were enough to keep him fed for a long time. Then what does Yang-sama require? Seeing Yang's irritation, Yamaguchi Kojiro's demeanor softened. It was in his nature to be subservient to the strong and overbearing to the weak. I don't need anything. This isn't a decision I can make, and no one else would agree to it either. Yang closed his eyes, ignoring the man. Tensions spiked as the Yamaguchi-gumi entourage and Yang's men stood face to face. Bang. Yang Shixing, don't be ungrateful. Baka Yaro, you're asking for death. Enraged by Yang's stubbornness, Yamaguchi Kojiro slammed his hand on the table and stood up, sending items flying. Yang narrowed his eyes, furious at the man's audacity. Just as he was about to give the order to act, a subordinate rushed in and whispered something into his ear. Bring young Master Gu in immediately. Hearing that Gu Junqing had arrived, Yang hurried to greet him, completely ignoring Yamaguchi. It seems someone important has arrived. Yamaguchi's translator whispered to him. Yamaguchi stroked his mustache and raised his left hand, signaling his men to stand down and observe. Gu Junqing entered the hall to find two groups locked in a tense standoff, and he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Was someone actually daring to stir up trouble in the Luodo underground now? He cast a puzzled glance toward Yang Shixing. Yang scurried over to Gu Junqing's side to explain the situation in a low voice. What's happening? Why all the commotion? Gu Junqing asked with interest. Young Master Gu, these people from Japan want to film adult content in Loadu. They even demanded we provide the cast, specifically requesting beautiful campus beauties, and they want to inspect the goods first. Is that so? A cold glint flashed in Gu Junqing's eyes. This country was just like a certain one from his previous life, with a nature and behavior that he found deeply repulsive. Yamaguchi Kojiro watched the scene with interest, surprised to see the boss of Loda treating a young man with such deference. He stepped forward in his wooden clogs. Mr. Yang, won't you introduce me to this gentleman? Seeing Yang ignore him, he didn't get angry, instead turning toward Gu Junqing on his own. Let me introduce myself. I am Yamaguchi from Japan. You may call me Mr. Yamaguchi. Yamaguchi extended his hand for a handshake, but seeing no intention from Gu Junqing to reciprocate, he retracted it, feeling slighted. Mr. Yang, have you considered it? Surely this gentleman can make the decision for you. We are offering 100 million for the filming costs. Yamaguchi spoke to Yang first, but his last sentence was clearly aimed at Gu Junqing. He believed 100 million would sway anyone, and after all, he only wanted a few beauties for his film. They had long been drooling over the beauties of the Xia Kingdom. Gu Junqing looked at Yamaguchi's repulsive expression and sighed. Yang Shixing, do you know what you did wrong? Yang was stunned, thinking Gu Junqing meant he had been rude to Yamaguchi, and he opened his mouth to explain. You would let such animalistic trash walk through that door? I gave you authority to do business with anyone, but did I ever say you could do business with animals? Gu Junqing's voice wasn't loud, but it made Yang tremble. Young Master Gu, I didn't know what kind of business you wanted, Yang said with a bitter smile. Regardless of the business, you'd better not deal with this kind of trash, or you'll learn the consequences, Gu Junqing said, his eyes flashing with coldness. Chapter 385. Asking for a school beauty straight away? Does he really think this is his Japan? You have the patience to talk to a beast like that? I almost admire your restraint. Gu Junqing rarely lost his temper, but he was truly angry now. There was no need to ask why, because it was personal. As the saying goes, different lands, sworn enemies. Yamaguchi Kojiro did not understand what Gu Junqing said, thinking he was blaming Yang Shixing for not treating him well. He struck a haughty pose. His interpreter quickly stepped forward to whisper the translation into his ear. Baka Yero, you go too far. The guy even sounded like a cliché, Gu Junqing thought to himself. Gu Junqing narrowed his eyes. With a light step, he moved with a whistle through the air, arriving in front of Yamaguchi in the blink of an eye. Yamit! A loud crash echoed through the room. It was as swift as lightning. Yamaguchi's eyes widened in shock, but before he could speak, a heavy blow struck his chest. He was launched into the air like a ball by Gu Junqing's kick. Before he could fall, Gu Junqing spun and delivered a powerful follow-up kick, sending him flying like an arrow into the wall, where he left a human-shaped crater. Blood trickled from Yamaguchi's mouth onto his chest. He collapsed to his knees before slumping to the floor like a ragdoll, unconscious. Everyone present was stunned that Gu Junqing had taken action himself. He had dealt with the man with such brutal, efficient finality. Seeing their boss treated like a punching bag, or worse, knocked unconscious in 2 blows, Yamaguchi's men backed away in terror. Do I need to repeat myself? Throw them all out. Gu Junqing frowned as he spoke to the stunned Yang Shixing. As for this Yamamoto, if he is dead, cremate him. If he is not, finish the job. Yes, sir. Yang Shixing wiped the sweat from his forehead. This was his first time seeing Gu Junqing fight, and it was clear the young master was truly angry. Remember, break at least 1 leg before you toss them out. Hurry up, get to it. Yang Shixing bellowed at his men, leading the charge himself. Gu Junqing picked up a tissue to wipe his shoes. Aside from the main protagonists, he rarely bothered to dirty his hands, as he usually had no need to fight. Taking action today was indeed driven by personal emotion. Satisfying. My thoughts are clear now, he remarked. With Yang Shixing leading the charge and Gu Junqing looming as a silent threat, the dozens of men Yamaguchi brought stood no chance. They were each relieved of a hand before being tossed out, with others left to clean up the mess. Young Master Gu, they have all been taken care of. Yang Shixing approached him, trembling slightly. Yang Shixing, there is no need to let such subhuman trash in here again. If I see it happen once more, you can get the hell out along with them. Gu Junqing lowered his gaze, picked up a cup of tea, and blew on the steam. Yes, sir, understood. Yang Shixing nodded hurriedly, feeling as anxious as a subordinate. It was the first time he had seen Gu Junqing angry, and it truly frightened him. The cleaners working nearby cast puzzled glances at Yang Shixing. He was always an intimidating presence to them, never showing such deference to anyone. All of you, get out. Yang Shixing dismissed his men, knowing Gu Junqing had not come all this way just for such a trivial matter. Once they were gone, Yang Shixing sighed in relief and turned to await Gu Junqing's instructions. Young Master Gu, what instructions do you have today? Yang Shixing usually kept in touch via phone, only rarely visiting the Gu estate to report on his work. Nothing much. I just noticed that you have been managing Loda quite well, and the recent public security is excellent. I came specifically to commend you, Gu Junqing said with a faint, enigmatic smile. He knew this because his girlfriend, the law enforcement officer Ling Xuanja, had mentioned that the underground forces in Loadu had become much more behaved. It had left the anti-gang agencies with almost nothing to do. I wouldn't dare take credit. This is only my duty. Yang Shixing looked pleasantly surprised, as this was the first time he had received praise from Gu Junqing. He felt his life was complete, even harboring the impulse to die for someone who appreciated him so well. Tell me your views on vice, gambling, and drugs. Given how well you have managed the Luodu underworld, I am curious. Gu Junqing rarely encountered a gang leader capable of cleaning things up so thoroughly. It was almost surreal to think that a criminal boss had effectively turned into a do-gooder. Yang Shixing hesitated for a moment before slowly sharing his thoughts. Take gambling for instance. It isn't the card games that are addictive, but the habit itself. Once you feel that millions are easily made, you can never go back to honest labor. He continued, the money we make from that only ruins lives. And it isn't even that much because most of it is borrowed. Drugs are the same. When happiness is too easily bought, you stop cherishing anything else. That destroys families, and even puts our own people at risk. While the money comes quickly, it is far too dangerous. Besides, the legitimate businesses we run in Luodu are more than enough. Gu Junqing was truly taken aback. He never expected a gang leader to show such concern for the common people. Despite his rough, fierce appearance, he turned out to be a decent person. It was hard to believe. I never thought I would find someone else who leans towards being a good person, besides myself. Gu Junqing mused, stroking his chin. What about vice? Why didn't you mention that? Gu Junqing asked with curiosity. Vice, well, that is truly enjoyable. Yang Shixing muttered awkwardly. Tisk, I overestimated you. It seems I am the only righteous one here. Gu Junqing sighed, feigning heartbreak. However, he wasn't entirely wrong, as Gu Junqing found his own time with the heroines to be extremely enjoyable. Chapter 386. Enough. We can discuss these issues later. Right now, I want to know if you have any interest in venturing out to make a name for yourself. Gu Junqing waved his hand, signaling Yang Shixing to stop. He felt that he had no room to speak on matters regarding yellow-related affairs anyway. Venturing out? Yang Shixing blinked, looking a bit confused. Soon, a sharp glint appeared in Yang Shixing's eyes. He looked at Gu Junqing with visible excitement. Does this mean young master plans to expand our influence beyond this city? Yes. I am about to start university in the capital. I intend to send you there to act as an extension of our influence. But the water in the capital runs deep. Neither my strength nor our influence can reach that far. I once tried to establish a foothold there, but my people were driven back. Yang Shixing still seemed hesitant. Rest assured, I will arrange for people to assist you. The underground forces in the capital are not things you can handle alone. Gu Junqing glanced at Yang Shixing. Although Yang Shixing was strong, that was only compared to ordinary people. The capital was a place where crouching tigers and hidden dragons abounded, with masters far exceeding those in the relatively calm and prosperous Luodu. Sending Yang Shixing to organize underground forces there was no different than sending him to his death. The reason Gu Junqing was leaving his base in Luodu was that he was not without roots in the capital. His mother's Xia family was a massive clan with roots deeply embedded in the capital. They held a top-tier status across the entire nation. The elder Xia, who was still alive, was one of the few figures whose mere presence could shake the capital. To put it into perspective, if a nuclear war were to break out, Elder Xia would be the one authorized to sign the launch protocols. Otherwise, he would never have been able to protect Gu Junqing from the fully developed protagonist in the original story. Therefore, Gu Junqing was not without a backing in the capital. One could even say his official support system was formidable. Meanwhile, the fate of the Wang family in Luodu was sealed, and from now on, Luodu would see a new order. The Wang family would fall, and the Fang family would rise. However, the Fang family would inevitably be controlled by the heroine, Fang Ruoxue. Once that happened, the situation in Luodu would be settled. With the new four great families and the underground forces firmly under Gu Junqing's control, Luodu would essentially become his backyard. No one would be able to contend with the Gu family anymore. Naturally, Gu Junqing would not stop there. With the experience from his previous life and the heavenly villain system, he knew that the events to come would transcend the city. Yes, young Master Gu, I will head to the capital first to handle everything for you. A burning intensity flashed in Yang Shixing's eyes. Previously, he was just a minor leader in a corner of Luodu. If he hadn't met Gu Junqing, he could never have achieved his current status. To him, being able to serve Gu Junqing was already the greatest favor imaginable. Furthermore, it was clear that Gu Junqing was doing this to promote him. The position Gu Junqing held in his heart was akin to that of a god. Pack your things. Someone will arrange your itinerary shortly. Gu Junqing stood up and walked away, leaving Yang Shixing standing there in thought. He felt his blood boiling with excitement once more. As for Yang Shixing's loyalty, Gu Junqing had long verified it using his system. He was loyal to the core, to the point where betrayal was impossible. Otherwise, he would never have allowed him to reach the position of second-in-command of the underground forces. Of course, even if he did have ulterior motives, there would be others to handle him. Outside of the few heroines and his parents, he trusted no one, and maintained countermeasures against everyone. Yang Shixing's abilities were quite impressive, considering he had managed the underground forces to such an extent. In truth, Gu Junqing's initial motive for conquering the underground was merely to counter the protagonist. Firstly, urban protagonists love to recruit underground forces for their own use. By seizing control of them, he naturally diminished the protagonist's potential assistance. Secondly, Gu Junqing was a man who cherished his reputation. Some things that could not see the light of day required people to do them. Gu Junqing returned to the cultivation room built specifically for him at the Gu residence, and began to inspect his status. Chapter 387. As Gu Junqing spoke, the system displayed a success notification for his redemption. A flickering stream of information flooded into his mind, intertwining and merging until it solidified into a mark branded onto his soul, just like the Yellow Emperor's inner cannon. Gu Junqing closed his eyes, and layers of black light radiated from his body, resembling a demonic god from the deepest abyss. Moments later, the darkness dissolved into his body, replaced by an intensely brilliant light that made him appear like a celestial being descending from the heavens. The light eventually faded, returning him to his calm and collected state. He withdrew all the radiance back into himself, and let out a sigh of relief as he finished absorbing the technique, sensing his internal changes. His raw power had not changed significantly, but he could now utilize his existing strength more effectively, pushing his potential to its limit. Where he once outputted level 10 power at a level 10 realm, he could now output level 20 power. This was the classic ability to challenge those stronger than himself. Following Gu Junqing's successful redemption, countless immeasurable beings across the myriad worlds suddenly opened their eyes. Each of these entities possessed unfathomable power, their bodies vast enough to span entire universes and capable of shattering galaxies with a mere gesture. Why have I suddenly foreseen my own fall in the future? One entity roared, their voice so massive that its echo shattered clusters of stars across the galaxy. Is this the great calamity? Why are so many of my peers destined to perish? Another sighed, sinking back into a profound and unfathomable state. Numerous other beings, invincible in their own respective universes, attempted to divine the cause of this calamity, but found nothing. They began to exchange thoughts across space. Impossible. I am favored by the universe, so why do I sense my own impending end? An entity surrounded by strange flames that illuminated the heavens asked. This being was akin to the ancestor of all fire. Indeed, the more deeply one is connected to the universe, the more apparent the signs of death become. This should not be happening. An entity sighed, 10 charms rotating behind their head amidst swirling chaos that was heavy enough to crush universes. We have reigned over our universes for dozens of epochs, yet we cannot even discern if our assailant is attacking from the past or the future. Another entity, resembling a black hole with cosmic radiance flowing across their form, exhaled a torrent of light that brightened the star-filled sky. Why has the heavenly secret been obscured so thoroughly? Even our combined efforts cannot calculate the source of this anomaly, and perhaps only those who have transcended all can understand. Forget it, let us disperse. What is meant to perish will perish, and I am only concerned with finding my sheep. In the realm of transcendence, two supreme existences stood above all things in the world. De Hao, even you have moved to obscure the heavenly secret, one spoke. De Fan, you are doing the same. His Tao fruit has formed such a karma with us that he cannot be our enemy. The balance of the myriad worlds has been disrupted by our very existence, and perhaps he is the one who will break this impasse. Indeed, the rivers of time, fate, and karma are being manipulated by that singular existence to grant lifespan to living beings, all for the sake of one person's growth. We have been invincible for so long, but perhaps that is about to change. I have been invincible all my life and reached the pinnacle of glory. I rose from eons past, ascended to the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and was hailed as the heavenly emperor, yet I am still no match for that being. True, even in our transcendent state, we cannot surpass that existence at the pinnacle of the multiverse. He is unspeakable and indescribable, existing in all things and nothingness, neither truly present nor absent. Gu Junqing had no idea that redeeming a single technique had caused such a massive stir. If not for those who obscured the heavenly secret for him, his entire universe might have been obliterated. Of course, even if he had known, he would not have cared, as his strength was still as insignificant as an ant's. He was currently on his way to Ye Qingxian's company. He figured that Ye Qingxian had surely cooled off by now, and it was the perfect time to silence her again. The day he had agreed to visit her home had also arrived, so he walked into her office. Director Ye, shouldn't we be heading out? Gu Junqing asked, a playful smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Gu Junqing, how dare you come here? I'll beat you to death. Ye Qingxian, who had been processing documents, shot daggers at him with her eyes and slammed her hand against the desk as she stood up. She felt that Gu Junqing was completely shameless. She hadn't agreed to anything last time, yet he had shoved a hot dog into her mouth. It had made her feel nauseous at the sight of similar objects for days afterward. Recently, a sycophantic suitor from some family had even brought her 10 sausages, trying to be trendy by saying he loved her frequently. Ye Qingxian, who already loathed such persistent flatterers, felt so repulsed by the sight of the sausages that she couldn't eat for the rest of the day. She usually rejected suitors sternly to avoid giving them any false hope, often delivering harsh words. She might ask which swamp a toad came from, but usually, a single glare was enough to make them retreat. This time, however, she had unprecedentedly ordered the man to be beaten and thrown out, demanding that his family pay a ransom to retrieve him. Are you really willing to do that? Gu Junqing arched an eyebrow, not believing for a second that Ye Qingxian was actually a serious person. No serious person takes private boudoir photos. It was just like teacher Yu Miajin, who appeared very proper, but Gu Junqing knew better after reading her diary. No serious person keeps a diary. Why don't you try me and see? Ye Qingxian curved her lips into a smile, and pulled a pair of sharp, gleaming scissors from her drawer. Tisk tisk, the ever-reliable director Ye is actually breaking her word. We had an agreement that if I helped you avoid blind dates, you would grant me 3 wishes. Gu Junqing sighed as he sat down on his designated sofa, which acted as his secretary's throne. But I also said no sexual favors. Ye Qingxian glared, wishing she could bite Gu Junqing to death. She had assumed it would involve using her hands at most, but she never expected him to demand oral favors. Usually, when she asked men to do things, they did so happily without expecting any reward. Gu Junqing, however, never lifted a finger without a profit. He wanted to see her in black stockings just to pour her a cup of tea, and later demanded a hug for delivering a file. Now, even requesting a simple favor meant she had to kiss him. She felt so foolish looking back, as the man was clearly just taking advantage of her at every turn. Chapter 388. Remembering what made her so furious, Ye Qingxian slammed her hand against the table. She stared directly at Gu Junqing with icy, unyielding eyes. Gu Junqing appraised her. Her long, dark hair fell naturally in silky strands, framing a face devoid of makeup yet porcelain smooth and radiant. Her petite nose resembled fine jade, while her cherry-red lips were tightly pursed in irritation. Beneath her slightly open blue collar, her delicate collarbones were visible, emphasizing her slender waist and long, shapely legs. He couldn't help but recall a moment from before when she had choked, her icy gaze melting into a watery, pitiable plea. Remembering that look made this fierce woman suddenly seem adorable. Damn, she was too cute. He wondered how he could possibly fuck her. He muttered this thought to himself. Ye Qingxian felt a chill under his gaze, but she refused to back down and glared right back. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Let's go to your house and meet your suitors since you mentioned your father found quite a few. Gu Junqing shifted his gaze back to her face. Helping her through this blind date session was part of a deal for 3 favors. He had already used one, leaving 2 remaining. 2 opportunities offered a lot of room for maneuver, especially if he focused on the word maneuver. Then let's go. Humph. Ye Qingxian tossed her head proudly and strode ahead of him, waving her arm as if signaling a subordinate to follow. Gu Junqing technically was her lackey, acting as her personal secretary. However, he was hardly a diligent one, frequently disappearing without a trace. He followed a specific philosophy regarding his job. When there was work, the boss did it, but when there was no work, the boss served the secretary. The pair arrived at the Ye residence in his Ferrari, where festive red decorations were draped everywhere. It seems your father is truly desperate for you to find someone. Gu Junqing couldn't help but chuckle. He had clearly pulled out all the stops to ensure her blind date was a success. Ye Qingxian pursed her lips, her eyes growing colder. Her persistent father was forcing her to lose face right in front of Gu Junqing. Between introducing her to losers like Yu Fang and faking illnesses, this was absolutely ridiculous. As the premier goddess CEO of Luodu, she certainly wasn't worried about being unable to marry. Hey, that was all Ye Qingxian offered in response. How about I be generous and give your father a grandchild before you even get married? Gu Junqing said with a smirk. Gu Junqing, are you dreaming? Ye Qingxian glared at him in embarrassed anger. Gu Junqing just smiled. To handle an ice-cold CEO, you have to stir up her emotions, because even hatred is better than indifference. Protagonists always start by making the Ice Queen detest them before slowly winning her heart. Once she feels something, she will think of you and keep an image of you in her mind. Humph. Ye Qingxian turned her head away proudly, her hair whipping through the air. She didn't know why, but whenever she locked eyes with him, she felt drawn into those deep, clear depths as if she were falling in. Gu Junqing's arrival was met with a very special kind of welcome from the Ye household. Is this the boy who abandoned our eldest young miss? Yes, I never thought such a handsome young man would be so heartless. Exactly, you really can't judge a book by its cover. Did the heavens go blind? Gu Junqing's mouth twitched. It seemed his past behavior of rejecting Ye Qingxian and calling her a toad had generated quite a bit of hatred among the Ye family members. They were all blatantly lying. Everyone knew that his character was even more attractive than his looks. He was, clearly, a pure and innocent youth. Gu Junqing and Ye Qingxian soon reached Ye Hongbo. Oh, if it isn't young Master Gu, what brings you to my humble abode of toads today? Ye Hongbo asked with a mocking laugh. Since Gu Junqing had called his daughter a toad, he was indirectly calling Ye Hongbo one as well. Then why don't you stand up to welcome the arrival of a swan, Uncle Ye? Gu Junqing asked, feigning surprise. You, Gu Junqing, do you have no manners? Ye Hongbo's face flushed red with rage, his neck straining. He clutched his chest, suddenly feeling as though he were having a heart attack. I was just following your lead, Uncle Ye, Gu Junqing said helplessly. Ye Qingxian covered her face, exasperated. She never expected them to start fighting the moment they met. I forbid Gu Junqing from getting any closer to you. Go to your blind dates now, one by one. Ye Hongbo roared at her. He had faked an illness to get her home for these dates, but bringing Gu Junqing along made him feel like he was going to have a real heart attack from anger. Fine. Ye Qingxian shrugged helplessly and walked with Gu Junqing toward the inner hall. Wait, why are you letting him go in there? Ye Hongbo frowned, sensing something amiss. Obviously, I need him to vet the character of these suitors. Unless you think I can do it on my own? Ye Qingxian pouted. He cannot enter. I will personally vet whoever you choose. Besides, everyone I invited today is an elite. Some are even young masters from other provinces, and each is better than that swan beside you. Ye Hongbo snorted, lying through his teeth. He had been worried about his daughter's marriage for a long time. He feared nothing more than his daughter having no interest in men, given her reputation as the unapproachable Ice Queen of Luodu. However, the men he invited today definitely lacked the looks compared to Gu Junqing. Uncle Ye has such good taste. Gu Junqing looked surprised. Naturally. Ye Hongbo sneered, seeing that Gu Junqing seemed about to back down. Then I suppose I was acting like a dog with low eyes. My apologies, Uncle Ye. Gu Junqing nodded in solemn agreement. Ye Hongbo stared blankly, his fingers trembling as he tried to come up with a retort, but he couldn't outwit Gu Junqing. Ye Qingxian quickly pulled Gu Junqing away by his arm. Why do you always have to piss off my dad? She asked helplessly. People his age need to be riled up occasionally. It gets the blood flowing. Chapter 389. For someone like your dad, if you do not rile him up often, his blood circulation will suffer. It will lead to a blockage, leaving him either brain damaged or in a vegetative state, Gu Junqing said, shaking his head. Is that right? Ye Qingxian asked, sounding skeptical. I am a divine physician. Why would I lie to you? Gu Junqing's words left Ye Qingxian half believing him. I guess I should annoy him more often to prevent him from getting sick. Ye Qingxian nodded, deep in thought. You are so filial. Your father would be very proud. Girls who show such filial piety are always lucky, Gu Junqing said with a satisfied smile. The pair continued their conversation as they entered the reserved hall. The room resembled a restaurant, and a young man was already sitting there, playing on his phone. Hearing footsteps, he turned his head and saw Ye Qingxian and Gu Junqing. He completely ignored Gu Junqing, overwhelmed by the stunning beauty of Ye Qingxian. When he first saw her photo, he assumed it had been photoshopped. He could not believe a woman of such beauty existed in the real world. Now seeing her in person, he realized his initial judgment had been too hasty, as the photos failed to capture her true beauty. Goddess. The young man swallowed hard. He had dated beautiful actresses before, but none possessed the temperament and grace of Ye Qingxian. A look of obsession flashed in his eyes as he hurried forward to greet them. You must be Miss Ye. I am Zhang'an from the Zhang family in Nanjiang. Your father invited me here to meet you today. Zhang'an managed to hide his obsession and desire, extending his hand with a polite smile. While Nanjiang was not as prosperous as Luodu, its political climate was different. It lacked the four-family power struggle found in Luodu, as the Zhang family held absolute dominance. As the eldest legitimate son, his status was on par with Ye Qingxian's. He hoped to see a look of surprise on Ye Qingxian's face, secretly hoping to use this chance to hold her hand. Ye Qingxian did not even look up. Ignoring Zhang'an's outstretched hand, she walked straight to the sofa and sat down. Gu Junqing followed with a smile, taking a seat beside her. Zhang'an's expression stiffened, though he maintained a polite smile. He then noticed Gu Junqing beside her, frowning slightly before smoothing his expression again. He assumed Gu Junqing was merely Ye Qingxian's brother, or a similar relative. Miss Ye, you are indeed as beautiful as your father described, Zhang'an said with a loud laugh, attempting to liven up the atmosphere. Yet, neither Ye Qingxian, who exuded a cold and icy demeanor, nor the smiling Gu Junqing responded. The atmosphere grew awkward, though only Zhang'an perceived it that way. Zhang'an had already prepared himself mentally after learning about Ye Qingxian from Ye Hongbo. He knew her personality was cold, and that she would likely not give him much face. He did not mind, however, as beauty was justice. What did it matter if a woman this stunning had an attitude, as they were all the same in bed? He had been with other women labeled as ice goddesses, though none possessed the beauty and family background of Ye Qingxian. They all shared one common trait, being even more uninhibited in bed than ordinary women. Miss Ye, since you are so beautiful, why do you need to resort to an arranged marriage? Zhang'an was not discouraged and continued his pursuit, knowing that patience was key to winning over a goddess. What business is that of yours? Ye Qingxian replied calmly, her voice clear and enchanting, like a spring in a snowy mountain. Zhang'an was intoxicated by her voice and appearance, growing increasingly excited. Tisk, with such a pathetic display, he is definitely not the protagonist, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. He had come specifically to see if any protagonists were present. So, Miss Ye, are you satisfied with what you see? Although I may not be as handsome as your brother, I am quite good-looking myself. Our future children will certainly inherit my intelligence and your beauty. Zhang'an grew more animated as he spoke, already fantasizing about the future. If he were to win Ye Qingxian over, he would not be able to treat her like the other women he had known. Her family background and capabilities were not inferior to his own. If he only intended to toy with her, the Ye family would surely not spare him. Thus, this playboy found himself genuinely considering marriage for the first time, thinking that having such a beautiful wife might not be a bad idea. Ha! Ye Qingxian parted her cherry lips, uttering just those two syllables. While the words were simple, the stinging insult was clear, causing Zhang'an's face to burn with embarrassment. What did she mean by that? Was she mocking him for overestimating his abilities? Meanwhile, Gu Junqing continued to watch the spectacle from the sidelines, as it was not yet time for him to intervene, though he sensed something unusual in the air. Two people were watching the scene from the staircase on the second floor. Is this your daughter? She truly looks extraordinary and might even have potential for cultivation. A flash of admiration crossed Lin Fan's eyes, though he kept his expression well concealed, unlike the lecherous Zhang'an below. This was none other than Lin Fan, who had disappeared for a time after defeating the soldier king, Yu Feng. Do I care about cultivation? I want a grandson, Ye Hongbo grumbled to himself. However, the man she is with is a poor match for your daughter. While he looks sturdy, he is actually pale and weak, suggesting his kidneys and spleen are drained. He has likely been hollowed out by excess and probably cannot have children. Lin Fan shook his head and said indifferently. Ye Qingxian was undeniably beautiful, but he had once seen a woman who surpassed her. She wore a light veil, yet she captivated every male disciple in their sect. He had caught a fleeting glimpse of her while working in the stables, and had been obsessed with her ever since. It was a pity that after he rose to power, he tried to force her to marry him, but she refused and fled. Embracing the philosophy of, if I cannot have her, then I will destroy her, he struck her with a malevolent palm technique that left permanent damage. He wondered if she was still alive. Lin Fan's eyes grew deep and contemplative. Ji Zuyu, that peerless woman with an ethereal temperament. Why could she not bring herself to love him? Now whenever he saw the beauty of the clouds, he thought of her gorgeous clothes, and when he saw flowers, he thought of her stunning face. Ye Qingxian seemed quite good, however, and was at least comparable to that young policewoman from before. As for Gu Junqing, because he could not clearly see his face, he subconsciously overlooked him. Master Lin, is that true? Ye Hongbo asked anxiously, thinking such a man was even worse than that bastard Gu Junqing, who only knew how to irritate him. I cannot let my daughter jump into a pit of fire. Chapter 390. Master Lin, if you resolve this matter for me, I will increase my manpower to assist in finding the immortal herbs you require. Ye Hongbo thought for a moment and spoke up. Agreed. I can even take your daughter as my apprentice, as she clearly has talent. Lin Fan nodded. He had just left his sect and had not been searching for opportunities for long, leaving him with almost no connections. Finding the medicinal herbs he required was incredibly difficult without the resources of a powerful family. He had encountered Ye Hongbo by chance, and after showing off a few tricks, he was naturally invited into the Ye household. After speaking, Lin Fan stepped on the railing and leaped into the air, aiming for a dramatic descent to impress everyone below. Gu Junqing and the others noticed Lin Fan drifting down as gracefully as an immortal. Is this the protagonist's entrance? He was just missing some background music. Gu Junqing muttered to himself, flicking his finger as a burst of energy flew through the air. Sensing something approaching, Lin Fan's expression shifted. He tried to dodge, but with no leverage in midair, he was forced to take the blow. Gu Junqing's energy struck Lin Fan directly on the ankle. Unable to maintain his balance, Lin Fan pitched forward and slammed into the ground face first in an ungraceful heap. Silence descended upon the room as Ye Hongbo upstairs and the trio downstairs stared at the man sprawled on the floor. Ding. Host prevented protagonist Lin Fan from making a flashy entrance. Protagonist luck minus 100. Host luck plus 100. Villain points plus 2000. Ha ha ha. Zhang An let out a snorting laugh. When Lin Fan leaped into the air, he had thought a true expert was appearing, not someone who would fall like that. Ding. Protagonist's mental state damaged. Host rewarded with 2000 villain points. Ye Qingxian pursed her lips. She did not know what had happened, but it was certainly amusing. Master, didn't you say you practiced core stability? Are you hurt? Ye Hongbo felt a sudden sense of doubt about this master. However, he had witnessed Lin Fan's strength personally, so there was no fabrication there. Lin Fan lay on the ground, dazed for a moment, feeling as though his soul had left his body. A feeling of explosive shame overwhelmed him. There are 3 most humiliating moments for a man. First, getting caught by parents while watching adult films. Second, getting caught by family while writing erotica. Third, failing a power trip and getting slapped in the face in the most miserable way possible. Each one is enough to make a man rise in shame, his toes curling in pure agony. Yet he had been knocked down by some inexplicable force. Could it be the energy of a master above the 7th grade? But everyone here was so young that it seemed impossible for any of them to have reached that level. In an era where spiritual energy had not yet awakened and extraordinary beings were hidden, could anyone else be as gifted as him at such a young age? Lin Fan dismissed the thought, refusing to believe anyone could be more talented than he was. Feeling socially dead, Lin Fan considered pretending to faint, but Zhang An's laughter ignited his anger. Aside from when he was a stable boy, no one dared mock him after his rise to power. He slammed his hands against the floor and sprang upright. He tried to maintain his expert persona, but the raw laughter from Zhang An made the veins on his forehead pulse. Is it funny? Lin Fan spat the words out. Isn't it? Ha ha. Zhang An wanted to suppress his laughter in front of the goddess, but he lacked the training and found it impossible to hold back. He let out a series of stifled giggles. Bam. Crash. Is it funny? Lin Fan waved his left hand, striking the table beside Zhang An and shattering it in half. It collapsed to the ground with a loud boom. Ahem, no, it is not. Zhang An immediately stopped laughing. He had not brought any experts with him, and he was clearly no match for Lin Fan on his own. He was not an idiot, and arguing now would only invite a beating. Besides, even Ye Hongbo addressed him as master, indicating he possessed extraordinary skills and held a high status in the Ye family. Even if the Zhang family really wanted to challenge the Ye family's strength, it would be a difficult fight. Anyone respected by the Ye family was naturally someone he could not afford to offend. It could be said that these rich young masters were not all idiots who blindly threw their faces into the palms of others. Of course, he was grateful for Gu Junqing's presence, which kept him from acting like a complete fool. Gu Junqing narrowed his eyes, activating his golden eyes of insight. Protagonist Lin Fan. Protagonist trope Rise of the Trash. Protagonist book Urban Master. Combat power 999. Bottleneck phase. Charm 86. Protagonist luck aura 5217. Skills Grandmaster Medicine, Grandmaster Combat, Grandmaster Appraising, Grandmaster Martial Arts. Special skill Battle Hardened. During prolonged combat, strength doubles. When in a bottleneck, there is a high chance of an on-the-spot breakthrough. Note: when the protagonist's luck drops below 3,000 points, this passive skill becomes ineffective. Gu Junqing averted his gaze from Lin Fan. This was the child of luck who had injured Ji Zuyu, forcing her to spend years recovering. Of course, if it were not for the injuries he caused, Gu Junqing would not have had the excuse to treat her and win her over. Fate was truly a mysterious thing. However, this special skill was troublesome. Since his current strength was inferior to this child of luck, he would have to keep harvesting from him before finally eliminating him. Lin Fan was surprised to see Zhang An back down. He had not expected the man to be so sensible. Hey, you are not qualified for the Ye family's daughter, as she is to become my apprentice. Lin Fan seemed to have forgotten his earlier faceplant, speaking with the demeanor of an expert. With his arrogant air, he almost looked the part. Since when did I agree to be your apprentice? Ye Qingxian frowned, surprised by Lin Fan's words. That is what your father has instructed. Lin Fan replied calmly. Though seeing her breathtaking beauty up close was distracting, he was not so easily swayed. Ye Qingxian wrinkled her nose, her mood turning sour. She detested others controlling her life, but out of filial piety, she had endured her father for a long time. This time, she would no longer tolerate it. A memory surfaced in her mind of Gu Junqing whispering in her ear. Once you control the Ye family, no one can order you around. Chapter 391. At this moment, Ye Qingxian's expression was cold, and her beautiful brows were slightly furrowed. Anyone could see the displeasure on her face. Although you are powerful, this is the first time I've ever heard of someone forcing others to accept them as a master. Seeing his goddess angry, Zhang An's adrenaline surged, and he retorted with mockery. Noisy. If you say one more word, get lost. Lin Fan glared at him. You. Seeing Lin Fan's threatening expression, Zhang An lost his nerve and stuttered into silence. He truly could not withstand a punch from Lin Fan that was as big as a sandbag. Qingxian, follow me and cultivate for a few years, and you will gain the power to control your own destiny. Lin Fan saw the unwillingness in Ye Qingxian's eyes, and realizing she seemed just like he once was, full of resentment toward fate and life, he spoke up. He naturally had motives for taking disciples. By taking apprentices from these well-connected families, he would indirectly control their resources and influence. He could then use these families to gather rare resources for him, allowing him to break through his current bottleneck. I'm afraid I have to apologize, but my girlfriend will not be going with you to cultivate. Gu Junqing smiled as he stepped forward, gently blocking the path in front of Ye Qingxian. He would not let Ye Qingxian be swayed by Lin Fan's bewitchment. Gu Junqing's sudden movement startled both Ye Fan and Zhang An, while Ye Hongbo, who was watching from the second floor, gritted his teeth in anger. Boyfriend? Aren't you her younger brother? Zhang An's mouth hung open in disbelief, and he stiffly turned his head toward Ye Qingxian. Miss Ye, is that true? At this moment, Ye Qingxian was also a bit dazed, her fair, flawless face visibly flushing with a rosy hue. She appeared exceptionally stunning, and truly possessed beauty capable of captivating immortals. Hearing Gu Junqing's words, Ye Qingxian's heart could not help but pound. Her eyes, usually cold as frost, seemed to melt, becoming moist, moving, and shimmering. Ding. Host has stirred the heart of the female lead Ye Qingxian. Reward, 2,000 villain points. Seeing Ye Qingxian's reaction, Zhang An knew the answer, and looked both sad and indignant. Was she playing with his feelings? He never expected that the goddess he fell in love with at first sight was already taken. What was most critical was that Gu Junqing's presence made him unable to even consider opposing him, creating such a heavy sense of oppression that he subconsciously felt an urge to submit. It was a feeling as if his own standing was completely inferior to the other person. This gave Zhang An, who always took pride in being a young master from a great family, a strange and peculiar feeling. In truth, this was merely the subconscious fear and submission that a minor villain feels when encountering a destiny-level villain like Gu Junqing. When Gu Junqing hid his presence, he could make people overlook him entirely. But now that Gu Junqing had stepped forward, his full aura unleashed, he became the center of attention. He was like a sun illuminating all things, or perhaps a god from on high, impossible to ignore. You are her boyfriend. Ye Fan was also surprised, wondering why Ye Hongbo had not mentioned it to him. He glanced back at Ye Hongbo, who seemed to be beating his chest in frustration, and understood. He guessed that Ye Hongbo was not very satisfied with this handsome young man before him, so he wanted Ye Qingxian to find another man instead. Since you are her boyfriend, you should understand the importance of mastering your own destiny even more. Ye Fan spoke to Gu Junqing in a serious, earnest tone. At the same time, he felt a bit of regret, having thought himself so exceptional that attracting women would be very easy. If he could have taken Ye Qingxian as a disciple, perhaps feelings would have developed over time. As a master, he would have had to reluctantly agree to Ye Qingxian's requests to care for her mental health. Unfortunately, all of this had been ruined, and seeing Ye Qingxian's attitude toward Gu Junqing, he knew she was already deeply in love. He understood that for a woman like Ye Qingxian, it was difficult to fall in love, but once she did, it was hard to change. However, the regret only lasted a moment, as improving his strength was clearly more important to him. Do you think I can't do it? Gu Junqing said with a smile. He had actually been fully prepared, and having waited so long to speak up, he was waiting for this exact moment. Do you think you can? Lin Fan sneered, wanting to hear what this young man had to say. Just then, someone rushed in and whispered something into Ye Hongbo's ear. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ye Hongbo roared. But master, nobody was answering your phone. The subordinate shivered as he ran downstairs and stood in front of Gu Junqing. Gu Junqing, you bastard, you actually acquired half of the shares of our Ye corporation. How did you do it? What exactly do you want to do? Ye Hongbo shouted furiously. The Gu family and the Wang family were currently at war, and the Wang family was being beaten into retreat by the Gu family. Yet, Gu Junqing still had the financial power and capability to purchase half of the Ye corporation's shares. Just how much had the Gu family expanded its strength without his knowledge? The remaining half was held by him and Ye Qingxian, which was the proof of his standing as the head of the Ye family. The crucial point was that many of those shareholders were his own people. So how could they have sold their shares to this bastard? Ahem, Uncle Ye, having money really means you can do whatever you want, didn't you know? Gu Junqing mocked Ye Hongbo before continuing. As for your Ye corporation shares, I have had a lawyer draft an agreement, provided that Qingxian is allowed to control the Ye family alone, free from any further interference, and you no longer use moral blackmail against her, these shares will automatically be transferred to her name. I simply want her to master her own destiny and live freely. Gu Junqing's eyes flickered slightly. Of course, there were traps in the agreement that he could not mention to them. For instance, a large portion of the Ye corporation's cash assets and property were already named Gu, and those naturally would not be counted in the agreement. He had taken advantage of Ye Hongbo being overly focused on this matchmaking meeting to completely take control of the Ye family. As for why your Ye clansmen sold their shares, it was naturally because of this agreement. In the end, the Ye family remains in power, so why wouldn't they be happy to make a bit of extra money? Gu Junqing's words stunned everyone present. Ye Qingxian, in particular, looked at Gu Junqing with total disbelief. He spent a fortune to buy half of the Ye family, just so she could live freely? Ding. Host has caused the female lead Ye Qingxian's affection to increase by 20, now at 75, extremely enamored. Ye fan protagonist luck minus 200, Ye Qingxian female lead halo minus 200, host villain luck plus 400. Ding. Host has changed the plot. Reward 20,000 villain points. Chapter 392. Ye Hongbo stared at Gu Junqing in shock. Was this really the same Gu Junqing who had called his daughter a toad just the other day? Gu Junqing was losing a lot of money in this exchange. Do you still think I cannot do it? If not, why don't you put up this much money yourself? Gu Junqing turned to face Lin Fan. So damn rich. It was practically inhumane how much money he had. Lin Fan complained internally, wondering how he could possibly come up with that kind of cash right now. Ding. Host has caused damage to the protagonist Lin Fan's mentality, rewarding 2,000 villain points. Lin Fan wanted to say something, perhaps about how only martial power could determine one's fate, but Ye Hongbo interrupted him. Master Lin, if my daughter doesn't want to be your apprentice, then so be it. I believe young people should make their own decisions. With his family's lifeline held in Gu Junqing's grip, Ye Hongbo very sensibly agreed with him, even though he still felt a bit of resentment toward Gu Junqing. What choice did he have when the man was willing to do all this for his daughter? Besides, looking at Ye Qingxian, who seemed on the verge of tears, he realized he had never seen her look like this before. He mused to himself that even if he were to die, Ye Qingxian probably wouldn't be this emotional at his funeral. Since that was the case, he couldn't bring himself to be the villain anymore. There was still a lingering sense of reluctance, mostly because this bastard Gu Junqing had essentially stripped him of his power, turning the entire Ye family into Ye Qingxian's personal fiefdom. After all, she now held the largest share, a situation unprecedented in the Ye family. Seeing the father speak up, Lin Fan stepped back in silence. Meanwhile, he kept his eyes locked on Gu Junqing, feeling that something was off. Damn it. He had always been so lucky, but today he had stumbled repeatedly, once physically and once mentally. In the past, even if he hit a setback, he could bounce back quickly, but today was just plain weird. As for Zhang'an, he had become a complete invisible non-entity, with no one paying him any attention or even acknowledging his voice. After things settled down, Gu Junqing sat on the sofa chatting with the father-daughter duo, while the old butler stood behind Ye Hongbo. Gu Junqing, since you've done all this, for the sake of my daughter's happiness, I will no longer interfere in the relationship between you and Qingxian. Ye Hongbo let out a sigh, speaking with a touch of melancholy. Looking at the sunset casting its glow over the slightly empty room, he felt for the first time that perhaps he was getting old. His daughter was all grown up, and he realized he really shouldn't try to lock her away from the world. It was only because Ye Qingxian was so beautiful that he constantly worried she would be deceived by some villain. Oh, is it because of Qingxian's happiness? Or did you only agree because I coerced you? Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow, feigning confusion. This old bastard really knew how to polish his own ego, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Ye Hongbo was so furious he could barely breathe, his face turning beet red. Seeing Ye Hongbo's flushed complexion, Ye Qingxian's eyes lit up. She recalled Gu Junqing telling her earlier that riling her father up would actually be good for his health, so she made up her mind. Exactly. What does that have to do with you? Ye Qingxian pursed her lips, pretending not to care either. Daughter, why are you siding with him? Ye Hongbo looked at Ye Qingxian in disbelief, feeling as though he were having a heart attack. Was this still his daughter? Back when he had his medical checkups, she used to look at the reports before he even did. She clearly cared about him, so Gu Junqing must have corrupted her. Gu Junqing, I am your elder, after all. Can't you show me a little respect? Ye Hongbo roared in anger. Gu Junqing ignored Ye Hongbo, took Ye Qingxian's hand, and stood up to leave. He had already given Ye Qingxian plenty of face by staying this long. That old codger Ye Hongbo, under the guise of doing what was best for his daughter, had actually provoked two protagonists, a soldier king and an invincible master. It was completely absurd. Gu Junqing decided it was best to keep his distance, lest the idiocy turn out to be contagious. This was exactly why Gu Junqing had forced Ye Hongbo to step down. If he remained in power, he feared the man would cause even more trouble. Regardless, the position of Ye family head would eventually belong to Ye Qingxian, so this was just happening a little earlier than planned. Ye Qingxian, her face slightly flushed, allowed Gu Junqing to hold her hand as she followed him out. "Fuck you piece of shit," Gu Junqing. Ye Hongbo tried to chase after them, but was blocked by the old butler. "Sir, please, your health isn't up to it, you can't beat him." The butler used all his strength to hold back the enraged Ye Hongbo. Watching their retreating figures, Ye Hongbo slowly calmed down and sank into the soft sofa. The setting sun illuminated his weary, wrinkled face as he realized he was old and couldn't even see through Gu Junqing's tricks anymore. Perhaps placing Ye Qingxian in his hands was not such a bad choice after all. "You shouldn't have done that. I can tell he's not a good man." Lin Fan stepped out from the shadows and approached Ye Hongbo, speaking in a flat tone. "Children have their own paths and their own fortunes. If I keep stopping her, we'll lose the last bit of our father-daughter relationship." Ye Hongbo sighed and continued slowly. "By the way, Master Lin, there is news about the medicinal herb you wanted. It seems it will be auctioned at an upcoming event." "Good. How much can the Ye family support me with?" A flash of joy crossed Lin Fan's eyes. If he could get this herb, he might be able to try and break through his bottleneck and reach the foundation establishment stage. "I have even lost my own position now. I can only support you with some of my personal savings. I hope you won't mind," Ye Hongbo said, his tone devoid of emotion as he gave a slight nod. "Of course not. Farewell." Lin Fan understood the hint and knew Ye Hongbo was suggesting they part ways. He had no objections, his goal had already been achieved, and the Ye family was nothing more than a stepping stone for him anyway. His body slowly merged into the darkness, with only the sound of rustling robes remaining before he vanished. As a master, he couldn't just walk out the front door like an ordinary person, subtle posturing was the deadliest. Gu Junqing took Ye Qingxian's hand and led her to his car, smiling softly at her. "Well, I've finished what you asked me to do. Does that mean you should also complete the remaining 2 tasks?" In front of Gu Junqing, Ye Qingxian no longer looked like the icy female CEO she had been at the start. Her expression appeared soft and beautiful. "Can it wait for a couple of days? Let me prepare myself mentally." Ye Qingxian's heart was still fluttering. She naturally knew what Gu Junqing wanted, or else she wouldn't believe that someone as profit-driven as Gu Junqing would make such a sacrifice just for her. Chapter 393. "Of course you can, just do not make me wait too long." Gu Junqing smiled, knowing this icy female CEO was already his, so it was only a matter of time before he claimed her. "However, I need to collect some interest," Gu Junqing said with a knowing smile. "Interest?" Ye Qingxian asked, clearly confused. "Yes, we still have a deal worth hundreds of millions to negotiate." "Hundreds of millions is just a small business transaction," Ye Qingxian said authoritatively, as it really was a small sum for her now. "This is different. I am talking about hundreds of millions of little swimmers, which is not a small matter at all." Gu Junqing shook his head, pressing a switch on the car as he spoke. The interior lights dimmed instantly, and the doors locked automatically. Seeing this, Ye Qingxian knew exactly what he intended, and she recalled their last encounter. "Wait, no." Before Ye Qingxian could finish, Gu Junqing silenced her with a kiss. She had no choice but to follow the rhythm of his hand behind her head. The car began to vibrate with a rhythmic intensity. An hour later, it finally came to a halt. Gu Junqing reached out to cycle the air conditioning, clearing the strange, lingering scent of his vitality from the car. Everyone knows what that means. Ye Qingxian, usually as cold and ethereal as an immortal, now seemed to have melted into a puddle. Her eyes were watery, and a trace of moisture lingered at the corner of her mouth. "Junqing, consider this me paying you back, but you cannot ask me to do this again next time." Ye Qingxian hummed softly, her voice raspy. The icy demeanor of the CEO was gone, replaced by post-intimacy shyness and irritation from being silenced again. "Do you really think you will get off that easily next time?" "The next time, it will not be your mouth I am silencing." Gu Junqing chuckled. "Humph, I am ignoring you." Despite her words, she nestled her head into his chest, losing her icy edge and gaining a lovable, haughty charm. After dropping Ye Qingxian off, Gu Junqing headed to Yu Miajin's house. It had been a while since his last visit, and while Miajin was fine, Yu Ying had been suffering from a long drought, and would not be easily satisfied until she was fed. She was essentially suffering from withdrawals, and Gu Junqing had been teasing her until her cravings were piqued again, only to leave her hanging. Gu Junqing knocked on Yu Miajin's door with the confidence of a man returning to his own home. A man must have the air of belonging everywhere, just in case he is ever kicked out by his wife. Yu Ying opened the door and looked surprised to see him. "Why are you here?" "I came to see how you are doing and to treat your ailment and soothe that itch, ensuring there are no lingering symptoms," Gu Junqing said with a mischievous glint in his eye. He noticed that since her last treatment, Yu Ying had become even more radiant. The aura of a mature woman was stronger, and her faint, alluring fragrance made him want to salivate. A woman nourished by a man possesses a temptation that an untouched woman cannot replicate, much like a flower that blooms beautifully only after it has been watered. Gu Junqing had certainly provided plenty of water. Yu Ying looked at him with sultry, intoxicating eyes. If she had never tasted that transcendent pleasure, she would not feel this way. But after Gu Junqing had shown her paradise, she was addicted. Miajin is still at home. Despite her desire, Yu Ying hesitated because of her daughter. I feel like I am having an affair, Gu Junqing thought to himself. Do not worry, just keep your voice down, he replied, following her lead. He knew Miajin would not mind if something happened between him and Yu Ying, but Yu Ying was clearly unaware. Gu Junqing enjoyed watching Yu Ying force herself to remain calm, covering her mouth to stifle her sounds even when she was enjoying herself immensely. Mom, who is at the door? Miajin asked from the sofa, wondering why her mother had not returned yet. It is a plumber, he asked if we needed any pipes fixed. Yu Ying blurted out, her mind racing. Gu Junqing found her response amusing, and mouthed, you clearly have 2 pipes that need plugging, or they will just keep leaking. Yu Ying glared at him in embarrassment. He was talking nonsense again. You need to sneak in later, Yu Ying instructed. She then returned to the sofa to chat with Miajin, and watch some variety shows before eventually feigning exhaustion, to return to her room. As soon as she entered the room, Gu Junqing wrapped his arms around her waist. Why are you in such a rush? Let me change into something else to give you a surprise. Gu Junqing wanted to tell her it was unnecessary, but the mention of a surprise piqued his interest. He released her waist and let her go into the bathroom to change. Shortly after, she emerged. Gu Junqing looked over and was stunned. In the dim light, Yu Ying wore a black silk nightgown that accentuated her alluring and seductive figure. The slight peak of her fair skin and the deep, mysterious cleavage were enough to make any ordinary man's blood boil. Her hem swayed as she walked, contrasting against her long, snow-white legs in a mesmerizing display of black and white. She wore red high heels, which made her legs appear even more slender and long, creating a powerful visual impact on Gu Junqing. Her long hair flowed loosely, swaying with her steps and radiating the charm of a mature woman. This woman's ability to seduce men is getting better and better, Gu Junqing thought to himself. How is it? Are this outfit and these heels surprising enough for you? Yu Ying asked, blinking her captivating eyes as she swayed her slender waist and whispered into his ear. You really are something else. You understand a man's secret desires so well, Gu Junqing praised. This was the charm of a mature woman, a beauty distinct from that of younger girls. Chapter 394. When Gu Junqing walked out of Yu Ying's room, it was already early morning. He gently massaged his lower back, silently thanking his kidneys for withstanding Yu Ying's relentless intensity. Perhaps because she had been regularly nourished by Gu Junqing recently, her constitution had improved significantly, which in turn granted her incredible stamina and endurance. Her commitment to perfection was truly moving, and Gu Junqing couldn't help but think that if an average person applied that same dedication to their studies, getting into a top-tier university would be a breeze. In the end, it took several of Gu Junqing's signature finishing moves, from his deep thrusts to his famous carriage-pushing maneuvers, to finally leave her panting and breathless, eventually passing out completely. Even an iron pestle can be ground into a needle, so one can only imagine the toll it took on the tireless Gu Junqing. Honestly, any other man with Gu Junqing's level of activity would likely have withered away into skin and bones, plagued by trembling legs and sunken eyes. He would have reached the point where no amount of health supplements could restore his vitality. Following his usual routine, Gu Junqing headed straight for Yu Miajin's room after leaving Yu Ying's quarters. He wasn't the type to forget his girlfriend after spending time with her mother, as the benevolent Gu Junqing always believed in sharing his favors equally until everyone was satisfied. Miajin, are you asleep? Gu Junqing whispered as he slipped into her room. If she were asleep, he could use the time to recharge, but if she were awake, he would have to squeeze out every last drop of effort until he had nothing left to teach her. I was about to go to sleep, but then I heard those strange sounds coming from my mother's room, and I've been missing you for so long. Sensing the different aura in the room, along with Gu Junqing's uniquely deep and sexy voice, Yu Miajin knew this little thief had come to visit again. Do you mean you've missed me for a long time, or are you saying you've wanted me to take you for a long time? Gu Junqing climbed onto the bed, burrowed into the warm blankets, and wrapped his arms around Yu Miajin's shoulders, while chuckling. Both. After being pulled into his embrace, Yu Miajin lost all control, casting her reserve to the wind. I'll give it to you in a moment, just let me rest for a bit. Gu Junqing sighed, feigning exhaustion. What's wrong? Are you very tired from working at the family estate? Hearing his words, Yu Miajin forgot all about her desires and hurriedly sat up to ask. No, it's because your mother is too clingy. Her legs wrapped around my waist without letting go for a second, Gu Junqing thought to himself. He couldn't say that though, because he was currently playing a psychological game, waiting to see who would crack first, Yu Miajin or Yu Ying. As for why it wasn't a werewolf game, it was because Gu Junqing was the werewolf, inherently possessing a bit more bite than the others. Gu Junqing's sigh caused Yu Miajin's heart to tighten. She couldn't help but think that this man beside her was only a teenager in his late teens. Even though he was exceptionally talented and brilliant, the difficulties of managing such a vast family at his age were unimaginable. Yet, Gu Junqing rarely showed her such fatigue, always appearing full of energy. This made Yu Miajin feel a pang of sympathy, as she silently blamed his parents for placing such a heavy burden on his shoulders. Far away, Gu Junqing's father, Gu Junqing, sneezed. With dark circles under his eyes and thinning hair, he felt he was barely hanging on, especially since his son never helped him with family affairs, but instead constantly dumped more work on him. For instance, the deep cooperation with the Li family, and the acquisition of half the Ye family's shares were all handled by him. Husband, the night is deep, and I've finished bathing. I'm wearing the clothes you like the most today. Xie Ying's words made Gu Junqing's body tremble, and he hurriedly gulped down a few mouthfuls of ginseng and wolfberry tea to calm his nerves. He thought tragically, son, please hurry over and help your father shoulder some of this burden. Of course, Yu Miajin knew nothing of this. She only knew that his parents had exhausted him, and while she was wrong, she simply didn't know how sly Gu Junqing truly was. Come, Junqing, let me draw a bath for you so you can soak and wash away your fatigue, Yu Miajin said with a heart full of tenderness. She filled her private bathtub with warm water, helped the exhausted Gu Junqing undress, and carefully assisted him into the tub. This made Gu Junqing marvel at the vast difference between mother and daughter. Yu Ying would only ever say 3 things to him: I want it, I want more, and are you failing already? That last remark was always the most infuriating thing a man could hear. You can mock a man for lacking ability, talent, or money, but you can never mock his performance. That is a man's dignity and his bottom line. Of course, Gu Junqing had retaliated in the end with a move that left Yu Ying with tears in her eyes, hand over her mouth, eventually passing out on the spot. Yu Miajin picked up a towel and began wiping Gu Junqing's body with gentle, careful movements, terrified of hurting him. Even Gu Junqing could feel the deep love behind her actions, and he couldn't help but sigh that teacher Yu was, at heart, someone who truly cared for her students. Yu Miajin stared at Gu Junqing's fair, muscular physique, and his 8-pack abs, a trace of infatuation flashing in her eyes. She tentatively asked as she wiped him down, Junqing, how are you feeling now? Is your body any better, and are you still tired? Gu Junqing felt a warmth in his heart, thinking that Yu Miajin was far more considerate than that juice-squeezing machine, Yu Ying. I've recovered quite a bit. Thank you, Miajin, Gu Junqing said, filled with genuine emotion. Recovered quite a bit. That's wonderful. Yu Miajin's voice was filled with such obvious joy that Gu Junqing felt something was amiss. He heard the sound of clothes hitting the floor, followed by the sensation of a body wrapping tightly around him. Gu Junqing's heart tightened, and he felt the curvaceous figure behind him as he said tremblingly, Miajin, what are you doing? Junqing, since you've recovered your strength, hurry up and pay your share of the grain. Yu Miajin spoke with the tone of a tyrant seizing a civilian girl, speaking with fierce intent. I was wrong to trust you, you are no different from the others, you're just coveting my body. Gu Junqing screamed internally at Yu Miajin. In reality, however, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and push forward. The water in the bathtub splashed out, soaking the entire bathroom floor. Chapter 395. Faint mist permeated the city. As the early morning sun touched it, the mist dissipated, revealing the outline of the city like a thin veil. Gu Junqing lay fast asleep, his arms wrapped around the waist of Yu Miajin. As his eyes opened, he felt the warm, slender body in his embrace and subconsciously tightened his grip to pull her closer. After a long night, his energy had fully returned. Gu Junqing was once again full of vitality. Yu Miajin was stirred awake by Gu Junqing's movements. Her beautiful eyes fluttered open, and she let out a soft moan as she regained consciousness. Nourished by Gu Junqing's love the previous night, Yu Miajin's pretty face appeared even more stunning. A rosy flush appeared on her flawless, fair skin, and her thin lips were as delicate and alluring as rose petals. A faint, lingering fragrance filled the air around them. After a moment of confusion, her eyes cleared. Junqing, why are you awake so early? Yu Miajin looked at him submissively, pressing her pretty face against his chest as she spoke. Perhaps it is because last night wasn't scandalous enough. Gu Junqing sighed, noting that he had spent too much energy on Yu Ying the night before, which meant he had less to give to Yu Miajin. So I shall make up for it this morning and feed you properly. After speaking, Gu Junqing rolled over to cover her. With the college entrance exams approaching, Yu Miajin's responsibilities were heavy. Gu Junqing intended to fill her up so she would have more drive for her teaching. He certainly had no malicious intentions. Giving his all was merely for the students' sake, truly an act of a philanthropist. Hey, Yu Miajin wanted to say she had to teach classes, but Gu Junqing sealed her lips just in time. She couldn't squeeze out a single word, and had to swallow her protest back down. The result this time was that Yu Miajin nearly missed her afternoon class. While Yu Miajin fell back asleep, Gu Junqing quietly slipped into Yu Ying's room. Yu Ying had discovered he was missing right after she woke up, and had vaguely heard the sounds from Miajin's room, so she naturally knew where he had gone. Seeing Gu Junqing walk into her room, she felt a wave of shame and awkwardness. You just left me, and you went straight to Miajin's room? Yu Ying glared at this lecherous fellow and spoke sharply. She was terrified of being exposed, as she had no idea how to explain her relationship with Gu Junqing to Miajin. Don't worry, I took a shower before I went over there, so Miajin won't find out. Yu Ying was unaware that Miajin would not actually mind, and might even prefer it be someone like Gu Junqing, rather than the men she had feared might have touched her mother. You are just two. Yu Ying's face flushed red, and she did not know what to say. Gu Junqing had just been intimately involved with her, and immediately afterward, he had been intimate with her daughter. It made her feel a little awkward. The college entrance exam is coming soon, and Miajin is under immense pressure. This is the only way to help her relieve it, just a way to decompress. You wouldn't want your daughter to be under too much pressure, would you? Besides, I am not the type to forget my wife just because I have her mother. Gu Junqing blinked and spouted nonsense. Hearing the first part, Yu Ying nodded slightly and looked at Gu Junqing with some gratification. She truly hadn't misjudged him. Knowing Miajin was stressed and going to comfort her made him a good man. But when she heard the second part, a red flush instantly spread across her face. She glared at Gu Junqing, who was merely using such tactics to fool her. Especially when they were in bed, he would always say such lewd things to spice things up. It was as if he had her completely under his thumb, and she was indeed susceptible to his words, often left breathless by him. Fine, you always have your reasons. You have a bunch of twisted logic, and are only good at deceiving people, though it would be better if you talked less filth. Yu Ying was older, so naturally, she could tell Gu Junqing was just sweet-talking her. As for relieving stress, she thought it was lucky he didn't give Miajin more pressure. Given Gu Junqing's stamina, even she could barely withstand it, let alone her daughter. Sister, what are you saying? I am still a good boy. How could I deceive people? Gu Junqing blinked his eyes, appearing like an innocent, pure 18-year-old. Yu Ying glanced at him and ignored him. He was shameless. If she believed Gu Junqing again, she would be a fool. Even though Gu Junqing was a responsible person, he definitely could not be called a good boy. Who had ever seen a good boy who would get involved with his teacher, let alone not spare the teacher's mother? He was clearly a bad seed. All right, sister, it seems you still don't trust me, Gu. I must teach you a lesson. Gu Junqing looked at the loose, two-piece lounge where Yu Ying had just changed into. It managed to outline her plump figure perfectly, with straight, rounded legs and delicate, exquisite feet that were as perfect and translucent as the finest jade, making one want to take a bite. What do you want to do? A flash of vigilance crossed Yu Ying's eyes, for she felt Gu Junqing was up to no good again. Does sister not know what I want to do? Gu Junqing arched an eyebrow and gently hugged her shoulders, his intentions obvious. A night of recovery had already made Gu Junqing full of vigor again. Fighting the daughter, and then fighting the mother was just a minor feat for him now. In the end, the two women of the Yu family fell into a deep slumber. When Yu Ying woke up again, it was already noon, and Gu Junqing had long since left, much like a heartless lover. Opening her door, she happened to run into Yu Miajin, who was waking up at the same time. The two women looked at each other, feeling a bit awkward. Good morning, mother. Yu Miajin was the first to regain her composure and greet Yu Ying. She dared not mention that Gu Junqing had been there and had kept her up until just now. Morning, Miajin. Hurry up and get to work. I remember you have a class this afternoon. Having seen many storms in her life, Yu Ying brushed aside the awkwardness in her heart, sighed, and remembered something, so she urged her quickly. Yes, I have to go to work, otherwise I will be late. Yu Miajin quickly patted her head, rushed to tidy up, and went downstairs. She found bread and other food on the table, knowing for sure that Gu Junqing had brought them, and felt a warmth in her heart. Yu Ying looked at the food on the table, and also felt some comfort. Yu Miajin left in such a hurry, even turning back to say goodbye with a smile. Yu Ying felt that Miajin's psychological pressure had indeed been released, as her complexion was rosy and moving, showing that Gu Junqing had truly satisfied her. Could it be that doing that kind of thing really can relieve pressure? Hey, what am I thinking about? Yu Ying patted her head. She was actually starting to believe in Gu Junqing's twisted logic. Chapter 396. After Gu Junqing defeated Yu Ying, he arrived at sister-in-law Fang Ruoxue's house. Since his last visit, he treated it just like his own home. After all, isn't her house his house? She had specifically given him a key, after all. She was probably trying to lure the wolf into the house. Gu Junqing, why are you here again? Wang Teng was playing video games in the living room and froze when he saw Gu Junqing enter. He had been seeing him a bit too frequently lately. He wondered how Gu Junqing had even gotten in. Was the door unlocked? I'm just here to discuss the situation with you, big brother. He silently added that he was also here to catch up with his sister-in-law. There is an auction in Luoda soon that is rumored to feature an eternal diamond called the Eye of the Moon. If you could win it for your wife, surely that would please her, Gu Junqing said with a smile, acting like he was looking out for his brother. Really? Brother Junqing? Wang Teng's eyes lit up. You called me Gu Junqing earlier, but now that you need me, you call me Brother Junqing. You are really something, Wang Teng. You are exactly like Tang-san, acting like Dai Leida, Dai Mubai, and finally White Tiger Deluo, Gu Junqing thought to himself with a smirk. He did not really care though. Wang Teng was nothing more than a pawn in his hand, and he had already found a way to dispose of him. It is true. The Gu family has already received an invitation. I know you haven't returned to the Wang family yet, so you wouldn't know about this news, which is why I came to tell you, Gu Junqing explained. Then I will go ask my father for an invitation. Wang Teng's eyes brightened as he knew the reputation of the Eye of the Moon. It was said that couples who possessed it would live happily ever after. If he could get the Eye of the Moon and give it to Fang Ruoxue, surely they could be together for a lifetime. By the way, Brother Wang, how is that matter I suggested going? Gu Junqing asked, not bothered by his daydreaming. It is basically done. I asked my father for the item that symbolizes the family head's authority and have already transferred most of the remaining assets, including some real estate. A sharp glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. He had thought about Gu Junqing's suggestion to take control of his own destiny and realized it was actually feasible. Not only would it give him supreme authority, but he could also show off in front of Fang Ruoxue, and that Director Fang, who only knew how to boss him around. He couldn't wait to see the look on Director Fang's face when he welcomed the largest shareholder of the Fang family, only to realize the shareholder was him, the useless son-in-law he always looked down on. And how are you handling your Wang family clansmen? Also, what position will you arrange for your father if he comes over? Gu Junqing asked, appearing slightly puzzled. I won't abandon them. If they are willing to follow me, I will welcome them, but if they aren't, they will have to fend for themselves. The new Wang family doesn't need dead weight, only loyalty. Wang Teng laughed, looking smug. He felt like his career, love life, and family were about to flourish, and soon he would be a winner at the peak of life. No one would look down on him anymore. And for my old man, since he trusts and supports me so much, I will definitely give him the position of general manager. I know I am still young, and my methods cannot compare to his yet. Wang Teng waved his hand, feigning humility. Brother Wang, you are a dragon among men, yet you remain so humble. You will surely be a chosen one in the future, Gu Junqing said with a smile. Not at all, Brother Gu is the one who was talented at a young age. Wang Teng laughed loudly. Gu Junqing smiled along, though his expression was slightly strange. This protagonist of a son-in-law trope was filled with a bizarre sense of overconfidence. If his father, Wang Chong, knew, he would surely beat him to death. However, since Wang Teng was almost finished with the transfer, his mission was effectively complete. It had to be said that the Wang family was just too unlucky, spawning both a villainous traitor like Wang Wu and a useless son-in-law protagonist like Wang Teng. Even Gu Junqing didn't know whether to call the Wang family lucky or unlucky. With both villains and protagonists, plus his own scheming, the family was truly ill-fated. Brother Wang, you should go make that call to your father soon. Then we can go together, Gu Junqing suggested again. All right, Brother Gu, feel free to walk around by yourself. I will be right back. Wang Teng laughed heartily. He usually hid when calling Wang Chong, fearing that if others knew, the satisfaction of slapping faces later would not be as great. If he could not deliver maximum shock, he felt restless and itchy, as if a cat were clawing at his heart. Of course, Gu Junqing watched Wang Teng leave with a smile. Tisk tisk, Brother Wang, you go ahead and busy yourself with your grand cause. I will take care of your wife for you, Gu Junqing muttered to himself before heading upstairs, having already cleared it with Director Fang to let Fang Ruoxue work from home today. Gu Junqing pushed open the study door. Fang Ruoxue was so focused on her work that she barely noticed the door opening, simply frowning slightly. Wang Teng, I told you I am busy right now. Go clean somewhere else. Fang Ruoxue did not even bother to turn her head, unwilling to spare a glance for Wang Teng. Part of it was because she felt bad about not telling Wang Teng she already liked someone else, and the other part was, of course, because of Gu Junqing, that overbearing guy did not want her looking at other men. As Fang Ruoxue sat in a daze, she realized a man was standing before her. Get out. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked up and saw it was Gu Junqing, then quickly stood up with delight. Tisk tisk, how could you be so fierce and tell me to get out? You are breaking my heart, Gu Junqing said, sounding slightly aggrieved. Oh, I wasn't talking to you. I thought you were Wang Teng. Fang Ruoxue walked up to Gu Junqing and tugged on his clothes. If Big Brother knew that you disliked him so much, would he be angry? Gu Junqing asked with a wicked grin. It looked just like the lecherous Ximon Qing teasing Lady Jinlian. Junqing, you are so bad, I love it. Fang Ruoxue's small face was full of shy smiles, along with the nervous thrill of seeing her lover in her own home. Perhaps she could not call him a lover yet, as she and Wang Teng never had any emotional foundation or contact. However, they did have a marriage contract in hand. Chapter 397. Gu Junqing watched as Fang Ruoxue pulled his hand. With a slight tug of his arm, he pulled her into his embrace, wrapping his arms around her charming waist with practiced ease. Fang Ruoxue blushed, leaning against his chest as she followed his lead, though a sense of shame stirred in her heart. She was a married woman, yet here she was, being so intimate with Gu Junqing in her own home. By the way, Junqing, my family has been receiving a massive amount of assets lately. Are you planning something? She fiddled with the buttons on his collar, her voice filled with confusion. Sister-in-law, have you ever thought about becoming the head of one of the new 4 great families in Luodu? Gu Junqing did not answer her question. Instead, he took her hand and smiled at her. Feeling the delicate, silky texture of her skin, he could not bear to let go. He held her hand in his palm, playing with it and rubbing it, finding it as smooth as silk. Fang Ruoxue felt too shy from his constant stroking and wanted to pull her hand away. Yet, feeling his large hand enveloping hers, she could not bring herself to do it. It was a warmth that seemed to embrace her very soul. However, hearing his words made her look up in shock. The 4 great families, she asked, her eyes widening in surprise as she stared at him. Are you saying one of them is about to fall? That is correct, Gu Junqing replied calmly. The fall of the Wang family was inevitable. He had already calculated everything. Could it be the Wang family? Fang Ruoxue thought about it carefully. Currently, the Wang family was the most likely to collapse. They had been steadily retreating before the Gu family, with many of their own businesses annexed. It was unimaginable that a ruling power that had dominated Luodu for decades could one day suddenly collapse. My sister-in-law is so clever. You are truly an extraordinary woman who combines both wisdom and beauty. Gu Junqing praised her, taking the opportunity to pinch her delicate, upturned nose. Fang Ruoxue blushed and swatted his hand away. Why did it feel like Gu Junqing was coaxing a child? Wasn't that obvious to guess? Besides, she was the sister-in-law. She should be the one doing the coaxing. What she did not realize was that no matter how strong a woman is, there are times when she needs to be coaxed by others. Then, Junqing, what do you intend to do? Fang Ruoxue calmed herself down, recovering her usual cool and composed demeanor, looking like a polished business executive. I plan to support the Fang family in replacing the Wang family and becoming one of the new 4 great families, Gu Junqing said with a smile. He would then have complete control over Luodu. Why the Fang family? Fang Ruoxue asked, sounding a bit worried. Sometimes wealth and power have their downsides. At the very least, based on the Fang family's current status and strength, they were not qualified to be one of the 4 great families. There was a chasm of a difference between them. Because you are the only one I can trust, sister-in-law. What if I cultivated another Wang family? I only believe in you, Gu Junqing said, sounding extremely moved. In reality, he had his own considerations. The Fang family was easy to control precisely because they were small. If it were a massive, behemoth family, even if he could dominate the sky with one hand, it would be difficult to manipulate. It was a perfect fit, just like with Fang Ruoxue, because he could hold her in one hand. In contrast, he would be unable to grasp someone like Junqing. Junqing. Fang Ruoxue was moved to the point of tears. She stared intently at Gu Junqing's handsome face with her gentle, charming eyes, having completely fallen into a daze of infatuation. She stopped questioning the truth of his words and could only think of him. She even wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. She felt that this was the only way to repay his trust. Chapter 398. Gu Junqing and Fang Ruoxue finished discussing the final business details. They locked eyes as the atmosphere in the room grew heavy with tension. Fang Ruoxue's expression became increasingly shy. Gu Junqing sensed Wang Tang's position, noting that he had finished his phone call. A gleam of amusement flashed in Gu Junqing's eyes as he conceived a wicked idea. Oh, Fang Ruoxue gasped as she was lifted off the ground into a bridal carry. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Gu Junqing's neck. Gu Junqing carried her to her office chair. She was positioned directly in front of her desk. With a slight smirk, Gu Junqing leaned down and kissed her. The intensity left Fang Ruoxue dizzy, her eyes clouded with passion. Gu Junqing whispered something into her ear. She nodded foolishly before she had even processed his words. It was only when he placed her under the desk that she realized exactly what he wanted. With no other choice, she knelt on the floor. Her face flushed red as she performed the same act she had done in the kitchen. Gu Junqing's expression relaxed into one of satisfaction. Bang! The door suddenly swung open, and a head poked inside. Wife, is Brother Gu in here? Wang Tang asked softly. He scanned the room and spotted Gu Junqing sitting right in the center. Gu Junqing looked back at him with an intriguing expression. The area below the desk was blocked from view, so Wang Tang saw nothing. Oh, Junqing, why are you here? Where is Ruoxue? Wang Tang asked, walking in with a confused look. Your wife just stepped out. She said she needed to grab something and asked me to handle some paperwork for her, Gu Junqing said with a smile. He moved the mouse and keyboard to justify why he was sitting there. Simultaneously, his other hand stroked Fang Ruoxue's hair to soothe her as she trembled. He also adjusted his grip to shift her position slightly. She had almost bitten him, but Gu Junqing's endurance was extraordinary. An average person would have surely cried out in pain. Fang Ruoxue looked up at him with teary eyes, her heart pounding so hard she barely noticed the physical strain. Well, since Ruoxue isn't here, I might as well take a look around. I've lived here for so long, and have never even stepped into this study. Wang Tang sighed, looking quite dejected. He had once told Gu Junqing that his relationship with Fang Ruoxue was stiff. They didn't have the typical bond of a normal married couple. Then you should take a good look, big brother. You might even discover some of your wife's secrets. Gu Junqing let out a soft groan that he couldn't quite suppress. That's true. But Junqing, is Ruoxue's paperwork simple? You look so relaxed and happy. Wang Tang glanced at Gu Junqing suspiciously, feeling a strange pang of pain in his heart. It is quite relaxing and pleasant. Gu Junqing nodded in agreement. Truthfully, even a veteran like him found this exciting, let alone Fang Ruoxue. Gu Junqing glanced down and noticed Fang Ruoxue's eyes were slightly damp. Her forehead was beaded with sweat, yet she continued to serve him diligently. Gu Junqing couldn't help but admire her professional spirit. Man, the sofa in Ruoxue's study is so soft. It feels like I'm lying on a cloud, Wang Tang said. He sat on the sofa against the wall, patted the material, and sank into it with a sigh of wonder. I also find your wife to be incredibly soft. One touch and it feels like you just sink right in, Gu Junqing agreed, nodding thoughtfully. Fang Ruoxue was indeed soft, especially those chair-like lips. Wang Tang completely ignored the ambiguity in Gu Junqing's words, assuming he was just agreeing with his comment about the sofa. He looked at Gu Junqing with admiration, thinking what a great brother he was. Not only did he often give him face, but he also offered advice to help him reach the pinnacle of life. Wang Tang felt he had met a benefactor. He truly had. Otherwise, Fang Ruoxue wouldn't be kneeling right now. Brother Junqing, thank you. Since meeting you, I feel like my life has gone much smoother. Wang Tang felt that merely thanking him internally wasn't enough, so he decided to voice it out loud. You're welcome, big brother Wang. Gu Junqing looked at Wang Tang with surprise. It was his first time seeing someone thank him even after he had cheated with his wife. He remained calm, resting his other hand on the back of Fang Ruoxue's head, stroking it and quickening the pace from time to time. Of course I should thank you. We are brothers from different mothers. Next time, Ruoxue and I will properly thank you. Wang Teng feigned anger, just for show. All right then, but your wife has already thanked me. If you want to show your appreciation, we can do it next time. Gu Junqing waved his hand, the one holding the mouse, to indicate that no thanks were necessary. Ha, Ruoxue already thanked you? Wang Teng asked, looking puzzled. Yes, last time I came here for dinner, she cooked personally. That doesn't count. Next time, she should say thank you in person. Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief. He had worried that Fang Ruoxue and Gu Junqing had been meeting in private, so this put his mind at ease. He was still a bit sensitive about the contact between Gu Junqing and Fang Ruoxue. After all, Gu Junqing's looks were astonishing to both men and women, and it was hard not to feel a bit insecure. Sure thing, Gu Junqing replied with a smile. Silence returned to the room. Wang Teng walked around the study, and several times, he almost discovered Fang Ruoxue moving back and forth in the shadows under the desk, making her flinch in terror. Fortunately, Fang Ruoxue was well hidden, and Gu Junqing's body shielded her. Wang Teng did not discover her. These books are all about business. It seems Ruoxue works very hard, Wang Teng said with a sigh as he picked up and flipped through the books in the study. I can't just sit here. I need to work harder, or I won't be good enough for Ruoxue in the future. Wang Teng suddenly felt a strong surge of competitiveness. He realized how decadent he had been, wasting his time playing games. He decided that from now on, he would study hard and try to close the gap between him and Fang Ruoxue. Previously, he felt that as the young master of a powerful family, with a bit of cleverness, he could easily handle anyone, so he had never really put in the effort to gain things others couldn't attain in a lifetime. But now he realized how hard Fang Ruoxue was working, which left him feeling deeply moved. He was determined to change his bad habits, strive for progress, and provide a sense of security for Fang Ruoxue. Gu Junqing looked at Wang Teng with pity. Buddy, it's too late to start working hard now. The horns on your head are already stacked way too high. Chapter 399. In the original story, Wang Teng was supposed to have a growth arc. After returning to the Wang family, he would have overcome countless hardships to compete against Wang Wu for the position of family head, eventually winning everyone over with his charisma and reforming the family into a stronger powerhouse. This was supposed to be his defining transformation, but Gu Junqing completely severed that path. The Wang family was already failing, and he had even tricked Wang Teng into staying away. It effectively meant Wang Teng never had the chance to mature, leaving him in the same state he was in at the beginning of the book. It was simply too late for him to try and change things now. Or rather, he had already lost the moment he met Gu Junqing at that banquet. Wang Teng read silently for a while, growing puzzled as to why Fang Ruoxue hadn't returned yet. He turned to Gu Junqing and asked, Junqing, did Ruoxue mention where she was going? She said she was going to see Director Fang. Gu Junqing replied with a strange expression. Fang Ruoxue had increased her speed, nearly causing him to lose his composure. I see, Wang Teng said thoughtfully. If she was meeting with the director, it would likely take a while. I will just wait here for her return. Since you are here, Brother Gu, she should be polite enough to stay and chat for a while, Wang Teng said with a grin. I don't know about her politeness, but if you don't leave soon, she is going to lose it, Gu Junqing thought to himself. He could sense that Fang Ruoxue was on the edge of a breakdown, like a dam about to burst. Honestly, for a heroine who had never experienced such things, this was simply too stimulating. Even the slightest touch from him sent tremors through her entire body. She had been kneeling for so long that her legs must be red and raw, and he even worried she might be bleeding. Gu Junqing cleared his throat, unsure of what to say. He had just acted on a whim, but he never expected Wang Teng to linger for this long. He could only feel pity for her legs. If you really care about her, Brother Wang, you should leave, otherwise both her mouth and her legs are going to need a long recovery, he mused with a suppressed laugh. The room fell silent again, but suddenly, a strange, lewd sound emerged. Slurp, slurp. Wang Teng sat up from the sofa in confusion, searching for the source of the noise. Brother Gu, did you hear that? He asked, scratching his head. What sound? Gu Junqing feigned ignorance. Fang Ruoxue had misjudged her intensity and made the noise too loud, accidentally alerting Wang Teng. Under the table, Fang Ruoxue froze, afraid to act recklessly. She dared only to continue, gentle and slow, guided by the pressure of Gu Junqing's hand. I don't know. Never mind, it stopped. I thought some animal had gotten into Ruoxue's room, Wang Teng said, shaking his head. Anyway, Junqing, do you think Ruoxue will actually be happy if we bid on the eternal diamond, Eye of the Moon? Wang Teng asked hesitantly. Of course she will. There is nothing wrong with getting her a gift, so do not overthink it, Brother Wang, Gu Junqing advised. You are right. I really have to thank you this time, for I would never have had this opportunity without your help. Beneath the table, Fang Ruoxue's eyes widened at their conversation. Wang Teng believed Gu Junqing was merely offering him advice, but to her, it meant something entirely different. She assumed Gu Junqing was using Wang Teng as a front to buy the diamond for her, since there was no way Wang Teng could afford it on his own. What could this mean? Junqing had already done so much for her, and now he was going to buy the Eye of the Moon for her? She had heard of the Eye of the Moon. It was one of the world's top 10 diamonds, valued at 16 million British pounds, an incredibly rare colored diamond. More importantly, its symbolism was meant to ensure that the recipient and their lover would be together forever. Seeing that Junqing intended to gift it to her, Fang Ruoxue was overwhelmed with emotion. Even though her mouth was growing sore, she worked even harder, determined to serve Gu Junqing as best as she could. Gu Junqing's expression shifted. Fang Ruoxue, a female CEO famous throughout Luodu, was kneeling at his feet, serving him with all her might, all while the protagonist Wang Teng sat just a few paces away. It was a feeling of unparalleled pleasure. In the end, under the constant waves of pleasure, he was nearing his limit. By the way, Junqing, do you have a girlfriend? Wang Teng asked with a mischievous smile, wanting to steer the conversation toward topics between men. I do, and she is quite beautiful, Gu Junqing replied naturally. At the same time, he did not stop, brushing the hair from Fang Ruoxue's face to reveal a stunningly delicate visage, flushed and alluring, a sight Wang Teng would never witness in his lifetime. How beautiful? Wang Teng asked, feeling a surge of curiosity. He wanted to know what kind of woman his brother Gu, a man who occasionally made him feel inferior, had chosen. She is about as beautiful as your wife. In fact, she is just as stunning as she is, Gu Junqing said, looking at Wang Teng with an apologetic expression, as if he feared he had spoken out of turn. These words left Fang Ruoxue feeling both sweet and anxious. Wang Teng simply waved it off, unbothered. He had not seen many women as beautiful as Fang Ruoxue, but he understood the sentiment that beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. To him, Fang Ruoxue was the most beautiful woman in the world, just as Gu Junqing's girlfriend was the most beautiful in his eyes. Anyway, I should get going. If Ruoxue finds out I was slacking off, she will likely get angry. Brother Junqing, please do not tell Ruoxue I was here. Wang Teng made a gesture of pleading, feeling that his bond with Gu Junqing had deepened after their talk. Of course, I will do as you ask, Brother Wang, Gu Junqing replied with a smile. She must have heard that clearly, he thought, glancing downward before dismissing the notion. Fang Ruoxue was already too far gone in her passion to register anything else. If Wang Teng had stayed a moment longer, he surely would have heard those rhythmic, slurping sounds again. Ultimately, thanks to Fang Ruoxue's relentless efforts, Gu Junqing successfully brought their thrilling encounter to a climax. Chapter 400. Gu Junqing held Fang Ruoxue's head, making one final, intense push. After she felt lightheaded and nearly suffocated, he finally reached the end of his journey. It must be said that for Fang Ruoxue, this was a dreamlike experience. Her emotions were on a roller coaster, with her heart pounding whenever Wang Teng got closer to the table, and Gu Junqing quickening his pace whenever he moved away. It was a thrilling ride from beginning to end. Gu Junqing kissed her flushed cheek and asked her to get up to wash in the study's bathroom. He really could not handle the remnants of his actions. Even a tiger would not eat its cubs. Fang Ruoxue spent a long time brushing and washing in the bathroom before finally coming out. She looked at Gu Junqing with resentment, as if blaming him for spilling into her mouth again. Junqing, I just used an entire tube of toothpaste and a bottle of mouthwash to get the taste out. She glared at him, trying to pierce through him with her gaze. I am sorry, I was just too stimulated to hold back. Sister-in-law, it will not happen again. Gu Junqing quickly pulled her into his arms, patting her back to coax her. You still want a next time? Fang Ruoxue widened her eyes in a cute manner. This was the first time Gu Junqing had seen the usually steady and composed Fang Ruoxue act this way. It seems that no matter how cold and stable a woman appears, she will become a little girl in front of the one she loves. My mouth is even a little dislocated, Fang Ruoxue said, lowering her head with a wronged expression. Every time, she had to try her best to open her mouth wide enough to accommodate his size. Gu Junqing quickly reached out to help massage the muscles on her cheeks. Only after a while did her emotions truly stabilize. She reverted to her usual calm and composed self. Junqing, you really do not need to spend so much money to bid on the eye of the moon for me. She blinked her big eyes as she spoke. Although she really wanted it, she still felt she had to reject the gesture. It is like a woman's nature to say the opposite of what she means. Saying no means yes, and saying it is fine means there is a problem. Gu Junqing was puzzled because he never said he was buying it for her. He suddenly remembered Wang Teng mentioning it, and it seemed Fang Ruoxue had heard him. She had been so excited at the time, moving her tongue even faster. A flash of realization crossed Gu Junqing's eyes. Sister-in-law, you do not know how important you are. A mere eye of the moon could never match your significance. This diamond represents my true feelings for you. Gu Junqing spoke softly, patting her back as if she were a rare, priceless treasure. This look made Fang Ruoxue lose control of herself. To put it simply, she was overwhelmed. He immediately claimed the credit for Wang Teng's words, though he could not be blamed for that since it was all thanks to her own imagination. Really? Am I truly that important to you? Fang Ruoxue was momentarily dazed. At the same time, her desire to clarify things with Wang Teng and dissolve their marriage contract grew stronger. That is natural. Only the eye of the moon can match the precious feelings between you and me, and the feelings I have for other heroines. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Though he could recite sweet nothings, he could not forget the fish in his vast ocean. That is the essence of a man. He was flirtatious, but not lecherous. Junqing. Fang Ruoxue threw herself into his arms with deep emotion, forgiving his earlier behavior. Her heart was now filled with love for him. She even wondered how happy her life would be if she had met him instead of Wang Teng. This happiness was both a verb and a noun for those who understand. Junqing, I really want to be with you right now. I do not want to be with Wang Teng anymore. She greedily inhaled his scent and sighed. In fact, she had felt this way when she helped him in the kitchen last time. She also felt terribly guilty toward Wang Teng. Although she had no real feelings for Wang Teng, he was her agreement-based husband. He had helped her reach her current position. Gu Junqing had told her not to let Wang Teng know so soon, saying they had to wait a while before exposing the truth. She listened to him, but now she was so full of love for him that she could not wait any longer. She wanted to possess Gu Junqing. I want Gu Junqing, she murmured to herself, her hands gradually wandering downward. Sister-in-law, you cannot. Not there right now. It will be soon. Don't worry, in a short while you will be completely mine. Gu Junqing stroked her long hair and comforted her softly. One must practice restraint in these matters, as too much is bad for the body. Really? She asked softly. Really? Gu Junqing confirmed. This put her mind at ease, and she lay in his arms without moving, feeling as if she could stay like this forever. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.